definitely have it. Did he bring 2 chickens?
We'll
Doesn't have it.
see.
Doesn't fucking have it.
Going for crossbar.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Beautiful.
Come on.
Show us a thing. Show us a thing. Show us a thing.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
He got it. He's got it. He's got it.
Get away from me!
Body sponsor. Bro, Alex, what you doing? We gotta go singles. We gotta go singles.
I got it! Freeze him off me! Freeze him off me! Freeze him off me, Coty! Freeze him off me! Yes! 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 Yes!
Chill, it's fine. Chill, it's fine. Chill, it's fine. Chill, it's fine.
Hello, RuneScapers! And welcome to Deadman All Stars Season 3! I'm Mod Ash. Nice to meet you. Hi. And we'd like to thank all of you out here, and of course all of you watching from home, for being part of our first ever event in the United States of America. I'll tell you, it's been beautiful out here. I've been here for a week, and I have not found a decent cup of tea yet. I'm so sorry. You go. And happy birthday for next month. Yeah, I have not found a decent cup of tea all week, just saying. But be that as it may, we're coming to you live from the Rosemont Theatre, sunny Chicago, Illinois, where we have a truly packed house. So, calling on you now, people of RuneScape, will you make some noise? Thank you. I was actually afraid you wouldn't do that, so thank you very much. Now, we have an amazing show lined up for you today. 6 teams of your favourite old school content creators have had just 9 days to level up their accounts from scratch, generating some of the most enthralling content Old School's like ever seen, by the way, including what we just had. And today, wherever you are in the world, they're going head-to-head into the finale, where we see which team will be crowned the victors and take home the trophy. So are you ready? Good. Now, let's get some more familiar faces on the stage. Group has it, it's even one of their birthdays. So, give a big one for Mod Aiza and Mod Archie.
Thank you so much, Mod Ash. Make some noise, Chicago! Wow. What an incredible scene. Thank you so much, keeping the energy all the way throughout the night. We're going to be having a fantastic time. And yes, we did get to choose the outfits ourselves.
Look at us, Mod Aiza, dressed as our childhood heroes. I am Dragon Man, and you are Duriel321. Don't go on a rampage. Now listen, we've come a long way with these Deadman events. I remember our first few where we struggled to fill just this little section here. Now we've filled out 4,000 seats, and we're in America, baby! Come on!
It is absolutely incredible to be here, and thank you for all of you that have joined us here in this studio, I was about to say, in the theater, as well as everyone watching at home. It wouldn't be possible without you. But it also wouldn't be possible without our sponsors of the event, so I'd like to shout a big thank you to Twitch, Chipotle, and Starforge Systems. For those of you watching at home, we actually have an exclusive Chipotle giveaway, which will be happening throughout the show, as well as some Starforge keyboards, so do stay tuned.
Amazing. Right, now it's been an incredible week for Old School RuneScape, and I want to find out from these guys who they think is going to win. So we'll play a little game, right? Now we've seen our fair share of events in the UK. You might have heard of RuneFest, some of you might be going, but we have never done an event like this in America, okay? So let's make some noise if you think the Reese Rhinos are winning this thing.
Ooh, okay. I think we have a fan favorite for the least liked team. That's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. What about the Dino Nuggets? Any Dino fans? That's good. I like that.
How about the Perp Rebels?
That's a good amount of noise. All right, maybe there's a few fans out here. If there is anyone who is here supporting the Oda Block Warriors, can I get a go? Come on! Wow.
It's a close call. How about, are there any friends of Framed in the audience?
Wow. What about what I think has been a firm favorite for many throughout the last 9 days? Any West Ham Weasel supporters out there? Surprising. Okay. Guys, thank you so much for all of the energy that you're showing. We really appreciate it. Let's keep that energy going because we want to have a massive shout out to a very special person. Before that, though, I just want to reiterate once more, this wouldn't be possible without all of you. So thank you. We truly do appreciate you all being here. But Deadman All Stars was the vision of one person, and that person has helped ensure that this entire tournament has happened as well as it has. Please welcome to the stage the creator of Deadman All Stars. It's SoloMission. What's up, Solo? How you feeling, Solo?
This is crazy, man. Oh, Chicago, it's so good to be here. So much has gone into this. It's just incredible to see everybody in person. I see familiar faces. I see new faces. It's so good to be in the US right now.
All right, I have to ask. You, for the first time, have not been able to participate. What has it been like being a spectator for the last few days?
Everyone always says the Deadman All Stars is so good to watch. That's the thing. Everyone's like, oh, it's great to watch. But as you're a competitor, you don't actually get to watch. So, you only play with your own team. But this year, it's been absolutely incredible with the spectator streams. So obviously, we've seen absolutely everything that's led up to this finale here today. And it's just, it's been better. It's been the best All-Star so far by a lot, I think.
Yeah, and I hear SoloMission, you've put in some ridiculous hours. How many hours a day for 9 days straight?
19 hours a day, baby! PureSpam loves that one, so we'll see him in a second.
Those are rookie numbers to these guys. These are old school players. Now, you've seen every kill, every death, every dramatic twist and turn. And that gives us data. So we've got some stats to look at. I want you to take a look at these and tell me, what kind of story do they tell?
Yeah, all these stats, they're just numbers, but there's a story behind all of them. The West Ham Weasels, of course. The top team of this tournament, the #1 seed by blood money. So many kills, so many deaths. There's so many kills, not many deaths, sorry. But they're definitely fan favorites. I think a lot of people have them pegged to win at the moment. But anything can happen on stage. I genuinely think any of these 6 teams can take it. The Dino Nuggets, the Reese Rhinos, the Frame Friends all have fantastic gear, rivaling the Weasels. And then I think the fan favorites from the crowds, the Perp Rebels, the Old Block Warriors. Can they pull off on stage? I'm so looking forward to seeing how these guys do. I don't think the game matters too much. I think it's going to be how the crowd reacts, how people react on stage. I think it's going to be absolute cinema, man.
It is absolutely. I'm so excited to see how it goes down. I can't wait for the handshakes. It's going to be absolutely phenomenal. I have to ask, last question from me, who is your favorite to be winning?
Who's my favorite to win? I've got to get these guys back next year, easy, man. You put me in an awkward spot. But like I said, I think it will come a lot down to handling the pressure on stage. and I think the team with the most stage experience is the Dino Nuggets.
Okay.
They have so much expectations on them. You know what happens when you have a lot of expectations. That's a lot of pressure. So yeah, we'll see how they do. But honestly, I think any team has a really good chance today.
Yeah, that's the beauty of this tournament. Right, now thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for SoloMission.
Let's go!
Right. We've got one other quick thank you to give, and that is to the unsung heroes of this tournament. You might know our two referees, Classics and Wiggled, working hard behind the scenes to watch every little minute, every little detail. They've taken no victims this tournament.
For legal reasons, something to do with the victim, they will not be appearing on stage. All right, I think we're about ready to introduce our first team onto the stage that will be fighting within the finale. Please, everyone, a huge round of applause. It's the West Ham Weasels. Well, that was a pretty good reception. How are you feeling today, West Ham?
I'm feeling rather good, actually. I'm feeling good. Feeling confident in our team.
Confident in your team? Okay, all right. I was going to ask, do you think you can take the victory today?
I believe so. I think the Dino Nuggets will have the best chance to beat us, but I think we have a very, very strong chance.
Okay, other than the Dino Nuggets, any other team or person in particular that you're a little bit worried about facing?
Ooh, any other team? Oh, the Odeblock Warriors. Terry will come out. Terry will come out.
Yeah, I think Terry is definitely ready to come out for that. Anything that you want to say to everyone who's watching?
What do you say?
Anything you want to say to everyone who's watching here in the studio, in the theater, and at home?
Thank you guys so much, every single one that's come out today, made this event possible. You guys are the GOATs of this event.
Hell yeah, well said. Keep it going for the West Ham Weasels, everyone. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, West Ham. All right, guys, let's make some noise for the Framed Friends. It's been an incredible week for you, my friend. How are you feeling going into this tournament?
I'm just here for the prize money, man.
Right. Is there one team you don't want to fight?
No, I don't care. We'll fight whoever.
That's the spirit. Right. What are the friendship levels being like today going into this tournament?
The friendship levels? We all love Alfie, bro. Like, he's our leader. He's our real leader.
Amazing. Right, last question for you, buddy. How many raw chickens are you bringing to the finale?
I have no idea what you just said. I can't hear you.
Raw chickens. How many raw chickens?
Look, for Dino, at least one. At least one for him.
Thank you so much, Framed. Make some noise for the Framed Friends.
All right. It is time to raise the roof. Chicago, make some noise for the Odeblock Warriors. When does it end? You guys are incredible. How does that feel, Odeblock, coming out onto stage to a reception like that?
Man, I love you guys, man. This is amazing. The perseverance, the resilience of the Odeblock Warriors this week. We will show them. We will show them.
Right, Odablock, we spoke a little while back about trying to make something happen when you came out on the stage. Do you think it's possible that we could get everyone in the crowd to try and do the come on?
Gentlemen, we gotta show them. 3, 2, 1, come on!
There we go. All right, we made it happen. Oda, who are you potentially least looking forward to facing today?
Terry.
You gotta try and control him.
You said what?
You gotta try and control him.
Yeah, that's what it is. I'll tell you right now, we are outgeared, but that doesn't matter. We will show you guys what we've been through throughout the week. Our skill is gonna be showcased today. This is why I chose this team.
Amazing. So thank you so much, Odablock and the Odablock Warriors. Give it up, everyone.
All right, next up, ladies and gentlemen, it's the Perp Rebels. Perp, I heard you were out pretty late last night. What does that say about how you're going to perform today?
I think everybody expected us to be hungover, and we are. We're still pissed. We're still pissed.
I gotta say, it's great to see the second half of your face. Now, you play this tournament different from every other team. Everyone else is turning up trying to kill the breach monsters, get the right weapons, and you just turn up and cause chaos. What inspired that?
Well, I think when people are watching a breach at home, they don't want to see people pull a monster away and kill a monster and, oh, Rexy's gotten a tier 5. No one wants to see that. They want to see a fight, and that's what we brought. We just aggression at every breach. Yeah.
Amazing. Now, speaking of fights, we've been asking people who they're scared of. I'm going to give you the opposite question. Who do you want to fight tonight?
Well, we're excited to fight the Warriors. I've been having a little bit of banter with Oda, and I told him I was going to piss on him, and we are, yeah. We're not beating the Weasels. Oda's not beating the Weasels. We're beating the Warriors.
All right.
We're making it out.
Okay, thank you so much, Perp. Best of luck, and please make your way. Make some noise for Perp Rebels, come on!
All right, we're coming up to the last two teams. These two who will be fighting against each other first. I want to hear a huge round of applause for the Dino Nuggets. With the Dino Nuggets now. Dino, how are you feeling after that?
A lot better. Feeling good. We're ready.
You were pretty nervous leading up to this. Do you think the nerves are going to settle now? You've had an experience of being on stage. You've heard how awesome the crowd are.
Yeah, I think we're all feeling a lot better today. We're ready. We're ready for it.
No hangovers from yesterday?
No, we're all good.
All right, I'm glad you kept it clean. Dino, who are you least looking forward to facing in the tournament?
Probably Framer's team, because if he has a chicken, we're in the bin.
Yeah, that could be unfortunate. You can't even bring any with you. All right, what are you most looking forward to in terms of the way that the fight's potentially going to play out? Any secrets that you've got up your sleeve? Maybe a particular person you want to see fight against someone else?
Now, we had a good strategy, but I honestly think it's out the window. We're here, so we're just going to try our best, and hopefully we beat Reese.
Awesome. Anything that everyone should know about the Dino Nuggets going into this?
Not really. We just had an amazing week, and yeah, we're looking forward to it.
All right, well, hope you have a good run in the tournament. Thank you so much for joining us. Everyone give it up for the Dino Nuggets.
All right, guys, we have one final team. Please make some noise for the Reese Rhinos. How are you feeling going into this tournament?
I'm actually very confident. Our gear is really good. I'm so proud of our team. They've done so well this week.
Amazing. Now, I'm just going to point out the obvious. You're stood next to your good friend Torvesta. There was a bit of drama. Are you friends again?
Oh, yeah, of course. We've always been friends. It just gets a little bit heated during competitions, but why'd you get caught?
Amazing. Now, you've done a lot of preparing this week, and you've put yourself in a really good position. How do you feel going up against your competition? Do you feel like you've got the best gear, the best stats?
I think it's either West Ham's team or Dino's team, but I am very confident in my team's skill and the gear. So it's an RNG game. I think we can pull out the bag.
Yeah, we have confidence in you. Best of luck against the Dino Nuggets. Ladies and gentlemen, the Reese Rhinos.
All right, while the first two teams prepare for their matches, let's talk a little bit about format and bring you up to speed, just in case you haven't been following along.
Right, so you all know this has been going on over a period of 9 days where players have been grinding and grafting to get the best stats, gear, supplies, you name it. They've been actually locked to 14 hours a day, which they've obviously all managed to do. Now, if you didn't know, they were able to pick up something called blood money, which is acquired by killing other players. If you die, you lose blood money. Now, for context, if you finished your week with 40 blood money, that's enough to buy a VLS, the best weapon in the game. Some of these guys happen to have a VLS.
Yeah, so our teams are going to be lining up in reverse draft order and fighting one-on-one until the death, where the last member of the last team standing is deemed the victor. Some important information, in the finale this time round, sigils are banned, alongside a few key items. Players will not be able to take in Phoenix necklaces, so no extra healing from those, no prayer potions, and no lunar magics, meaning that if anyone does want to use Vengeance this time round, they're going to have made sure that they purchase the Vengeance trinket with blood money.
Yeah, thank goodness for that. Long gone are the days of the range tank with Venge, taking 5 minutes. Today, we're going to see some knockouts. Now, we've got 6 teams in total, so we're going to split them into 2 groups of 3. Each team will fight each other once, which means there will be no revenge matches. That also means 2 teams will get dropped, and 4 will proceed straight to the semifinals.
Yep, that's right. Our knockout stages will begin with 2 semifinals, and then we're finally going into the grand finale, seeing who comes out on top and wins Deadman All Stars Season 3 live here in Chicago.
Now, that sounds a little confusing to some of you. So if you want to follow along in the Twitch chat, you can just type !bracket to follow along. Now is also probably a good time for us to tell you we've actually got a second stream going. It's like a buy one, get one free. We've got 2. Now, if you want to watch more chill, laid-back stream, we've got Mod Sween with special guest. As of last night, because at the bar he suggested it, we were like, come on down. Jimmy will be with Mod Sween as guests before their fights and after their fights. We'll just pop in and have a nice chat.
Yeah, do tune in if you want to have a different experience for those of you watching at home, or maybe even load up both of the streams. Now, Archie, I just have to ask, are you by any chance hungry for food made with real ingredients?
I am hungry, Ben.
Well, look at you, because we've partnered with Chipotle to bring those of you watching at home a very special offer. Roll the tape of Archie from Pat.
Hey everyone, it's Mod Archie, and I have something really cool to share with you guys. During this year's Deadman All Stars live finale, we've partnered with Chipotle to bring you the Chipotle Honey Chicken Knockout Drop. Here's how it works. Chipotle is dropping a whole bunch of buy one, get one free Chipotle Honey Chicken entrees after every single match. We'll share a graphic featuring a unique code on live stream. You text that unique code to 88822 for your chance to score the Chipotle Honey Chicken BOGO. There's a crazy amount of codes going out, over 10,000 throughout the night. So keep your phones close, watch every match, and when you see that last player get KO'd, get ready to secure your Chipotle Honey Chicken Knockout Drop. Big thank you to Chipotle for their support and for feeding the RuneScape community.
Well, thank you so much, Archie, from the past. And for those of you who are watching at home that heard about the B stream, that Archie didn't tell you where you need to go, it is the official Jagex Twitch channel, so twitch.tv/Jagex. Right, without further ado, I think we're about ready to start. So I want to hear the room go absolutely crazy as we pass over to our two casters for this evening's event. It's PureSpam and Mod Manked. Good day, everybody. Hello, Chicago. How are we doing? We're excited for another Deadman All Stars finale. Can we hear some noise? Yeah, we hear you guys behind us. We are putting the cast in casting today. I'm joined by Mod Manked himself. How you doing, man? You excited for the finale?
I'm doing amazing. That crowd is crazy. Like, that cheering is absolutely insane. We love to hear it. The energy is what we need. The vibes are immaculate out there. Went a little walk around, talk to everybody, and yeah, everyone's such good vibes. I cannot wait to see how this all unfolds. One can be hat right there. Yeah, we're going to check out all of the gear, shall we? Get into the mix, start talking about how this is probably going to go down. Yeah, let's get into the Nuggets inventory right now. Yeah, of course. The first fight will be the Dino Nuggets versus the Reese Rhinos in the first group stage match. The Dino Nuggets right here, these guys have a plethora of gear. As you can see, they have 3 Avernic treads, the boots spectacular, a few confliction gauntlets. We see a VLS on their captain, Dino himself, Manked. And as well as that VLS, he's got a Venge trinket, which means he can ricochet a lot of damage back to his opponent. We might see some KOs here like we've never seen in previous tournaments. Oh, honestly, the firepower, the KO potential of all these players is going to be unreal. I want to see some kills in this finale. Both to the Void Waker as well. 61 with the AGS, Sick Nerd with a Corrupt Void Waker, and ORPG as well with an AGS. This should be fantastic. It's looking like every player of this team has KO potential, which is lovely to see. We don't know how the fights are going to go. Absolutely. Let's check out the Reese Rhinos inventories as well, and then we can compare a little bit. The Dino Nuggets have been storming through the competition, so much gear, but the Reese Rhinos have as well. Looking at their captain, Reese, right now, he has that Vesta longsword, which is just, you know, one of the best, the creme de la creme, as I always say, of special attack weapons. Yes, and if we go down a few Sea Engineers v the Victim, they've only got Arcan Blades. However, they've got a sneaky halberd in their inventories, as well as Mutts too. Even Torvesta, and that's going to be extremely powerful. High-hitting, 2-tile weapon. It's absolutely insane. Yeah, the only team to have gotten those noxious halberds in the tournament, so we have to, I can't wait to see what they can do. They can have 50 to 60s, get a lot of momentum. We even see an Inferno Cape on Mutt. Seeing that mission earlier in the week was absolutely spectacular as well. Reese as well, a piece of Armadillo. They've got a few Avernic treads. Yeah, it's quite an even matchup when it comes to gear, doesn't it? Yeah, in terms of skill, who knows who can take this? I think we might be jumping straight into the fight. Oh no, here we can see our contestants. You can see how they're feeling. Oh man, any handshakes yet? I was going to say, having the hand cam is absolutely incredible. It's all well and good saying, you know, skill levels going into this finale. The gear setups they've accumulated from 120 hours of gameplay over the past 9 days. But really, being on a stage in front of 4,000 people live in Chicago at the Rosemont Theater, we'll see how they actually play today. Yeah, who knows who can handle the pressure? That's going to be a key component to this. You might have got so much gear, but let's see how they go. Yeah, I guess we'll be jumping in very shortly. Do you have a favorite to win this competition, Max? How do you think this one's going to go? How's it going to shake up? For me, this is a 50-50. It's how they handle their nerves. I don't think anyone can call it at this point. We just have to see how it goes. What about yourself? I just hope we get some KOs going on. With the halberds, with the momentum, maybe someone slips off the mouse a little bit. The VLSs, the Void Waker. It should be interesting. Of course, the Fang versus the Halley as well. The Halley, man, 50 pluses. We could see a lot of momentum there. Once you're taking that damage, it can be very hard to compose yourself and get back into the fight. Yeah, especially Dino and Reese, they have Venge trinkets and VLSs. So that KO potential is always going to be present, and they just don't know when they're going to pull it out, and they have to use good timing. Let's find out how it goes down. The first matchup today, the Dino Nuggets versus the Reese Rhinos. Let's jump into the mix. Yeah! Of course, once again, it is reverse draft order, so fight. Here comes Dino Nuggets, MMORPG himself, one of the farmers going up against Mr. Completed, Mr. Sea Engineer. Sea Engineer is a PvP hardcore. He can keep his cool, but can he do it live in front of 4,000 people? Looks like MMORPG does start with that freeze, gets underneath his opponent, chucks in a Fang spec, starting off nice and strong, very solid. Looking at both players' inventories, and AGS early as well. Was a low hit though, no damage dealt, Manked. Both players playing very well. They're using special attacks nice and early to make full use of it, because that can almost be guaranteed damage.
Absolutely. We see a freeze going in from C Engineer. Does catch it on RPG. He was down a bit of damage at the beginning, but now he's got that DD advantage. Of course, RuneScape PvP is a bit like a game of tic-tac-toe. You've got range, mage, and melee. When you catch that freeze, you can start to, control the pace of the fight. As you see here, C Engineer hitting some big bolts through the prayer, going for a Halley, stepping underneath once again. Throws the javelin spec. But it's a 0, lucky for Curtis.
And now Curtis is unfrozen. Both of the players are going to try and catch a freeze in order so they can DD. And Curtis has. C Engineer is now frozen. They're both frozen, but C Engineer making use of those mithril seeds so he can use his Noxious Halberd. It's very good play.
Really smart play, of course. The Noxious Halberd has an extra tile of range for melee, and 19 on the robes onto RPG. Has to pray melee camp. Changes pray, gets it at 19 again. C Engineer currently up a little bit of damage, but it's still very close.
Yeah, you can see here, MMRPG is not using all of his brews. He's doing a different tactic to C Engineer, who's gone through most of his brews.
Oh, that was a big vault there. RPG still not giving up, standing underneath. Get that fang in. Seeds underneath for C Engineer. Can't seed away. Really fantastic play there from MMORPG. Looking at special attack as well. He does have a few fang specials left. C Engineer having dropped his AGSs near the start of the fight.
I think if MMORPG starts getting some good hits, C Engineer's going to struggle to get back because he's got no brews to combo eat, so he's going to be slowly eating and getting the HP back. But he's done a great spec there, giving him some momentum, hopefully.
And who's going to catch this next freeze now? LPG just fanging his brains out at the moment. CNG does catch it, gets underneath, hits the Halley from the side as well. MOG now is forced to eat, has a bit of time to try and recover. But looking at inventories, once again, it is so close, so neck and neck in this first group stage finale fight.
And this is exactly what you want. You want to last as long as you can. You want to eat all of your food before dying, because that is how this tournament is won. If you can just outlast your opponents, get to the last person and do as much damage to them so your teammates have as much potential to kill them too, it's everything you need.
C Engineer using that spec early. That's a big bolt for him. He's going to have spec coming up shortly with those Morrigan Jammers. 38 bolt off prayer for C Engineer. Really well played too. MOG only has 3 food remaining. C Engineer only has 1 though. MOG actually going in the lead now. C Engineer catches the freeze, steps underneath, can control the pace of the fight. Noxious halberding on the prayer. MRPG keeping cool, calm, and collected. They are so locked in right now.
What a great first fight for this tournament. There's going to be so many fights over the next few hours, and they're both showing why they should be here, you know. They are competing at a very good level right now.
Oh yeah, both players now pretty much out of supplies. Very close. The C Engineer spec hits a 0. Unfortunate for him. Halley's, though, is exchanged with a Fang as well. MRPG with the DD advantage. Planting those seeds underneath, beautifully done. C Engineer, 32 bolt through the prayer. Oh, it's getting close.
Going low.
Yeah, it looks like a good freeze there.
Back.
There's no way. MRPG using his last food right now. Both players out of food. 27 versus 50 hit points. Who's going to clutch this one up? Beautiful spec. What a bolt! A beautiful redemption flick as well from MRPG too. He's still in this fight and he's out. The Engineer wins the first one. The next player for the Dino Nuggets comes on, and that is the General, Sick Nerd himself.
The General, Sick Nerd, he needs to take out C Engineer straight away. And so he's gone in for a Void Breaker, but it's not killed him because he was protected from Mage.
He does finish him off with that barrage, though. Almost. No, he's still alive. Uses the redemption flick, and that is very frustrating for the Dino Nuggets. The Engineer is holding on by a sliver of hit points, doing as much as he possibly can as this fight is currently neck and neck. I really rate Sick Nerd's use of the spec there. He's going to start regenning it, and that Corrupt Void Awaker spec is the 3rd best spec run of the game. Another redemption for C Engineer. What a gamer! And he's just got to whittle down some of Sick Nerd's supplies right now to give it an edge with the Reese Rhinos.
And he's handling himself well under pressure. Getting those redemptions can be very difficult. Can he pull it off again?
There's no way. Surely not. This man won't go down. There he is. C Engineer for Reese Rhinos did a fantastic job there of whittling down a food or 2 from Sick Nerd as well. Next up for the Reese Rhinos, we have the Victim. This man has been playing DMM for so many years now. He obviously won last year as well with the SoloMission Snakes, beginning by catching a freeze on Sick Nerd straight away into the mix. DD's underneath, and he does of course have the Archon Blade and the Javelin specs as well.
Yeah, what's he going to use? He's going to have to keep Sick Nerd on his feet with that. He started that off so well, 41 into a 31. That's huge damage on Sick Nerd. He will need to bring this back as much as possible because he is now down a bit of food.
Sick Nerd using the seeds, then coming back into Victim as well. Both players, there it is. That was a spec off for FB. The Victim hits a 0 on Sick Nerd. Sick Nerd fanging his eyes out right now. That melee damage, it's so accurate. Sick Nerd also has the Avernic Treads, whereas Victim does not. He does catch that freeze thanks to that potentially as a catcher. Now, no, both players splashing. This next freeze disadvantage could be quite significant in this 1 versus 1.
Yeah, keeping that momentum with getting those freezes is so crucial, which is why you can see each player running around in circles trying to catch it. The victim is now frozen.
Oh, beautiful!
Void Waker 38 off prayer. Very well played from him there.
Yeah, big ball into the Void Waker. Big momentum there for Signerd, playing beautifully right now, dipping in and out, but Be the Victim does catch him in his tracks. Signerd now getting a little bit of distance and getting his HP nice and high again. Hallie from Be the Victim gets a 36 ball from Signerd. Signerd now trying to catch him back potentially, and Be the Victim going for those blood barrages, trying to get some sustain, heal himself back up again. But once again, this fight has been so neck and neck.
Yeah, they've both got the same amount of spec, essentially, so it could go either way here. We can see Victim again frozen by Signerd, so he can now control the fight and hopefully do as much damage as possible without Victim being able to hit him back. Because Victim is now going to need to get a freeze back on Signerd, otherwise Signerd will just control this fight, and he's managed to do so. That is huge for Victim.
Yeah, Victim now probably going to try and close that distance. He's unfrozen, going in for potentially a Hallie here or some more barrages too. Going to start doing some, blood barrage, try and maintain as much of an advantage as he has. Signerd seeds into him, but the Victim seeds back away.
And that is a great seed with that Noxious Halberd. Now Victim can really make use of that, and Signerd is just stuck with range and mage only.
He's unfrozen, goes underneath, now starts to fang once again on the prey range. A 0, unfortunately for him, bolting back. Be the Victim now, both players unfrozen. This next freeze, very important, and Be the Victim catches him, a big barrage. He does have the advantage now. The DD steps underneath, comes up and in and out, and he's got obviously the bolts and that big Noxious Halberd. He also has 60% spec on Signerd. He does have a few special attacks he can potentially use here. Another Void Waker spec on Victim as well. A 52 ball from Be the Victim though.
And Signerd he's out of brews now. He's got to repot. But there's a Void Waker, 36 damage. That's perfect from Signerd. And another bolt on Robes. That's amazing.
And a fang as well. He just keeps going. He's not going down without a fight. It is neck and neck. Both players out of supplies right now. This fight is so close thus far.
He's just brought that back.
Absolutely insane comeback. Wait, he's actually going to potentially win this one. He does. A 47. The General, ladies and gentlemen. Look at him. So cool, calm and collected. Great plays there as well from Be the Victim 2 from the Reese Rhinos. Now Mutt comes in, the Grandmaster Hardcore Ironman himself.
Taking him out straight
just
away.
like that. Beautiful.
61 mil, a very well-known PCAT. That is what he does. So can he make use of his knowledge and take out Mutz here? Both players are essentially on equal food now.
Absolutely. 61M, a rookie this season, his first time and playing on stage. Mutz catches that freeze, tries to step underneath as well. Both players now frozen, and now 61M can't use the Fang as it's 2-tile distance, whereas Mutz has that advantage with the Noxious Halberd too. Look in the inventory. 61M does have his special attack, the AGS and the Void Waker for some KO potential. Mutz has a special too. He goes for it on prayer, 31. Guaranteed damage though. And another one off prayer. Beautiful play there by 61 mil.
Yeah, he's been making great use of that Void Waker, catching the second spec off prayer. The first one was a 31 through prayer, which is rare to see, but very well played. Getting that spec out early, giving him some momentum. Here you see a Void Waker back, only 21, but then a 51 from the Noxious Halberd.
Into a Void Waker 2, 24 on prayer. 61M does catch that, but that 51 is massive momentum there for Mutz. Gets frozen in place though. 61M going underneath, has that freeze advantage, but gets frozen straight away. Now once again, Mutz can obviously utilize that Noxious Halberd, which is very frustrating for him. Obviously not being able to use his Fang at the same time. Big Hallie, 37 off prayer, goes again. Off prayer again, a 0 for him though, unfortunately. Using those brews at the right time, restoring back up again as they're getting unfrozen.
And here we can see Mutz's inventory, which is a great view. The staff bash, you hate to see it, but it happens. He's luckily not lost too much momentum. He needs to catch the freeze in order for 61 mil to not constantly DD under him and get some potential free hits on him.
Yeah, I mean, this fight right now, as you see on the tracker on screen, only like 20 damage in it, 1 food. This has been so neck and neck throughout this first group stage match. If you're just tuning in, the Dino Nuggets versus the Reese Rhinos. Third player in the lineup for both teams right now.
And Mutz seems to be down to 2 doses of brew. 61 mil has conserved his brews more. 49 bolt. And the Halberd hits a 0. That gives 61 mil some breathing room.
Yeah, Mutz sitting quite low HP right now. Does get caught by a 33 barrage from 61M. Has to get that HP up again. A 19 through the prayer as well as Mage level goes down. Lots of barrages right now from 61 mil and now can utilize that Fang, whereas he couldn't before. Stepping out, stepping in, and trying to fake it. A 35 on Mutz. The momentum right now for 61M. He's actually taking the lead by quite a bit. 23 HP, goes for a barrage as well. Mutz, the swipe on the ropes, 33 Hallie. He's not out for the count yet. 13 through the prayer as well. Both players pretty much out. How is it so close throughout?
This is insane, and Nuts is now frozen. 61 mil, potentially taking a lead for his team. He just needs to finish off Nuts. Can't let him do any redemptions. Mage is great for that.
Yeah, both players pretty much out. 61 has one brew dose remaining. Good Halley there from Mats Guzner. He gets the redemption. What a play. Goes for it again. Not quite. And again, another one from Mats. The scenes right now, the pressure on the stage. No problem for this Grandmaster Hard Grind man. Goes in again. Halley tries to catch up with 61, trying to do as much damage as he can for his next teammate in the roster.
And 61 mil has just regen spec. Mats was so close to getting more spec, which has been so useful to be able to use on 61 mil, which is unfortunate, but now...
Oh, what a move!
Spec, that's exactly what you want to do by 61 mil, using his special attack, making sure he didn't get frozen first. So he's just done extra DPS to Torvesta now.
Yep, Torvesta now, the man, the myth, the self-proclaimed king of Deadman mode, finishes off 61 mil with the Void Waker special. Great performance there by 61M, despite being a rookie. He did a lot of damage to the opposition. Here we go. Boaty, the man, the myth, the crowd is going wild for this man.
They're going absolutely crazy. Torvesta is frozen, so Boaty has his momentum, but that's the first vengeance we've seen from the Venge Trinket. Torvesta only has 2, so we only have 1 left. Will Boaty hit a big number on that, and can Torvesta capitalize on that?
Yeah, the Venge Trinket, for those that don't know, 75% damage goes back. Oh, that was a good vengeance in the end then. 25 damage back onto Boaty. Decides to send the spec early to start regenning it throughout the hit. 38 Fang getting back with 19 as well. This is quite neck and neck right now. It's the Fang versus the Halberd. Another spec off prayer. 48 on Torvesta, but he gets the freeze and now can quickly heal back up again. Oh, looks like he's following the seeds as well, though, as Boaty tries to get away. Oh, beautiful vengeance there from Boaty. That's some great damage return from the Void Waker. Goes for it, but Torvesta weasels himself underneath and tries to mitigate as much damage as possible. Beautiful sidestep from Torvesta. Big Halley on him. And now Boaty trying to catch that freeze to stop Torvesta in his tracks. Goes for a Halley again. 24 ball. Torvesta looking a little bit low, but Boaty has no special attack.
Yeah, Boaty's looking very good with supplies right now. Torvesta needs to catch a free so he can get some momentum and do some DPS back to give his leader, Reese, as much of a possibility as he can.
Well, there it is. The freeze on both players, though, trapped next to each other. Torvesta does have the seeds, though, and the halberd, so he can get a bit of distance. Goes for the vengeance and a big Halley on Boaty. And now, neck and neck. These guys almost both out of supply. Say Boaty's up a tiny bit. Does seed away so Boaty can't use his Fang. Fakey's into the range, into the Halley, but Boaty does see it coming. Now, Torvesta unfrozen slightly before. Gets hit by, oh, the vengeance. Beautiful. But now Torvesta almost out of supplies. 1 brew dose remaining.
And Boaty's just staff bash there, giving Torvesta a potential to get a freeze and catch the momentum. But he is opting for the ACB, thinking Boaty might be praying Mage.
That was a nice Fang there. 32 on Torvesta on the run. Bolt from Torvesta down to very low hit points. Almost KO'd. Can he get the redemption out? He's not. Boaty takes him down.
Right there, Boaty. He's almost out of food, but he's done very well. He's about 96 HP advantage here. On Reese, can he do anything to make Reese struggle a bit more against his captain, Dino?
Reese sending that VLS spec off the bat. That VLS pressure's so scary. You have to pray melee against it. Oh, the VLS 33. That could have got Boaty, actually.
That was off prayer, that could have been the kill, but Boaty has used that vengeance to give a tiny bit of damage back.
Oh my, it's so close. Both captains, pretty much all their supplies left. Yeah. The Dino Nuggets captain, Dino himself versus the Reese Rhinos. Reese, this is going to be one battle for the ages. Here they go.
And there's a vengeance, a very low hit. Reese is going to be very happy. Oh no, Dino's going to be happy with that. He's been frozen though, so now Reese can control this momentum, maybe compose himself a little bit, and Dino needs to use his special attack. He's got 75% still.
Yeah, Reese using a special attack to finish off Boaty before. Slight disadvantage for him, but Reese is very methodical with the way that he plays. And Dino trying to catch that freeze, but splashing quite a bit. Reese getting a bit of free range. Beautiful VLS there. Double VLS. Both exchanging, both off prayer. Not the hugest of damage, but still the 20 plus is beautiful vengeance there as well from Dino. Going for VLS. Wasn't able to do anything with it. Reese gets that freeze. Steps underneath. He plays cool, calm, and collected once again.
Yes, they're both doing an excellent job. They're about even on food, I'd say. They're very similar. This could go either way for both players. They're both frozen. But Dino, I think he might have a slight advantage with that special attack left.
Absolutely, he does have 60%, which means his opponent has to pray melee quite a lot. Doesn't want to get hit by that VLS off prayer. Can be hit to his 50s, his 60s. So it's just too much damage to really take in one hit. Dino trying to be frozen by Reese right now. A VLS on the run, didn't expect that. 19 off prayer though, a low hit. Beautiful vengeance there, 22 freeze from Dino. goes for the seed, but walks with him underneath the seed. Both players, again, playing a lot slower pace than the previous matches up. Here we go, a VLS spec for Dino off through prayer, both 8s and 9s. Reese tanking up beautifully and predicting both of those special attacks, Manx.
Yeah, Reese is typically quite a defensive player, so, you know, when he's walking with the seeds, he's quite used to that. He was just, you know, re-establishing himself, let himself eat up a bit and get back into the fight. Dino is now frozen. Reese has the advantage there. Reese also has a full brew nearly, so he can easily get his HP higher if needed.
Yeah, slight advantage right now to the Reese Rhino. Slightly ahead of 35 Blood Barrage there, off press for Reese. Oh, he's cooking now, a 20 as well onto Dino. Dino has to just eat up, play it slow and steady, catch that freeze, unable to do so currently. And Reese might get VLS off prayer. VLS off prayer onto Dino, 31 VLS special.
That's a huge hit there. That's a very nice, was that through prayer? I didn't quite see that. But as you can see, Dino doesn't have the greatest mage tank legs, whereas Reese is opting to have the Armadillo legs, so it's very hard to catch him, and he just maintains momentum.
Dino does then use his last bit of supplies. 68 hit points, Reese seeding with him. Dino gets a free hit though, beautifully played. He does still have special attack, 13 through the prayer. Well predicted by Reese, goes for the freeze on Dino, but he's not getting caught in place, getting a few hits here. Off prayer. This could be a big barrage. It's a 0, both players splashing. This next freeze could decide what happens next. Looks like Dino on 25% special attack. Reese caught away. We've got a range and mage fight only. Dino has to get a few extra hits off prayer here. Maybe catch some redemption flicks. Down to 19 hit points right now.
So close. He needs to get some blood barrages, otherwise he's just going to be out. And it's the Reese Rhino take the first fight.
And the crowd goes crazy. That was so neck and neck throughout. Reese, known as one of the greatest NH stakers there are. And wow, these guys are good friends, but what a beautiful battle regardless.
Lovely to see. We've not seen this in the previous 2 All-Stars where the team gets the huddle, you know.
Yeah.
After a victory, it's absolutely lovely.
Yeah, it's very wholesome. That was a sick fight. Once again, I didn't know which way it was going to go. Right up until the end, so back and forth throughout. And yeah, what a first group stage matchup. The Dino Nuggets versus the Reese Rhinos. Of course, this will be round robin. They'll be fighting each other. They're not out just yet, the Dino Nuggets, but they definitely need to win that next one to stay in the competition.
Yes, and they have done so well. The fact that it went to both captains where they were basically the same amount of food, it just shows how well each individual performed on each team. So they should all be pretty proud of that, you know. No one randomly died throughout the fight, so that's pretty good.
I mean, yeah, using all your supplies before you go down, of course, not getting KO'd. I'm still hoping for a KO. Unbiased, I don't mind who gets it. I want to see some action. But no, that was an incredible first fight to watch right up until the end. You just didn't know who was going to take it. So back and forth. And the crowd, when some of their favorites came on the stage, as you heard, when Boaty came on, oh my God, the roars in the crowd. Yeah, that was a sick first fight to see, Manx.
Yeah, both teams just did so well. They were just very, very impressive. You love to see that for the first match of this. It's beautiful. Yeah, there's so much more content exactly like this to come.
Yeah, see those VLSs, very scary. Both players trying to keep that prey melee up as much as they possibly can. You also saw, of course, the Noxious Halberd versus that Fang. And the Reese Rhinos used that so well. They must have been practicing, strategizing, catching that freeze, seeding away from their opponent so they get that extra melee advantage rather than trying to do range and mage and predict the 50-50. They've got an extra attack style, and it really worked out well for them there.
Yeah, the Noxious Halberd advantage there is just, it's lovely to see they used it. You could see them constantly keeping a bit of distance, so they just forced their opponent to only be able to use range and mage, and it was just lovely to see.
Yeah, no, absolute scenes throughout. I think we might get to see some replay soon of what we just saw. But going into this, once again, it is round robin. The Dino Nuggets aren't out for the count yet. They still have another fight ahead of them too. Yeah, no, absolutely incredible first fight to see today.
Yeah, did you think Reese's team was going to take it like that? I mean, it was so close, right?
Yeah, honestly, I couldn't have called it either way. Obviously, both fantastic squads. They picked their teams with a bit of everything, a bit of PVM, a bit of PvP, and they've all worked very, very well together. Seeing Sylvester as well, kept his cool. Yeah. We saw him in Doom, Delve 1 earlier this week, and I was losing my mind, or maybe trying to crossbow inside the Armadillo area. That was pretty funny too, but I think he kind of, got some props back on his name today. He was picked for that finale and he did a fantastic effort.
Yeah, should we go over to some post-game stats of the fight?
That'd be interesting, yeah, let's check them out.
$495, 61 mil, 504. Obviously, the captains are likely to do a little bit less, but Reese, Look at that.
Wow.
The top damage player, 511. Very good. And Reese and 61 mil, the main two people using non-food healing, which is very likely Blood Barrage.
Yeah, that damage dealt, oh my gosh, 6-1M as well. Once again, as a rookie this time around, he did bits for his team too. And Reese, what a machine. He's well considered as one of the most competitive NH stakers in the entire tournament. Looking at the correct prayers as well, Dino doing a fantastic job of getting most of his overheads right there, but taking maybe a little bit too much damage from the VLSs at times as well.
Yeah, and each of the teams, they seem to have a good amount of attacks per team. You know, on average, it's probably very, very similar, very close there, which is probably why we saw it so tight, you know, between the teams.
And actually, we were saying, Howie, about chances. We didn't see it. We didn't see a KO. Wow, looking at that board, C Engineer had 7 total chances for a KO on his opponent.
That's the power of redemption, right? He managed to proc that so many times, gave himself so much more hit points than you'd normally expect.
Oh yeah, same with Mutz as well. Seeing those redemption procs, that can really, really make the difference. That might have made the difference actually for the Reese Rhinos team there. Staying alive a little bit longer, chipping away extra damage against their opposition.
Yeah, both teams there you can see have done very well. Dino maybe a little bit disappointed about 217 damage, but maybe he might have, you know, splashed so many times just because Reese had that really good defensive magic gear.
Maybe we can check out the final kill that we saw in that matchup, the Reese Rhinos versus the Dino Nuggets. We have Reese versus Dino right at the end there. As you saw, Reese's advantage there. A couple of food. That was probably made a difference by, you know, the redemption flicks earlier on by his unit. Dino caught him away from him and had a special attack left, actually, looking at spec bar, 25%. Just wasn't able to utilize it as Reese kept him far away and finished off with that Blood Barrage. Look at his reaction there. He looks so happy.
It's not, I wouldn't expect anything less from Reese, you know. He's so happy, he's showing that. He's so passionate, very competitive, and a very well-deserved win there. They've played amazing there.
Yeah, no, that was a great opening fight of the Group 1. We will be seeing shortly as well the West Ham Weasels versus the Perp Rebels too.
Yeah. Did you know Reese might have had something additional to help him there as well?
What could he have taken?
I think it might have been a Chipotle code that all of you can have a look at the unique code that will be coming up on the screen any second, and it will also be pinned in the Twitch chat. There we go. And if you just text that code to 888222 for your chance to score a Chipotle honey chicken BOGO.
That was the difference, right? From Reese right there, taking that win, you reckon?
Definitely, you know, he's got extra food there. He's just outlasted his opponent through that.
Brilliant. Well, that was a great fight to watch. And yeah, next up, like I mentioned, we're going to have the West Ham Weasels versus the Perp Rebels. West Ham Weasels, of course, throughout this competition, they've had 97 kills, almost made it to triple digits.
That is insane.
It's nuts,
That's
isn't it?
more kills than we've seen in any other seasons,
From
right?
one team,
From one team.
Absolutely. And then on top of that, of course, the Perp Rebels, one of the fan favorites, I think, from this competition, like you heard Perp on the stage a minute ago. You know, every single breach, we want war. This is war, gentlemen. He wanted to just get in the mix, start that chaos when I was casting alongside SoloMission on the Spectator stream. 19 hours a day, by the way.
19 hours.
And when we were watching that together, we were all waiting for Perp to start that chaos. So I think they've got some special tricks up their sleeves for today as well.
Yeah. Should we look at some inventories? I think that would be a good play, see what each team is going to be having.
Absolutely. So the West Ham Weasels here, these guys, like we said, absolutely carnage throughout the entire week, sweeping multi. So they weren't really able to get that much gear. But saying that, with the amount of, you know, the plethora of blood money they gained throughout the week, the Zuriel staff, obviously, they've got a VLS. They got the only VLS from a breach during the week as well. And that VLS, once again, that premier special attack weapon, 25% special attack, and it's super accurate. You also see on Greg, he's got the Torva legs. These guys have got an arcane spirit shield. West Ham's got that. And he's got really, really heavy mage bonus too. They've got a few ACBs after going a little bit dry on them, but you see some Fangs, you see some Void Wakers, looking really strong despite not doing much PVM in the week.
Yeah, I mean, those Venge trinkets on every single player is pretty crazy. In those last fights, we only saw the Vengeance trinket used on, you know, 3 or 4 players, but every single player here has one, and that's just extra DPS that they can use almost for free. You know, one click of a button, they don't have to use a special attack, they don't have to lose the momentum or anything. They can just use that and do extra damage to the Perp Rebels.
Yeah, I will say in terms of other things about the West Ham Weasels, they are a little bit lower combat level because they were just doing one too many multi-sweeps trying to hit that triple finger kill count at the end of the competition. But regardless, these guys definitely are considered to be kind of like the All-Stars A-team from the week. West Ham chose his team just full of PvPers. Greg, one of the fiercest PKs out there. Mika has made it into the top 16 in official DMMs over many years now. We obviously have Elliot, 14 as well, the self-proclaimed king of Mage Bank, and Father Foe, who's been, taking these guys under his wings with all of the strategies he's implemented in for these four PvPers. I mean, they had to get Foe. I think West Ham and Greg probably share a brain cell between the two of them. But on the battlefield, of course, this is a stacked unit of PvP.
Yeah, and as you can see for their bolts, they didn't quite acquire the best in slot bolts, and that might be the one thing that lets them down. But they got so much other gear. Can that make up for that fact?
No, you're not wrong. Having those the non-dragon bolts, they just weren't able to really have the fletching level. Too busy multi-sweeping, getting kills during the week. So yeah, it's not all said and done. West Ham Weasels potentially some of the fan favorites, but anything can happen in RuneScape.
Absolutely anything. Shall we compare this to the Perp Rebels?
Yeah, let's take a look at their inventories as well. The Perp Rebels, once again, one of the most vibes-based team throughout the week. Absolutely splendid to watch. Everything up until the final hour as well. Perp himself, the captain, he's got that Void Waker, that Fang. They've got Fangs on literally every single member. Skidler behind him as well. It looks like Void Waker and the Fang. And then Skill Specs, third in line. They've given him the VLS.
I know, he's got the VLS, and he doesn't have 3 Saradomin brews, whereas they've given that to Skidler and Perp. I don't know if I like that play, just because you want the person with the VLS to be up for as long as possible.
I love seeing in Cox's inventory as well. He's got 2 out of 3 pieces of the Void Waker, showing that they weren't quite lucky enough to get a spare one. He does have that Statius Warhammer. They also PK'd during the week as well. The Morrigan Javelins, and then Mr. Mammal with the Armadillo Goldsword. He's got KOs in these tournaments before, so I'd love to see that happen again.
But hopefully the specs aren't as slow as we've seen them in the past. I think he normally takes about 10 ticks to run towards his opponent and then use it. But who knows, that might trick players. They might think, no, he's not going to do that, and then he does.
Absolutely, the Spade as well. A little onus to the farmers out there. And of course, his first matchup will be against his farmer teammate in his group Ironman, Foe himself. Yeah, I'd say, honestly, I think they're quite equally built in terms of skill when it comes to PvP. So this first fight between them is going to be extremely interesting. It could go either way. Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't tell you which way this one's going to go. Looking at the bolts as well, you've got Perp with the Dragon Bolt C as well. Should be really, really interesting. Honestly, West Ham Weasels, they have a bit of an advantage in terms of their gear and their kills, but the Perp Rebels, they've gone up there right now. They're just here to have a really good time. And like we said, we don't know what can happen in RuneScape. RNG game, of course. You can get a KO when the other team least expects it. So have to wait and see.
And that's even more likely with the Vengeance Trinkets, right? You're so focused on a Trident fight, and then bam, Vengeance Trinket out of nowhere. And it kills the opponent.
Literally, and honestly, putting that VLS in the hands of Skill Specs himself, oh man, what a decision that is. That guy, he lives and breathes on lower hit points. He likes to take those risks that nobody else is going to take, so expect the unexpected when it comes to the big Spork himself.
Maybe that's why he has 1 less Saradomin brew. They know he's going to perform under pressure, and they're giving that to someone else just to help maintain them, and he's just going to do what he does, stay low HP, not die.
Yeah, surely, not die, not get KO'd. He's going to survive. It should be absolutely amazing. I think we'll be jumping in very shortly, right?
Yes, yeah, very, very soon, I believe. But I think the teams are currently just still, getting set up. They've got to change over equipment, so...
Well, let's talk a little bit more about the Perp Rebels then during the week that they've had, of course. Once again, during that spectator stream, we were waiting day in and day out for them to come to the breach or to the missions. It wasn't really set in stone. Nothing had happened or started off yet until we saw those guys arriving and starting the chaos. Every other team kind of feared them, actually. Surprisingly, Skill Specs hiding around the corner every move. They were just wondering, oh man, are these guys, are they going to start attacking us now? We just want to hit some monsters. We just want to get some tier 5s for our prayer scrolls. We just want to get, those coveted weapons, the VLS, the Zuriel drop. But the second those guys came in, it was absolute chaos.
Yeah, I think the second you saw their team, you were getting attacked. So you just had to be like, okay, we need to try and position ourselves well to counter them if we can. Because they were just, they see you, they swarm in on you.
Yeah, I will say when it comes to the Perp Rebels versus the West Ham Weasels as well, I remember during that last breach as well, one of the last breaches, Skill Specs died. He started returning. He had a mystic hat on and a water stick. And, he just came to try and do what he could with his team. So he probably wants his revenge now after getting taken down by the West Ham Weasels earlier this week.
Yeah, I can imagine quite a few of the kills from the West Ham Weasels were probably on the Perp Rebels. So.
Absolutely. Yeah, we can check out the fight order as well, talk about what else we have to expect. If we bring up the leaderboard right now, we talked a little bit about the Perp Rebels and the West Ham Weasels. Of course, in the group stage order, it is going to be a best of one, a round robin for each groups, with the number 1 seeding of each fighting number 2, and the third person of each group gets knocked out. So after the West Ham Weasels versus the Perp Rebels, we've got the Dino Nuggets once again against the Framed Friends this time.
And that in itself as well will be a very close fight. The Framed Friends have been playing more on the PVM side this time around, as I think that's playing into their strengths. But, will that translate into a good PvP performance? Potentially with that good gear,
Absolutely. Kevin Framed, baby, and the Framed Friends. Now, a few days in, they had gotten so much gear. PVM demons, to be honest. They've got, Missouri fortified tops on all of the members. They've got Confliction gauntlets, loads of Void Wakers. Those guys are going to put on a stellar performance for us, I'm sure. And trying to break through that defensive barrier is not going to be easy for the Dino Nuggets. But obviously, after losing their first match, the Dino Nuggets need to win this one to stay in the competition.
Yeah, and then after that, we'll have the Weasels versus the Warriors. Do you think there are any Warrior fans in the stadium?
I don't know, guys. Are there any Warrior fans in the stadium right now? Can you hear us? Make some noise! We've been hearing them go crazy non-stop for the Oder Block Warriors. And yeah, no, once again, no team, is out completely until, of course, they've done a few fights too. So anything can happen in this tournament.
Absolutely anything. And then going back to the West Ham Weasels, actually, we'll just continue going through them. The Reese Rhinos, we've just seen them perform against the Dino Nuggets. They'll also be fighting the Framed Friends as well. Again, a very close matchup. Anything could happen.
Yeah, the Reese Rhinos, we just saw them beat the Dino Nuggets. Rather close, though. It could have gone either way. It really came down to the wire. That's what we love to see. Nothing's set in stone. Nobody knows which way it's going to go. And the Framed Friends going up against them once again. I mean, they've seen them a few times, a couple times. Mostly it's been, obviously, Dino seeing Framed inside the chicken pen, trying to out-chicken him back and forth. Both teams getting set up currently for this next matchup. You see West Ham Weasels, father himself, Mr. Foe. Can we get a round of applause for Foe and the West Ham Weasels?
They're getting those comms getting ready. Got Mika here, he's done.
Wait, what is this?
Oh, yes.
What is this?
He's making sure everything is exactly, and I mean centimeter perfect for his screen to make sure it's how he wants it. He doesn't want to be put off. He wants to perform well. And I think if you were to look at one of the members of the Rebels, they would not have a measuring tape.
No, I can't imagine so. Mika obviously making it into that top 16 in multiple official demo mode tournaments, as I've mentioned before. And here we have Greg as well. Greg himself, rookie this year, but considered one of the greatest in his roster. And captain, West Ham. Casper, can we get a round of applause for the captain, West Ham as well? He's locked in right now. He's getting ready, and this man is honestly one of the best NHs, not just in terms of content creators, but just out there in all of Gillinor. This man is an absolute demon.
Yeah, he's so good at mechanically. He knows exactly what he's doing, and hopefully he'll keep his cool and display that talent today. Should we have a look at the other team now?
Yeah, let's check out the Perp Rebels. How are they looking on stage? We have Mr. Mammal of the Farmers. Once again, going up against Foe, his farmer friend. Friends become enemies in the Deadman All Stars Season 3 finale, Mank.
There'll be some rivalry here. Who is the strongest?
Oh, look at that!
The gun show. Lovely to see. We have got Coxie, who is an excellent team player. Who's got a flex there too. You love to see it.
Yeah, Coxie's been doing so much PVM for the team. Him and Mammal, I swear to God, they are the spine, the backbone. And what is that hand positioning from this man? Mr. Skill Specs, look at him. The claw is out, and this man has the VOS as well in his hands. I know we're going to see something special from the Specs today. Speaking of the Perp Rebels, couldn't talk about them without talking about Skidler. Bosh!
He's loving life. He's ready for this. He's going to take out the opponents. And the captain, Perp, arguably one of the people that the community love. He's just thrown everything into this tournament, had a great time, and just been so entertaining.
Oh, absolutely. Nice to see his full face on camera for the first time in, I think, a very long time as well. But no, this team, absolute vibes-based throughout the entire competition thus far. They've given us so much content. But obviously, you know, these guys, absolute beasts in their own rooms, in their own element. But on the stage, in front of 4,000 people live at the Rosemont Theatre in Chicago. How's that one going to go down, Manx?
Yeah, is that going to be the difference? The Perp Rebels are, you know, they're here for fun. You know, they're not going to have to sweat too much, you know. They're just here for a good time. So is that, you know, lack of pressure going to help them in these fights where the Weasels have so much pressure because, you know, they've done so well throughout the week. They've got 97 kills this week.
It's nuts, isn't it? It's actually incredible. They've almost hit the triple-digit figure. And these guys, we've got to talk about the West Ham Weasels and the Perp Rebels rivalry. So during the final hours of the competition, during that week of them leveling up, getting everything ready, the Perp Rebels had left getting their Onyx jewelry till the last seconds of the tournament. As a result, they were spotted by none other than the West Ham Weasels at the Revenant Caves trying to get that last GP together. So straight away, what did the West Ham Weasels do? They went to the Tazar area to lock it down. So right up until the last few hours of the competition, these guys were going back and forth and fighting each other. So now they can decide it once and for all on the stage.
It was absolute cinema. I can't believe the Perp Rebels left that so late and the West Ham Weasels caught them, but they were being pretty obvious. You know, they sent like 3 people to sit in the maid shop, buy loads of Chaos Runes, and they just made the process pretty obvious. So the Weasels, you know, clocked on and knew exactly what they're doing. But the Rebels, you know, they managed to counter the Weasels when the Weasels ended up attacking them, which was lovely to see. You know, I think it was Elliot getting instantly killed on login by the Rebels.
Yes, he kept logging in and out, waiting for them to come by their Onyxes, and then, you know, the Perp decided, get out your javelins, guys. Hit that finality sigil. The second he logs in, send those specs raining down upon him, and Elliot went down just then. They managed to actually clutch it out and get those sufferings. Once again, the suffering ring, so important for this finale, having that mage defense bonus. Now the Perp Rebels have that. They have every chance to beat the West Ham Weasels.
Yeah, and earlier talking about the gear, we just saw skill specs on the screen there. He does have a VLS, and he doesn't have a suffering. He's got a light bearer, so he's actually going to have so many more specs with the VLS, which might give him the edge over whoever he's fighting, and it might catch them off guard more.
Yeah, obviously the light bearer itself obviously regains special attack twice as fast. We talk about that VLS being the creme de la creme of special attack weapons. What makes it so strong is it's just ridiculously accurate, and it can still, you know, kill people with 50 to 60 special attacks. So yeah, it's definitely skill specs a man that can definitely utilize that.
Yeah, it's in the right hands. He's going to use it unsuspectingly and potentially, you know, take some people out. We might see our first KO, proper KO.
If anyone can do it, skill specs can do it, baby. I'm looking forward to that. And once again, Mr. Mammal 2 versus Foe. We've seen Mr. Mammal getting some KOs in the finals beforehand. You know, Jordan, Mr. Mammal, he is a PVM, or most well known as a PVM. But honestly, everyone in this roster, doesn't matter where you've been picked, which line, these guys play RuneScape for a living. You know, they can do it. They can do it all. So it should be really interesting to see him and Foe battle it out.
Yeah.
Foe's come a long way as well. Going into this with not too much PvP experience, but he's been taken under the wing of his fearless West Ham Weasels, who've been just, you know, going out there in multi-sweeps, constantly jumping into the action. And Foe's really, you know, taken a liking to it. I think he was asking for a few multi-sweeps, even when the other guys were trying to train.
I think Foe, he's very tactical, and I'd love to see if he, you know, pulls anything sneaky out during this fight, because, you know, he's a very smart man. He knows what can give him an advantage, and he's, you know, he might have been thinking, how many months was it? How many months planning did he have before the event? You know, he might have some really cool strategy to give him the edge over Mr. Mammal.
Yeah, maybe they've got some kind of secret tech that they've not been letting people know about. I have to wait and see how that one goes. But yeah, Foe versus Mammal, that's going to be a great one to see. And then later on, of course, as well, Perp, in his own right, one of the best NHs out there. So we talked about West Ham and how brilliant he is and regarded as one of the best PKers in the game. But Perp as well, he's been PKing since the start of Old School RuneScape. He's been PKing in clans, on Pures, and every single day he's out there in the wilderness getting down and dirty in the sticks. So I reckon we're going to see something special from the leader himself too.
Yeah, he showed such great leadership throughout this last week, hasn't he? He's really proved that he is a leader, and You know, he's leading by example as well. And I think a lot of people might underestimate him because they think, oh, he's just that jokey guy. But no, he's got a lot of skill underneath.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is RuneScape, right? RNG game too, to an extent. Skill matters, of course. So does the gear that they've got and accumulated, as well as the blood money they've spent leading up to this finale. But ultimately, anything can happen. That's what makes it so exciting to watch, Max.
Yeah, I think this fight will determine how strong the Weasels are. I think a lot of people are expecting them to be super strong, but maybe the Rebels might be perceived as a weaker team, but you know, can they claw that back and can they take them out? Can they surprise everyone?
Absolutely. We were talking about the other teammates as well of the Perp Rebels again. Skidler as well. This guy's been playing for a very long time. Has a great history with his teammates, with skill specs, with his leader Perp as well in particular. And he's been PKing for over 10 years now as well. Doesn't do as much, but he is a grandmaster in the game on his maxed Iron Man. He's going up against Greg of the West Ham Weasels. Now Greg, a rookie this year, a lot of pressure on him to perform. But once again, you know, these guys go way back. Greg, I've been PKing with him since the start of Old School in Pure Clans since like 2013, 14. This man's always in the deep wilderness, always, once again, NHing, doing the kind of fights that we're witnessing right now. So, you know, he's going to perform really well, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. You know, he's not performed on a live stage in the past, whereas we have seen Skidler do that in the past.
He has many times.
He has that advantage with him, and that might help him keep cool, calm, and collected.
True, but never in front of 4,000 people live in Chicago, you know what I'm saying?
True. That is a big change from the 80, you know, in the past.
Oh man, the vibes are immaculate out here at the Rosemont Theatre. Thank you so much everyone online watching on the live stream, everyone that's here in the crowd. And yeah, I don't know, can we get maybe some cheers in the crowd? What do you guys feel about the West Ham Weasels? You think they're going to take it? Okay. And what about the Perp Rebels? You want to see them take it? Okay. I think that's been decided then. Well, with that being said, I think we're pretty much ready to jump into this second fight of the day. The West Ham Weasels versus the Perp Rebels.
Let's jump into it.
And we're beginning with, of course, reverse draft order. The two farmers going up against each other. Foe versus Mr. Mammal. Mr. Mammal sends in a beautiful javelin there off prayer. Foe returns it as well. Both not specking yet. Mammal going for the AGS, but stepping underneath instead. Ooh, Foe trying to get that Void Waker with the vengeance. Hits it on prayer, though. Mammal does predict it. Does then Fang, and a bit of back and forth right now from both players. Foe does have beautiful stuff. Great freeze there on Mammal, not letting him use any of his melee attacks. Foe stepping underneath now as well, planting a seed to keep that DD advantage, keep him in range. Foe only has the Void Waker as a whack weapon, but he's getting some free hits. Goes for a God Sword too. Beautiful.
Beautiful gameplay, but you're not seeing any hits there. So Mr. Mammal isn't at a disadvantage, even though he's frozen for so long. I think Mr. Mammal, 42, one tick right there from Mr. Mammal out of nowhere. No one could have seen that coming. Mr. Mammal gets the freeze on Foe, and now he has the momentum.
Well played the AGS, really unpredictable there as he was unfrozen. Foe thought he'd be going for a freeze, but now Mr. Mammal has that DD after the 42, forcing Foe to go on the defensive. He's been tanking all week long for the West Ham Weasels though, so he's very good at it. Beautiful freeze there from Foe, and then utilizing the seeds to stand underneath and get his HP back up again. Great use of the time there, not missing any hits.
Yeah, it's looking pretty even right now. Both players performing, you know, at their best, not letting their team down. We can see Foe there, he's tapping his keyboard a lot, although both of them are actually. Was that a special attack?
Just a whack, yeah. I'm really liking Foe actually right now, utilizing the AGS as a slow-hitting weapon, but if he has the DD advantage, he can, you know, control the pace of the fight. 35 from Mr. Mammal with that Fang, but Foe does catch him there. Still has special attack as well. AGS into the Void Waker Fakey, and steps underneath, keeps his HP up instead. Not going to risk it, which I do respect too. And thinking about what to do next now.
And he's currently reorganizing his inventory, getting back. There we go. He's got the freeze, so he can kind of take his time with it. And here you can see
a couple of free hits there for Foe as well, making good use of the freeze. Going for a freeze again. Mammal goes for the Fang, not going for the freeze, just getting some free hits off prayer. Foe does predict that one though. And now the next freeze might decide the pace at which is going to proceed. Both players have special attacks too. Mr. Mammal catches the freeze. Beautiful prayer there from Foe. Predicts the AGS. That is Mammal's second AGS special.
That was an excellent counter by Foe there. You can see he's playing it exceptionally well here. Both players, I think they are even still.
Currently, Mr. Mammal does now have that DD advantage, but unfrozen, 21 off prayer for Foe. Little bit unlucky there with the RNG. It was off prayer. Does catch the freeze again, though. Can Mr. Mammal do as well of a job as tanking as Foe has done? Great seed from Foe, keeping his opponent in place here. And we're going for a freeze from Mr. Mammal, keeping his HP nice and high. Good Fang off prayer as well as Foe steps out right now.
Yeah, both players, they've both used both their special attacks, but they'll slowly be regenerating that spec so they can pounce at an unsuspecting time. And they have just caught that freeze. Mr. Mammal's got the freeze on Foe, so he can hopefully control the fight a little bit more. They're looking pretty even, but Foe looks to be at a slight disadvantage here.
Yeah, used a couple more hard food. Mr. Mammal taking the lead currently. 40% special attack. Foe 60%. Both have special attacks coming up right now. Looks like Foe catches that freeze. Needs to control the fight. The seeds underneath once again. Beautifully done. Voidwake off prayer. 38. He needed to get that out before he goes down. Still has 80 hit points though. Mr. Mammal down to only 2 hard food remaining.
And as we said earlier, Foe might have some strategy. You can see he pulls out the AGS and the Voidwaker alternatively. So Mr. Mammal has no idea which one he's actually going to use, which is a great bit of gameplay.
Absolutely. Goes for the freeze now. Foe does catch it. Goes for the hit off prayer. A 0. Unfortunate for him. He's kept in this fight really beautifully though. Does pop back up again. Goes for a Godsword whack. Love that. Was off prayer as well, but no RNG for him. Mammal trying to retaliate with those Fang hits. Super accurate. Really powerful. And now he decides to have to sidestep, so he can't Fang. Beautiful free hit there from Foe. Mammal goes for the freeze, does catch, and now he has the advantage with the freeze.
And if you saw there, Foe was doing very well with hitting his opponent every tick he could. A 0 AGS on Foe. That's very unfortunate for Mammal, but Foe was protecting it. But now Foe he's frozen. Mr. Mammal has the power. But then he catches that freeze back, and he's seeded under him.
I respect that. Now he's unfrozen himself. Foe doing such a good job. All that tanking clearly paid off. Predicting the AGS from Mammal. Goes for a whack. Again off prayer on the ropes. That could have actually KO'd Mammal right there on 55 hit points. Mammal now actually frozen in place. Both players pretty much out of food. Beautiful sidestep from Foe. Getting a free hit in there as well. Currently it's Foe 22 hit points. Mr. Mammal 36. Next hit could take either player out.
They're both going for the freeze and Mr. Mammal is caught. Foe's going to take him out with 1 HP.
What a comeback from Foe! Mr. Mammal was in the lead there throughout that fight, but Foe clutched it up for the West Ham Weasels. Next up, for the Pub Rebels, we have Coxie coming on.
He's got a full inventory. He needs to take out Foe as soon as possible before Foe can use that spec on him.
He does get the spec off, but Coxie did predict it. Keeps prey mage up. Doesn't matter though. Foe doing as much damage as he can before he goes down. Coxie stepping away. Oh, the redemption flick from Foe, getting a bit more damage on his opponent.
And that's exactly what you want to see from your teammates. The West Ham Weasels must be very proud of Foe there. Foe has finally gone down. Coxie's taken him out. Maybe 1 or 2 food taken down by Coxie. Coxie didn't use any special attack on him, so he's still got that to his advantage.
Yeah, huge. Goes for the Fang spec. As you say that, onto Eliop. Eliop gets the freeze, steps underneath, sidestep, 42 with the javelins. Off prayer, chucks up a Voidwaker hit. He's got the mace as well. Eliop doing a great job of controlling the fight right now. Coxie just taking so much damage. A 35 as well. Eliop really controlling the pace of this fight currently. Off prayer spec. Oh, the Vengeance could have killed him. The double. It's a KO.
Food! And
no way!
With food, that is going to leave the Perp Rebels in a bit of a disadvantage there.
Oh my gosh, Eliop, the beautifully timed Vengeance, double Voidwaker, taking Coxie's head off. Now we have the man himself, Skill Specs, coming on with the VLS to try and claw this back for the Perp Rebels.
Both players are frozen, so Skill Specs can't quite use that VLS, but he's going to have to try and do some form of DPS to claw it back for his team. And I did say claw there. Yes, he's got his hands in a lovely position. We can't currently see it.
Absolutely. We need to see the Skill Specs claw grip momentarily. Currently, Skill Specs doing a bit of damage, actually. Really well played. Oh, 44. The Vengeance and the spec. Beautifully played there from Skill Specs. But to be fair to Eliop, he kept his HP nice and high. Does catch the freeze, steps away, sidesteps, hit off prayer. That's a 20 onto Skill Specs. Goes again. Skill Specs having to force his HP up. He cannot, get another loss, another death here for the Perp Rebels.
Yeah, and these fights are so different because neither team has Noxious Halberds. So, sidestepping like this is very good because your opponent just can't melee you and you can outplay them quite well. They're both on frozen now. They need to get a freeze for that momentum.
Yeah.
But
Especially skill specs. He's got that DFS, he's got that VLS. It's just so powerful. You have to pray melee against it. But Eliop knows that. Going for a nice little javelin there. Off prayer, 41 on the robes. Skill specs having to then stop. Eat up, he might get frozen here, and Eliop does catch that freeze and stop skill specs in his tracks once again.
Eliop doing a very good job of DPSing skill specs. Skill specs has 100% spec. He needs to make use of that VLS, but he's just getting hit so hard by Eliop there.
Those javelins for Eliop, what a performance from him on the stage. Currently, skill specs, once he catches this freeze, he's going for the VLS on the run, fakies it into the javelin, off prayer, 0 damage, unfortunate for him. Both players going to go for a freeze now, it looks like, and both splashing back and forth at the moment, looking like skill specs down quite a bit of food since obviously Coxie did go down before him.
And skill specs has been frozen.
Oh, unlucky.
Can control the fight again. It's just going to make it so difficult for skill specs to use that spec.
Yeah, right now, he goes for the Void Waker, but decides against it after seeing the Vengeance. Well predicted there from Eliop, but also beautiful Vengeance timing from Skillspecs 2. Does finally catch that freeze. 23 on the Vengeance, a 40 on the Javelin into the VLS spec, 17 as the first one. He's just doing as much as he possibly can around. 24 on the prayer again, Eliop just having to keep up that prey melee as much as he possibly can. Another one, 28 through the prayer, the VLS. It's so accurate.
And he's doing some good DPS there on Eliop. He just needs to take him down.
Oh, 44 Javelin 2.
He just needs to give his team as much of a shot as possible. But Eliop, he's holding out. He's not going down.
Yeah, right now, big advantage for Eliop. Oh, 23 off prayer. Skill specs stepping in now. Lovely 53. That's why you gave skill specs the VLS. Eliop now out of food. 14 hit points. Skill specs also out of supplies. Going for a redemption flick currently. And Eliop gets it. What a clutch redemption.
Every time we see a redemption, that is just more HP for that team, which, you know, you need just to outlast the team. Eliop has been taken down. He's done a very good play there. Skill specs will be happy he's taken him down, and now he's against Mika.
He does have that light barrier though, and that spec is regenning, does get frozen. He catches, oh, Mika caught the freeze, goes underneath. Now Specs cannot use the VLS, and he dies to a KO. The 21 Void Wake. He was out of supplies, to be fair to him. Wasn't able to use that last VLS. Well played by Mika there, just shutting it down as quickly as possible. Next up, we have the Skidmeister himself coming on stage against Mika.
Yeah, Skidler's going to have to do some big damage here to try and bring his team back into it. They are probably down about, 150 HP potentially.
Yeah, they're down one whole player currently. It looks like, looking like the sidestep there from Mika. Doesn't want the melee. Skidler though, doing some great damage off prayer of those javelins, doing so much damage currently.
And here we can see the perspective. You can see how well, I thought that was going to be a potential KO.
Yeah,
there.
with the Vengeance as well. That Venge Shrink is very, very scary. But it was a Void Waker spec on prayer. Skidler did a great job of that. Chucks up the Vengeance again. Does get frozen in place. Gets a bit of damage back. Only a 3 on the Vengeance. Not great for him. Mika getting that freeze advantage. Stepping underneath. Going to go for some big bolts here, I'm sure. He's also got that Fang as well, of course.
Yeah, I think you can see Skidler. He's got tank legs as opposed to like a Verk skirt or a mage defensive skirt. So he's getting frozen a lot more, which is letting Mika control the fight a bit more as well.
He is next to him now, though. Skidler having that freeze next to him means he can utilize that Fang to its fullest potential. It is such an accurate weapon. Beautiful blood barrage there for Skidler. Voidwaker off prayer, maybe. No, he doesn't quite have special attack left. Goes for that freeze again. Mika unfrozen, stepping away because that Fang is so scary to fight up against. Mika catches the freeze, steps away. Skidler does go for the seed. Beautiful movement there as well from him. Glove back and forth right now, Manx.
Yeah, no, both players are playing it very well. This is a very even fight, but Skidler needs to, if he can, do more just to give his team a chance at bringing this back.
Yep, right now, Mika frozen in place, Skidler as well, both just barraging as best they can. They also have those javelins, but as we've seen, they hit 40 to 50, so much of momentum swing. When you start doing a lot of damage like that, it's so hard to keep your composure and stay in the fight. Mika catches the freeze on Skidler. Skidler doesn't get caught, steps away, brings out the Fang as he's unfrozen. Great play, but hits a 0. Unfortunate for him, does get frozen in place. Big 31 barrage there from Mika as he steps underneath and controls the pace of the fight once again.
Yeah, now Skidler's out of food, so if he gets hit any big numbers, it's going to be hard for him to come back, but both players are frozen. Both players are slowly regenerating spec as well, which is going to give them some momentum if they need it.
Mika going for the Fang, the 38, very big. Another hit off press. Skidler down quite a bit of HP currently, but he's not out for the count yet. Mika gaining 50% spec now. He has a Void Waker. Skidler will have a Void Waker as well, but Skidler just going for the Fang as he's on the run. People expect to go for the freeze. Nice hit, 20 off prayer there for Skidler. Then he catches the freeze. 28 barrage on Mika. Skidler now starting to really ramp up the damage. decides not to spec as he saw Prey Mage. Beautiful withhold there from Skiddler as well.
And now I think Skiddler's going to be on the back foot. He knows Mika might have a special attack because he showed that Void Waker.
Skiddler got up so much damage right now. Honestly, non-stop 20s, 15s. Everything is just connecting for Skiddler. Great comeback onto Mika. Goes for the freeze now. Both players unfrozen. Void Waker off prayer. Mika does predict it. Keeps the Prey Mage up. Only a 16 through the prayer. Skiddler gets frozen though. Seeds and Mika goes underneath. No, they both get frozen next to each other.
That was a great seed, wasn't it?
Really beautiful one.
Still hit him, and now they're both frozen. Can Skiddler do some DPS?
Has to be careful though. Mika does have a special attack. He has that Void Waker. Oh, predicted it beautifully though. Skiddler does Prey Mage against it. Out of food now, out of supplies, 20 hit points. Needs as much damage as possible. Very neck and neck right now between these two, but obviously the Perp Rebels are one man behind.
Yes, Skiddler's done very well here to freeze Mika, and now hopefully can do as much DPS as possible, although Mika has, called that freeze and got Skiddler frozen too.
Yep, a Skiddler out of supplies, but not out for the count just yet. 20 hit points and a dream. Can he go for those redemption flicks as well against Mika? He's got 70 hit points left. He does get one. Beautiful redemption there from Skiddler. Can he do it again? Mika now only down to 55 hit points.
Yeah, remember, every bit of damage that we've got Skiddler doing, it's going to hurt the Weasels as much as possible and give Perp as much of a chance. He's just hit another redemption.
No way, and a 42 is a double death.
Double death right there.
What a comeback from Skiddler there. Beautifully played. Now, Greg, the fourth pick for the West Ham Weasels, comes on, and Perp, the leader. Perp needs to do a 2 versus 1 now, but if anyone can do it, this man can.
Yeah, I've just seen a very nice Zarite crossbow in the hands of Greg, which has a very good defense, very good offense. It's a very strong weapon. Can Perp bring it back? 1v2, he's just used a vengeance.
He's doing so much damage. Beautiful blood barrages, beautiful javelins as well onto Greg, taking loads damage off the rip. And now it looks like Perp has been frozen. VLS spec from Greg. This team, West Ham Weasels, has 2 VLSs, but Perp stops him in his tracks, catches that freeze. Really important for him. And now Perp has that DD advantage.
Although he's getting hit pretty hard, and remember, he has to take on a whole nother person after this as well if he wants to bring this back for his team. He's doing everything he possibly can, but Greg has insane mage defense right now, which is going to make it really hard for him to freeze.
Yeah, Perp does have that Void Waker, full special attack as well. They've been catch a freeze on Greg. Ooh, a VLS spec 11 off prayer. Perp quite lucky not to get hit more damage than that. And that, obviously, the Bull Swell 39 off prayer. Perp taking quite a lot of damage. Has to catch this freeze, and he splashes. Unfortunate for him, Greg stepping in with the power of the VLS. You've got to pray melee against it so you can get, hit by everything else so much more.
Yeah, we can see Greg here utilizing that really high magic defense just to control the fight. Perp's just struggling to get a freeze. And he's just getting, Greg's just running around him now, quite literally.
Yeah, this play, he loves that momentum, slipping around the map. Beautiful ice skater movement right now, going for that freeze on Perp again. As long as he keeps him away from him, he knows he can't utilize that Void Waker. Perp gets a big javelin off prayer, goes for a fang hit there, and Greg gonna sign stopping his tracks, hits a splash, and it looks like Perp not leaving this one just yet. Void Waker through the prayer, 38, big on Greg. Greg down to 2 anglerfish right now, but Perp also only has a few food remaining.
Yeah, and you can see there, Perp's used both of his vengeance trinket uses, so he can't venge anymore and, maybe sneakily get a KO on Greg.
Yep, right now, Perp does have a special attack still, keeping that pressure of the Void Waker onto Greg. Greg also regaining that VLS too. Perp and Greg frozen away from each other. The next unfreeze might decide what happens next. Perp going for the hit. Oh, he gets KO'd!
KO.
What a beautiful VLS anti there from Greg. 61 KO.
I think he saw that coming.
Wow.
Countered him, and that is the power of a PK right there, knowing how to play it. Very well played.
That was an unbelievable move there from Greg for the West Ham Weasels. West Ham Weasels taking down the Perp Rebels, but what a fight that was, through and through. Every single team member did good. They did not give it up until the bitter end. So fair play. Can we get a round of applause for the West Ham Weasels defeating the Perp Rebels for both teams, guys?
There we can see the crowd, the wonderful, wonderful crowd joining us today in Chicago. The first live event for Deadman All Stars.
Oh yeah, 4,000 people out here in the US of A. It's been absolutely spectacular. Vibes are immaculate, and that was a great battle to witness. The second battle in our group stages. Of course, the Perp Rebels, they're not out yet. They've still got another fight to be had as well. So I have to wait and see if they have that comeback. Of course, Coxie right there, falling with food left in his inventory. We were hoping for a KO, but I can't help but feel a little bit bad that he wasn't able to get all his specs off and utilize every single piece of food in the inventory. It's very hard to come back from that.
Yeah, and with the Vengeance Trinket, we're likely to see that more often in these fights, you know, so he shouldn't feel too hard on himself.
No,
I'm
absolutely.
sure it's likely to happen to others throughout this tournament as well.
Especially the pressure on the stage. Once again, we keep mentioning 4,000 people behind us right there, making so much noise and watching every single move as well. But that was a great fight regardless. Loved seeing Perp, you know, and Skidler trying to claw it back for their teammates. Yeah. Skill specs with that VLS. We saw some good movement as well from him. But the West Ham Weasels, man, like I said, they have been absolutely dominating the competition throughout the entire week. 97 kills, almost breaking the triple figures. Quite a margin amongst everyone else as well. But yeah, they've played amazingly, so they do also deserve that win right there.
Definitely, and I wonder how West Ham's going to feel. He didn't actually get to fight anyone there, so his nerves might,
I know, yeah, West Ham got to relax. The captain sitting back. Can we check out some replays, maybe see how that one really went down?
So now we're going to be going through all of the kills. First up, we have Mr. Mammal versus Foe. Both players were doing so well throughout the fight. Both players were very low, and as you can see, Mr. Mammal, 1 HP there. Foe has taken him out.
Yeah, that was a great fight between the two farmers. So neck and neck at the beginning. Both having so much practice, of course. And then Coxie here finishes up Foe very quickly. Doesn't take really any damage despite the redemptions there. So he was off to a fantastic start. Foe staying alive, doing a fantastic job as well. But then Eliop comes in with the double Void Waker, and you see he had 4 food remaining. So unfortunate for Coxie, but obviously, you know, he is a great player too.
Yeah, that was the power of the Vengeance Trinket. You know, it was just so hard for him to get that HP back up high. And here we can see Skill Specs versus Eliop, a very good fight between them both.
Yeah, Eliop there, absolutely incredible player, honestly. The king of Mage Bank, as we mentioned before, and Skill Specs managed to take him out, but it was kind of close. He whittled down so many of his supplies as well. Mika then coming in very quickly, making light work of Skill Specs, having that Void Waker spec, just guaranteeing that they keep that advantage they had. Then, of course, we saw Skidler coming in, who put an incredible performance against Mika there, but simply was too much to come back from, I think.
Yeah, no, they both fell, you know, at the same time.
Exact same time.
We're going to see that again, because that's a very rare occurrence.
Oh yeah, that was so neck and neck throughout. Skidler, I'm sure, is very proud of himself. Of course, Mika once again being one of those top 16s. Look at them both, you know, cheering at the crowd. Then we saw the captain, Perp, coming on stage, and Greg, one of the best PKers in the entire tournament as well. Not to say the Perp isn't, but Greg, a rookie this year, did a fantastic job. And look at this here. As Perp got unfrozen, he went towards Greg to try and utilize that VLS, but Greg predicted it, and he instantly one-ticked that VLS. Here, boom, took him out with a headshot, 61. Perp still had food left in the inventory. Up until that moment, though, Perp was clawing it back. I think he was actually up damage on Greg, and then he would have to face West Ham, of course, too. But yeah, great play there from Greg. Credit where credit is due, and the Perp Rebels still put on a great fight right up until that last moment.
Yeah, both players very respectful. You know, you love to see it from both players. You know, everyone's friends here. Until then,
yeah, no, everyone's buddies, of course. There is a little bit of, obviously, competition on the stage today, but just happy to be here, enjoying the vibes. Ultimately, it's been a creator event, and it's been such an incredible week, all leading up to this finale, this live moment in Chicago.
Yeah, and I actually heard a rumor of what West Ham was doing while his team was battling it out for him.
What was that?
He had a code from Chipotle.
Oh!
They're the wonderful sponsor of this stream. And if you are able to see the code at the bottom of the stream now, Chipotle, thank you very much. It's also in the Twitch chat pinned. If you text that code to 888222 for your chance to score a Chipotle honey chicken BOGO. Thank you again.
Nice segue.
For sponsoring.
Nice segue, buddy. Yeah, that was a great matchup. Really enjoyed seeing that one. And obviously, we've got lots more fights to be had as well. Of course, you're just tuning in. This is the group stages. So 3 teams in each group. They're doing a round-robin style tournament. Everyone fights each other with the victor of their group fighting second place of the other and vice versa, with the losers being knocked out. That was only the second fight, and we have many more coming up too. Should we check the post-game stats of that fight with the West Ham Weasels versus the Perp Rebels?
And there you go. Unfortunate for Coxie, only double-digit damage there. But, you know, from everyone else, they've done very well. West Ham 0, what's he doing?
Yeah, that's right. He didn't get to play. Coxie there, very unfortunate, getting KO'd, but also you've got to give tribute and props to Elliot, because he did have that beautiful double Void Waker hit and, just secured that KO instantly. And, dude, once again as well, look at Mika as well versus Skidler. That was so neck and neck. There was 15 damage in that fight. Obviously, Mika had a little bit more because he finished off a fight before. But yeah, really fantastic fight to see that one too. Versus Skidler, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the highlight there. Elliot, 470 damage. Mika, 459 damage. That's just so much damage from 2 teammates back to back. It's very hard to compete against. But then on the other side, Skidler, he's done very well. 444 damage. He should be proud of that. He's done the most damage out of his team, and he should be happy with that performance.
Absolutely. Mr. Mammal as well. Look at that correct overheads, 40. He played so well, so defensively against Foe. And Foe as well, 30 correct overheads too. These guys, being the farmers, being the PVMers, the Iron Men of the tournament, see them come out on show and do such a great performance too. Props to them as well.
I wonder if they've practiced against each other, Mr. Mammal and Foe, in the past, so they know how each other fight. And you can see so many attacks between them both because that fight was very prolonged. And they were just doing so well to counter each other as well, so that fight was even more prolonged.
Yeah, when it comes down to chances too, look at Skidler. Had to really finish off Mika in that battle. And Mika, as you can see, non-food healing, used a lot of blood barrage, 48 extra hit points by just blood barraging so much during that fight. And of course, the redemption flakes, when you get those off as well, like Skidler did, it adds up quite significantly too.
Yeah, exactly. It gives you that edge against your opponents. Obviously, in this one, it was unfortunate with the KO for the Perp Rebels, but who knows? They're still not out. They can still bring it back, and they can still proceed to the semi-finals.
Oh, absolutely. They've still got another opportunity. We'll see later them coming back and fighting at one of the other teams in their group stage. But yeah, once again, I think it was just very unfortunate, of course, Coxie going down a bit early for the Perp Rebels. But hey, also, once again, testament to Elliot. What a double. We wanted the Void Waker spec KOs. We wanted to see some KOs in this tournament, so I'm glad we got one so early on as well, with the Vengeance too.
Yeah, I feel like it was
really sick.
It was inevitable because, Void Wakers, VLSs, the Trinket, it's going to happen.
Well, I'm hoping for many more as well going forward. That was, of course, the West Ham Weasels versus the Perp Rebels, if you're just tuning in. We also saw the Dino Nuggets versus the Reese Rhinos as well.
Yes, okay, so shall we have a look at the Nuggets versus the Friends for the next
Yeah,
matchup?
let's do it. That is the next fight coming up, the Dino Nuggets versus the Framed Friends, or as they prefer to be called, the Framed Motorcycles. Vroom, vroom. The next fight's coming up. Yep.
What a name.
What a name. We have, Framed Friends haven't fought just yet, so we're seeing them as well coming in. Of course, Reese Rhinos did have one win against the Dino Nuggets in Group A. Then we just saw the Group B as well. West Ham Weasels 1-0 against the Perp Rebels. Still got the Framed Friends to be coming up, as well as the Oda Block Warriors. As you see here, the winner of Group A will fight second place of Group B and vice versa, with the third team of each group being knocked out in this single elimination group stage.
So yeah, no team is knocked out currently. It is still all to play for. And we've got the Reese Rhinos and the West Ham Weasels with that slight advantage, already having a win under their belts.
Yeah, both fights absolutely fantastic. Once again, love seeing the KO so early on, and skill specs as well. I love that we got some hand cams as well. No one seems to be shaking that much, but seeing skill specs' hands was pretty funny right there as well. Next up, like we said, we have the Dino Nuggets coming in versus the Framed Friends. Dino's team losing that first fight, but they're not out for the count yet. Looking at the gear once again as a reminder, Dino does have that VLS they bought from the Blood Money shop after all the kills they accumulated during the week. He has the Missouri top fortified. These guys have got a few Confliction Gauntlets. They also have, I think, 3 treads on their team. Those boots, super accurate, super defensive as well. Quite a big advantage over the competition.
Yeah, and as you can see, Dino, he's got Confliction Gauntlets, which is giving himself an extra switch, which is a risky play when you're on the stage and you might be shaking a little bit. So we'll see how he utilizes that and whether he can pull it off or whether he opts to just, keep the barriers gloves on and keep that a bit of defensive bonus.
And we got Boaty as well, of course. Old Boaty makes a return, the PvP king himself, keeping his switches. A lot a lot simpler than Dino's, but simple is sometimes effective, especially with the on-stage pressure. We saw him with the Void Waker, with the Fang, coupling the Void Waker and the Fang together. When you're frozen next to your opponent, you kind of have to pray melee, and if you don't, hit you by the Void Waker. When you get low HP, you've got to pray mage, because that Void Waker always hits, it never rolls a 0, so it's just so much extra KO potential. 61M, we saw him do an amazing job in the last round. He has the Armadillo God Sword as well, and he knows how to use it as a PvP amount.
Yeah, and as we saw in previous fights, people are one-ticking their specs, so you don't know they're going to do it until it is too late. So having these high-hitting weapons can lead to KOs like we have just seen.
Absolutely. Let's check out the Framed Friends inventory too, and these guys were deemed to be the PVMer squad. The Framed Friends all week, they have been just, you know, getting so much gear, geared to the teeth for this finale, potentially the best gear in the game. Look at the tops on all these guys. 4 Missouri bodies fortified. They have 5 Confliction Gauntlets for that 7% magic damage and loads of extra accuracy too to catch those freezes. Even at the special attack weapons, I think they've got 3 Void Wakers, they've got an AGS, a Corrupt Void Waker, Fangs on everyone, Dragon Crossbows on everyone, Venge Trinkets on Framed as well. Incredible.
That looks absolutely horrible to try and get a freeze against them. They're going to be running around like crazy lunatics in these fights. And they've also got lovely bolts, you know, in the 70s for each of them. They're not going to run out. They can use that as much as they want.
There's not really a gap in these guys' armor. Like, if you look at the wands as well, Framed, having that Purging Staff, Lake with the Nightmare Staff, Pip with the Dragon to One, same as Sing, which is actually pretty decent staff anyway. It's got a few percentage magic bonus on it, and then Alfie as well with that Purging Staff. We see 2 DFSs. These guys were actually hunting Black Dragons at the end of the week because they simply had nothing else to go for. They've grinded out so much PVM gear.
I've just noticed something actually. They've got 5 Confliction Gauntlets, but no treads.
Yes.
So
they had a bunch of eyes as well. They just didn't get lucky, unfortunately, for them on those boots. And obviously the Dino Nuggets, as we saw a minute ago, they have 3 of the treads. And you can't understate the advantage the treads have. It's so much accuracy, so much damage, and percentage damage increases as well. So it's really hard to say who's going to maybe have the upper hand there. I also saw on Framed Friends inventory, Ancestral Robes Bomb, as if they needed any more gear on top of what they've already got. But yeah, this should be quite a close one, quite a close matchup. Yeah. I'm so curious to see how it goes. Obviously, Alfie being that first lineup, he hopefully will not shake too bad. I think he could perform really well. He's been taking on some top row picks, and he's doing a fantastic job so far. So him first on for his team, the Framed Friends, I think he can do some work here.
Yeah, I think it's looking pretty equal in terms of gear. So it is going to entirely come down to how they perform live on the stage. And I think for the Dino Nuggets, they have a slight advantage because a lot of them have actually played on stage in the past.
Nothing compared to this, the Rosemont Theatre in Chicago in front of 4,000 people live. They just did fight once at least. You see RPG, first one on for the Dino Nuggets, now starting to get ready, logging into the game, and I think he's going to do a fantastic job, as we saw before. Can we get a round of applause for Dino Nuggets, RPG, the very juicy man himself?
There he is. He has played so many times live on stage in the past, so I feel like he's going to have this under his belt and perform extremely well.
Oh, 100%. This man knows no fear. One of the farmers, of course. Then we also have 61M putting on a fantastic performance as one of the rookies. But this year, he's done amazingly well so far.
Yeah, he's done great for his team. Throughout the week, he was just accumulating all of these really unique, rare items, wasn't he?
Absolutely. And then the general himself, Sick Nerd for the Dino Nuggets as well for in the lineup. And here we have Mr. Boaty. Old Boaty has returned, baby.
Yeah, we saw some lovely kills from him in the week. The 82 AGS, I'm pretty sure that's the highest spec we saw. Will we see that again tonight?
And the leader of the Dino Nuggets, Dino_Kiss himself. There he is. And this man, you know, he's been a fantastic team leader, coordinating all of those multi-fights. Very just chill. His voice just so calming. Some of the comms, when there's a multi-fight, just screaming, get this guy, get this guy. But Dino is very just chilled, relaxed, and on stage 2, he's looking very confident.
Yeah, he does a lot of deep building PKing, so hopefully that will help him here. Keep his cool, keep his calm.
Oh yeah,
should
got to put respect out there for Dino, one of the best NHs out there in the game. He's agreeing with me. Yep, he knows it. He's going to do fantastic on stage. Now looking at the Framed Friends, the Framed Motorcycles, we have Alfie coming in as their 5th row pick.
Alfie has also a very good...
Oh, he's so cheerful, man.
So happy. We love to see it. Alfie, he's going to perform well, I believe.
He's been around for such a long time. We also have Sing coming in, making a return on the Framed Friends roster. One of the great Frame friends. Honestly, hearing their comms throughout the whole week, it was pure vibes. We also have Lake coming in for the squad. Used to be a grandmaster, well, he still is a grandmaster, PVM extraordinaire, set so many records and such. Absolute gamer, going to PK not too long ago, an absolute demon. We also have Pip, their strategist. He can also hold his own out on the battlefield, can't he, Manx?
Yeah, a very, there you go.
Oh, that's a fierce look.
A nice stare.
Oh, he's ready. He's locked in, baby. Love to see that from Pip. SoloMission in the background as well, making sure everyone is ready to go. Yeah, Pip is the brains, I believe, behind a lot of strategy. You know, very good. Hopefully, he can put that strategy to use this finale. Oh, absolutely. That is why having Pip coming up here so early on in the lineup, Frame knew he needed someone that could, get his team all the best in slot gear. It's clearly paid off because they're going into this finale absolutely crazily well equipped. And of course, we also have Framed as well. The bottom right corner, there he is, Kevin Framed. Kevin Framed. He's cemented himself that name, I believe, over the last week, hasn't he? Absolutely. Love that man. And honestly, I love everyone here, but this is going to be a really interesting showdown. Yeah, can we see any funny hands, like the claw from SkillSpecs in the past? It's not looking like it. It might just be SkillSpecs doing the claw and no one else. Honestly, no, I'm happy to see that, actually. Nobody quite has the same posture and hand grip as SkillSpecs. Yeah, right now, all the players starting to get mentally ready, speaking to each other over the call as well, over their microphone and such, making sure everyone's remembering, send those specials, make sure you eat every single supply you have in the inventory. Do not go down with any food left. That is so important. And I wonder what the communication's going to be like during the fights. Do the participants want to be talked to, or do they just want to lock in and try and perform, as they know? Yeah, we soon have this next fight starting, guys. The Dino Nuggets versus the Frame Friends. We saw the Dino Nuggets going down in their first fight against the Reese Rhinos. So they need to win this fight, clutch it up to stay in the tournament. Yeah, there's a lot more pressure on the Nuggets. Oh, yes. Here. The Framed Friends. Oh, we're going to jump in now. Let's get ready for an epic fight. We have got MMORPG versus Alfie. Here we go. Nice bolt from MMORPG off the rip. Not going for the freeze. And he actually catches it on the Missouri. Fang versus Fang. Alfie gets it off prayer. A nice 19 to start the fight. MMORPG, oh my God! 49 from Alfie there with the Void Waker. Very well played. Using that spec early, so it's going to start regenerating, which means we'll have spec throughout the fight. Yeah, that was really well played from Alfie there. Finding out that MMORPG was going to go for the Fang and actually predicting that, getting that 49 off prayer. MMORPG is unfrozen. Alfie has to go for this freeze. He's trying, and he does catch MMORPG. Alfie brought up a little bit of damage here. Steps underneath, once again, control the pace of the fight. Puts down the seeds. Oh, look at him weaving in and out. Gets a free hit there as well. Alfie doing work right now. Hitting a 0 though. MMORPG keeping cool. Goes for the Fang. Alfie predicts it, steps away, but MMORPG very quick to take out the bolts as well. We saw a big 30 bolt there. Off prayer, actually, for Curtis, MMORPG. Both players unfrozen. This next freeze will decide the pacing of the battle. Yeah, no, they're both doing very well. Can MMORPG catch the freeze? No, he can't. That gear is just so tanky. Alfie with the Blood Fury proc, that means he's going to heal some health, obviously, and yeah, give him an advantage for this fight. Oh, the AGS off prayer, almost. Alfie did get up just in time. I saw that big bolt from MMORPG. He was going for that early KO, which I do respect. But look how many splashes. Alfie's not even going for freezes right now, just bolting, fanging, not bothering with the magic. And MMORPG just cannot catch a freeze on him. That Missouri top has been a massive bonus for this competition. I mean, if you know your opponent can't catch a freeze while they're trying to, you just keep on using melee and range. That's right, but saying that, as we're talking about, MMORPG does catch that freeze, goes for the Fang, steps underneath, side steps out, gets a free hit as well there on Alfie. 60% special attack, nice bolt through the prayer. 22 AGS, once again predicted by Alfie, playing so well defensively. But MMORPG going for those KOs, it looks like. And now the tides have turned. MMORPG is now frozen by Alfie. He can now dictate how this fight goes, and MMORPG is trying to use flowers, and he's getting hits in between as well. Oh!
46 off prayer. That is one negative of using flowers. You can't do anything while you're moving. Dude, Alfie's playing so well right now. Not to say that MMORPG isn't. He just cannot catch those freezes that he needs to. Beautiful Void Waker there off prayer for Alfie. MMORPG as well now. Both players unfrozen, going for the Fang, going for the ranged hit as well, the crossbows, trying to hit each other off prayer as best they can. And looks like now just more Fang spam from Alfie, just going for loads of melee, loads of range. And look at that 34 Fang off the prayer, goes
again. Does get the prey up there, and when he eats his HP, doesn't want to get KO'd. Looks like Alfie does have another spec because he sent one so early.
Yeah.
He goes for it, off prayer. Very nice. Big Bolt as well coming in. 41 into the Fang as well. And RPG, does he look like he's out of supplies?
He is out of supplies, I do believe. Alfie's done a very good job here of only doing very small switches so he can ensure he gets his overheads correct. So RPG just can't get that damage on him. And he's also frozen now. 16 HP. He needs to do as much DPS as he can to Alfie. And he's dead.
Alfie finishes it off. Beautiful performance there from both players. But Alfie there with the Void Waker. A significant advantage. Sicknerd on next for the Dino Nuggets. Alfie still has about 4 food remaining, and he's refusing to go for these freezes, just, using the Fang. 33 off prayer. Sicknerd trying to get the freeze, but just getting fanged his eyeballs out. Returns with another Fang as well, back and forth. Fangs right now. Sicknerd sitting very low HP. 22 through the prayer. Alfie's got an absolute monster right now.
He's playing to his strengths, He knows his opponent's going to struggle to freeze, so he's just doing very simple switches, doing as much DPS as he can, and he's doing a very good job of it. Sicknerd needs to catch that freeze. There it is. Sicknerd has that freeze on Alfie. Can he take him out? He needs to get him down as soon as possible.
Sicknerd goes for a spec. 31 though. Not the biggest of hits, but a nice Fang there as well. Steps underneath, keeps his cool, has taken quite a bit of damage. Alfie proving to be quite a little rascal right now. Really annoying to take down for the Dino Nuggets.
Playing it to his strengths, as we said before. Sicknerd trying to get that freeze, but struggling due to how good defense he has.
Oh yeah, of course. These guys, the Frame Friends, they've been going for gear as their priority throughout the entire tournament, and it's actually paid off for them quite nicely thus far, at least. Stepping underneath now, Sicknerd, keeping up that DPS, getting a lot of nice free hits there, chucking in the bruise in between to not have any of the timers or having food. 36, Fang, Sicknerd going for the Void Waker, maybe faking it. Another Fang, 19 through the prayer on Alfie, trying to put a stop to the amount of pressure he's done to his team.
And Alfie using a Fang spec there just to use the spec before he falls to Sicknerd, which is a great play. Sicknerd is now frozen. Alfie doing so much DPS here.
Oh, absolutely. Alfie just will not be able to be taken down. Still beautiful Void Waker there from Sicknerd, but great performance from Alfie too. Sicknerd down to 2 food. The crowd going crazy for Alfie's performance.
And now we have Sync. I don't think we've seen too much PvP from him. So, he's kind of one of those people that we just don't know what to expect.
Nobody knows what to expect. During the draft, nobody knew just how good he was. Good friends with Framed Kevin though. So he's going to be, obviously picks him up for his team when he did. Sicknerd versus Sync currently. Both players frozen away from each other. Sync doing the Confliction Gauntlet switches as well.
And there we can see, but no, not both players are frozen. Sicknerd is, Sicknerd's doing the walking right now.
AGS through the prayer, but good to get a special attack out nice and early onto Sicknerd. Bolts him as well. Sicknerd does predict it. Going for the freeze now. Can Sync catch it for the Frame Friends? Stepping away, keeping his distance. They do catch each other, so at least no one can melee currently. And it looks like he's going for just some range and some mage. Sicknerd doing fantastic job of hitting off prayer right now, though. He needs to do well for his team because they are in a bit of a deficit currently after Alfie's reign of terror.
Yeah, if Sicknerd can potentially use Blood Barrage to help him get more health in this fight and give himself a slight advantage, so he can hopefully, chip away as much food from Sync as he can, so he can give 61 mil as best of a shot to take him out as soon as possible.
Yep, right now catching that freeze. Beautiful play by Sicknerd. He has 1 food remaining. He's almost got a special attack. If he can last long enough to utilize that, it could be huge against Sync. Sync still has quite a lot of food and a couple brew sips left as well. 6% special attack. He does have that Fang and that AGS, of course. He goes for the Void Waker. Sicknerd not quite hitting too much damage, though. Needs to take as much damage as possible. Great prey melee there from Sicknerd. Sync hitting a 0 AGS on him.
Yeah, Sicknerd is bringing this back. He's doing a lot of damage to Sync. He's playing it well. He's getting those hits in, and that's exactly what you need from your teammates. This is a battle of attrition. You need to do as much damage throughout the fights as possible, and that's what they're doing. Both players currently frozen. Sicknerd ceding away so he can continue to not fear the melee weapons.
Oh, absolutely beautiful 36 Blood Barrage there from Sicknerd. He's doing a great job of coming back into this fight. It's a lot more even now. Sync, though, beautiful Blood Barrage there as well. 32 off prayer, has the freeze advantage, goes for a KO, or with the AGS, hits a 0 though, gets caught again. Sicknerd doing amazing to stay as well as he can for his team.
Yeah, he's done so well there. Sync is completely out of food as well now, so he's really brought that back and given his team a huge possibility. Sicknerd still doing damage, he's still up, he's blood barraging 25.
The general, what a move here from him. Look at that movement. Oh, it could have been a KO there. There's no way he's brought it back. It is so even at the moment. Seeing with the oh my god, the Fang Zero through the prayer. Any ball here, and Signal wins.
Done it. That is so
There's no way.
From both players.
What a comeback from the Dino Nuggets right there.
Yes.
What a beast.
Sync's got him very low, so this is all to play for still. Signed, can he do anything?
Oh,
no.
Pip makes quick work of him there. Next up, 61 mil. Known PvPer across all of Gillinor. Been doing it for so many years. We are in an even fight right now. Third player from each have just gone onto the stage.
Yeah, that's a crazy comeback from the team. Great job to the players. And now, can the PK 61 mil defeat the strategist Pip in this 1v1?
That's right. Pip does have that Void Waker, though. He does have the Missouri body. He has the Confliction Gauntlets. A very nice gear setup for him. 61M, though, he is equipped with Azorial Staff. Void Waker through the prayer. Beautifully predicted from Pip there. Does catch a freeze. Stops 61M in his tracks. Gets underneath. Nice seed, though, from 61M. Catches Pip back. Beautifully played.
And here we can see the Venge Trinket coming out to play. Pip opting not to use it yet. Potentially going to catch 61 mil off guard later on. And here you can see 61 mil has 3 brews. So he does have that natural advantage against Pip in the first
Yeah,
place.
an extra 44 hit points can make all the difference. It does come down to the wire. More often than not, 53 ball off prayer. Beautiful from 61M. And Pip taking a lot of damage there, having to compose himself, get his HP back up once again. 61M, another bolt on the robes. Only a 7 on the Vengeance. Quite unfortunate for both players there. Goes for the freeze. Does catch it and seeds under Pip, who seeds back. Oh, a little bow there. Nice. Look at that, the 40 as well. Pip taking a lot of damage currently, but he's still got his special attack, which is going to have to cause 61M to pray a lot. He's going for a Void Waker. 36 max hit through prayer. That's big for Pip. He's still in this fight.
And that's the power of the Void Waker. It hits every single time, no matter what. It's guaranteed damage. Will Pip use that Vengeance Trinket with a spec to potentially KO 61 mil, as I believe he is down food currently?
Going for those freezes, puts on the Carol skirt. Well played there from Pip. Tries to get underneath 61M, but 61M actually seeds and actually catches him back. Now they both got fangs here, which is obviously very devastating. So accurate. Oh, 54 Void Waker off prayer for 61 mil right there. Pip down to only a couple of food remaining. 61M taking a slight lead currently, but Pip does have a Void Waker still as well.
Yes, Pip can change this at any second with the spec and the Venge Trinket. So he just needs to keep 61 mil on his toes. He's bolting him constantly. 61 mil believes he's... Oh, no, wait. I'm looking at the wrong players. 61 mil is running around bolting Pip constantly while Pip tries to get a freeze. Pip is now frozen.
Yeah, 61M having the advantage with that freeze as well. Pip can't utilize that last special attack he has. 61M starting to gain back special too. 40% special now. He needs 50%. Nice bolt there from Pip. Keeping his cool, keeping that prey melee up too. 61M bolts off prayer. Could be a big vengeance. Oh, 16 damage returned back. Beautiful for Pip. He now decides to go for the freeze potentially on 61M as he's unfrozen. He's going for it and he splashes and oh, Pip gets caught once again from 61M. The freeze advantage. Blood Barrage from the Zero Staff gives a little bit of mage healing as well, doesn't it, Manx?
Yes, and now Pip is out of food completely.
Ooh.
Pip needs to do as much damage as he can. But 30 Void Waker, that was a chance. He could have died. Can he get
Oh, beautiful redemption there from Pip. He also has that special attack as well, and he's unfrozen here. He's going to go for it, do as much damage as he can. Goes for it on 61 mil. 61 mil down to a couple food. Pip's done an amazing job at the end of this fight. Still going for those redemption flicks as well. 61 going to try and catch that freeze. Unable to do so. 12 through the prayer. Pip doing as much damage as he can at the last seconds that he is alive for.
And he's doing...
another redemption!
This is so good for Lake, who'll be coming up next once Pip falls. He's doing so much DPS to 61 mil that it's just going to give Lake a better odds of beating 61 mil and bringing it back for the framed friend.
Dude, 61 trying to get that freeze. Unable to do so. A Fang spec off prayer for Pip. Unfortunately, it's a 0 for him. Finally catches the freeze. But 61 trying to get those blood barrages in as best he can. Finish Pip off. Pip is just surviving on a thread of health as long as he possibly can right now.
I think it's one of those things where you get to low HP, you have no food, you just focus on surviving and doing damage, so you don't have to worry, do I need to eat or anything else? You're just...
Another Fang spec, 35 off prayer. Beautifully clutched here by Pip. 61M, 19 through the prayer, so he can't seem to take him down. Looking at 61 mil's food now as well. 1 angler, 2 brew sips as well. Is that another redemption from Pip?
No, not quite.
Oh!
That is him down. Oh, wow, was that a retribution there to try and get a bit more extra DPS?
The second late comes in. 61M engages, gets the jump on him, but hits a 0 there as well. Great Great performance there from Pip. 6-1M and slight lead. Goes to the freeze. Lake with the Void Waker early to regain special attack, and 19 through the prayer currently. And 6-1M trying his best to just do as much damage as he can before the next player comes in for the Dino Nuggets.
Yes, Lake is doing as much damage as he can. 62 HP on 61 mil. He's done a blood barrage, which is healing him, which is just keeping him in this fight longer. 61 mil needs to do everything he can to make Boaty's life easier when he has to face Lake.
100%. Lake now going for that freeze. And with the catch here, 28 onto Lake into the 0 as well. Lake just can't catch that freeze currently. He sent an early spec to try and finish off 6-1M, but it was no luck. 6-1M, 61 hit points, down to 37. The Fang, another one off prayer, 26. Lake might finish him here with one bolt. A nice Fang spec from 61 mil though as well. Lake going for the freeze, finally catches it. Oh, beautiful redemption, but a KO. The 35 Fang from Lake there, beautifully timed.
Yes, that was very well played from Lake, very well played from 61 mil. Boaty versus Lake we have now.
Oh yeah, that's right. Old Bodie's back, baby, with a slight advantage. The Dino Nuggets sending in Boaty up against Lake. Both these guys, demons at PVM and PvP. Boaty gets frozen there. I hear the crowd absolutely chanting Boaty's name, but Lake, very cool there, catching that freeze, stepping away with the seeds currently. Lake only got 70% of special attack. Boaty has a full spec bar. Both players have those Void Wakers as well. That guaranteed damage goes for Avengers, and he's unfrozen. Beautiful play. Nice prediction from Lake. Big ball though from Boaty into a Fang. Oh, he's going absolute ham right now. Can he catch that next freeze? Lake keeps his composure, prays perfectly. Oh, almost a KO. What a beautiful vengeance timing from Boaty with the ball off prayer there.
Some absolute huge hits from Boaty on Lake. He's going to be depleting his inventory. Boaty seems to be up considerably here. And now it's down to Lake. Can he do that damage and claw this back?
Lake gets frozen in place there by Boaty. He's weaving in and out. Beautiful seed from Lake, keeping his cool, but can't catch that freeze on Boaty. Just Boaty fanging as much as he can. Lots of zeros, not been able to get through that DFS that Lake does have. Lake almost about to get a spec back. Boaty still has one. Both players not going to pray mage, keep that pray mage up as best they can against that Void Waker spec. Boaty now unfrozen. 41 on Lake, goes for the vengeance. Void Waker on friend. It's a 62. Wow!
Boaty
He's so back. Oh, Boaty is back, baby. That is crazy. The crowd love to see it as well, and so do we. Now, next up, we have, obviously, Big Kevin Frame with the raw chicken. That is the Dino Nuggets weakness right there. Frame coming on as the final guy for the Frame friends, the captain himself. But Boaty is not down yet. And look at his inventory, it's a lot of food. Frame going for the Void Waker through the prayer, 23. Stepping in and out. He has to clutch the one for his team. A 26 into a Void Waker, into a Fang. Beautiful fakie from Framed. He's seeing low HP as best he can to keep up this momentum.
He's doing such a good gameplay there. He's getting so much DPS on Boaty. Boaty's just constantly having to eat and make sure he doesn't die to Framed. So Frame's playing exceptionally well there.
Absolutely. It's that raw chicken in the inventory for the extra odds against the Dino Nuggets. Of course, it's worked before, it could work again. Currently, Boaty having free reign with that Fang. Framed, getting bolted on the rope slightly, but trying to go for that freeze, trying to catch, can't catch. 26 onto Frame. Boaty with a Fang as well. Framed a bit low hit points, has to eat up, has to go on the defensive. And now Boaty trying to catch that freeze as well. Both players unfrozen with special attack. They have to pray mage quite a bit here because that Void Waker is devastating.
Yes, 24 from Boaty through prayer. It seems as Framed is trying to trade Boaty. I wonder why. Maybe the raw chicken to try and throw him off.
Beautiful there from Framed as well. Getting that freeze advantage. Going in and out wonderfully. Faking into the Fang and then switching is actually working for him, but not the best RNG. Now Boaty catches that freeze onto Framed as well. Both players about to have special attack. Frame with 70%. Boaty with 50. He now has a Void Waker as well. Boaty with the freeze advantage here, but he's nearly out of food. Only a couple food remains for him, doing as much damage as he can before his captain comes on next. Oh, a Void Waker through the prayer. Beautifully predicted there from Big Kevin Framed. Going for the freeze now on Boaty. Has to stop him in his tracks once again.
Yeah, he needs to slow down Boaty because Boaty's just, going around on his skis, just doing loads of damage to Framed. And there we have it. Boaty is now frozen. Framed can control the fight a little bit more and hopefully do some DPS to bring this fight back. Because remember, Boaty's not the final boss here. Dino comes after Boaty. So Framed Framed has to...
Ooh, nice vengeance. Voidwaker up off the prayer. Ooh, a 30 only. Unfortunate for him, but great damage nonetheless. Framed gets caught in place now. Boaty trying to go underneath. He has 2 food remaining. Framed still has a few and some brew doses as well. Boaty stepping back and forth. That fang pressure. You've got to pray melee against it. Beautiful barrage off prayer there. Stepping in and out, getting a free hit there as well for Boaty. Framed going to try and go for a freeze here, but Boaty steps underneath straight away. He does get caught. Beautiful freeze there from Frame now. He has 40% special attack, 37 fang off prayer. Beautifully played once again. Steps underneath, gets some free hits as well onto Boaty. He needs to take him out and keep as much damage as he possibly can against Dino.
Yeah, he needs to get those blood barrages in, give himself as much of a shot as he possibly can against Dino.
Oh,
boom, there you go,
good
41.
decision.
Now it is Dino coming in. Dino's full spec, full supplies. Framed is down to 1 piece of each of his food, you know, a raw chicken, anglerfish and a brew.
And he can't eat that raw chicken. No, unfortunately not. Dino's been against him before with this combo. 39 off prey onto Dino. Has to be careful though. Obviously he does have that vengeance. Dino has the VLS as well. Great freeze from Frame. 40 off prayer though into the VLS. Through the prayer, hits the 0. Frame tanking that, predicting it nicely. Now Frame taking a second, healing back up again while Dino's underneath him. Oh, 33 bolt. Dino doing a lot of bolt pressure right now. Frame pretty much out of supplies. Gets the prey melee up though from Dino's VLS. Another VLS through the prayer. Framed is out of supplies, down to 19 hit points. Dino gets away from him so that Frame can't maybe clutch this one back. He goes for the void of the VLS, but doesn't actually hit it, doesn't connect. There it is, through the prayer. He finishes him off.
Dino Nuggets taking the victory against the Framed Friends. Very well played from both teams. Dino Nuggets, I'm sure they're very happy with that, as of course they initially lost their first fight, so that brings them back.
Oh, they needed to win that one to stay in the competition, absolutely. Frame Friends, unfortunately, their first fight of the night, and they do go down after a fantastic performance from the earlier players too. The Dino Nuggets clutched it back, 61M, putting in a fantastic performance once again as the rookie of the year as well. First time competing in the All Stars and on stage too. And yeah, he really clutched it back for his team. At the end though, it was so neck and neck up until the end.
Yeah, I mean, the fact we saw a KO during that and then it
was huge.
Pretty close, you know. Very, very good gameplay from both teams either side.
Yep, Dino Nuggets taking that one out. They needed that one. The Frame Friends aren't out for the count yet though. They will be fighting again later this evening as the show does go on.
Yeah, as you can see there, all good friends there, you know, saying GGs afterwards. You love
of course, yeah. We're all friends often on the streams, obviously. We've all been around for a very long time. Some of these guys, some of us go back, we're ancient now, 10 plus years of content creation on online and on YouTube and Twitch and all that. So yeah, no, great performance from everybody right there that we just saw, and it was fantastic to see. Can we look back at some of the replays and some of the KOs that we just saw a minute ago?
Yeah, we'll be going through all of them, I believe, all of the KOs, so we can have a look. Now, we've got MLPG versus Alfie. They were the first people to fight, I believe.
Yeah, this fight was a really interesting start. Alfie really showing that he's not just an Iron Man. He played phenomenally well. Not to say that MRPG didn't either, though, but I think Alfie had a slight advantage. He went for not many freezes, just banged and bolted a lot off prayer and really utilized that mage defense. As you see here, a few food remaining at the end of that one. Then the Signet came on, though, and Signet for the Dino Nuggets performed exceptionally well. He came back, finished off Alfie, and then obviously had a fight afterwards, which he also performed very, very well in. Alfie having a great start for the Frame Friends, but Dino Nuggets did claw it back.
Yeah, Alfie did so well there, and then Signet, you know, took him out, and then for his next opponent managed to do so much damage that he was able to just, you know, take out another person.
Yeah, absolutely. Here he was, Signet, going down momentarily against Sync, but he had such a good comeback for his team. Honestly, if I had to say anyone from this fight we just saw, Signet would have to be the MVP in this situation.
Yeah, he definitely brought that back for his team when they were down. And as you can see, the crowd were loving it.
Oh, they did love that one, yeah. Sync, the guy that no one really knew how he was going to perform, did really good as well, but then Pip came on and finished up Signet. We then saw 61 mil, again, clutching it back a little bit for the Dino Nuggets, getting ahead with that beautiful hit off prayer with those bolts as well. The Void Waker off prayer too. Great at reading his opponent, you know, showing his skill as one of the PvPers in the lineup.
Yeah, and 61 mil, he did very well to take out Pip with some food left, so he was able to bring that against Framed later, against Lake, sorry, later on. The huge Void Waker there.
That was a big chance. Pip did an amazing job of staying alive there when whittling down a bit more of 61 mils supplies, but so many redemption flicks at the end from Pip. It was fantastic to see.
Yeah, to be able to keep your cool after you get in Void Waker,
yeah.
like 2 HP, and then redemption flick is very impressive. Very good gameplay from them.
Yeah, and he also got his specs out as well, so really well played there by Pip to, well, the strategist for the team, but still was able to hold his own against such a fantastic combo that obviously 61M, all the pressure he was putting onto him as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at their inventories, he did do really well against 61 mil to lower him to only, what, a 2-dose brew and an anglerfish? And there you have it. Pip was taken down, 61 mil remained, and then he was taking on Lake.
Yeah, Lake being probably one of the best PvPers in this tournament despite starting out as an Iron Man. Lake obviously taking quick work of 61M, but they were obviously on the backbone of them being down a little bit of food. That was a beautiful Fang Care, and he's also flexing that 500 Fang Care from TOA. And then we saw Old Boaty making a return as well. A lot of back and forth here. Beautiful Fangs off Breath of Bodhi, utilizing the Venge Trinket and then KOing over 62. Lake still had one food remaining, and I think getting that KO for Boaty there made it so much easier for the Dino Nuggets to take this victory.
Yeah, that really gave him that advantage, even just for morale. It's, you've got that KO, you've
you're up food.
Yeah, exactly, you've done so well. And then we had Boaty versus Framed here.
Yep, Framed with that raw chicken for good luck, decided to utilize the spec early just to take Boaty down, not let him chip away any more damage, but Dino had the VLS and it was a bit too much for Framed to handle. Let's check a little look at the stats as well from that fight a second ago.
Wow, I don't think we've seen anyone hit the 600 plus damage dealt. Sick Nerd there. That is a very well played by him. We've got 61 mil, doing 529 damage. Boaty doing 548 damage. They've done so much that, Dino doesn't need to do too much at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. You see at the beginning of the fight, the Frame Friends, Alfie did 573 versus MRPGs in 192. He was up so much of a lead, but then Sick Nerd came back and completely turned the tables, and then 61, of course, to follow him out, and overall, had a really good comeback to Dino Nuggets. I was thinking it was really in the Frame Friends' favor with their gear advantage, the way that Alfie was performing, but the Dino Nuggets locked in. They realized they had to win this fight to stay in the competition.
Yeah, no, exactly, definitely. Looking at the total attacks, you can see 61 mil, Sick Nerd, because they were alive for so long. Even Boaty, they did so many attacks. And Alfie at the beginning, he lasted so long, he did so much damage. He just played it very, very well.
100%. Looking at their hits off prayer too, 61M doing amazing, Boaty doing amazing as well, and Sick Nerd, they performed, just fantastically, and the gear advantage the Frame Friends had was simply not enough.
And we can see Pip, he had 7 chances to die there, so keeping your cool.
Oh yeah, it was all those redemption flakes, staying alive as best he could. Really well played by him.
Yeah, and you know what else might have helped him stay alive?
What's that?
Maybe some Chipotle, I think. So, for all of you lovely people at home, if you text the code at the bottom of the screen, also pinned in the Twitch chat, to 888222, you can have a chance to score some Chipotle Honey Chicken BOGO. Thank you again, Chipotle, for sponsoring us.
Awesome. Well, that was a fantastic fight to see, of course, the Dino Nuggets with Frame. Shall we maybe toss over to the host on the stage and hear what they have to talk about?
Yeah, let's go to the host.
Hear what they say.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much to PureSpam and Mod Manked. I hope you're having a good time so far. Are we having fun? Hell yeah. It's been an amazing start to the event so far. We've seen some upsets, some KOs, and some pretty interesting fights as well. Anyone got a favorite so far? I want to hear it. Eli, okay.
Old Bodhi is back.
Well, we are currently halfway through. We still have the remainder of our knockout stages, and then we'll be going into the semi-finals. There are another 3 games to be coming up.
Yep, so let's take a look at the scores now. And again, for those of you at home, you can type !bracket to follow along.
Wow. What do you think, Archie?
It's looking good for Dino. I think it's a promising thing that they brought themselves back. Unlucky for Framed. West Ham Weasels, probably predictably. Perp, somewhat predictably in that fight, and Reese as well. That was a close one.
It really was a close one. There's been some really interesting fights so far. I think the next 3 rounds are going to be even more interesting.
It only gets better from here.
They are. Now, just a quick reminder for everyone who is watching at home, we do have the B stream available with Mod Sween and guest host Jimmy. If you want to check that out, head over to twitch.tv/Jagex.
All right. So, we're going to take a small break very shortly. But for those of you at home, you're going to have another chance to get your hands on some free Chipotle. Also, we've got some very exclusive Deadman merch up for grabs. Speaking of which, I just got word a new shipment of hats just landed here at the venue. So if you're into hats and you like Deadman, go check him out.
And just before the last 3 group stage fights that we have, you'll soon be able to battle it out against dragons on your sofa. RuneScape is coming to console for the first time in 25 years with the release of RuneScape Dragon Wilds on September 15th. Check out this trailer and we'll be back after a short break.
Few survive the land of dragons. But some seek more than survival. They fight. They adapt. They build. They stride boldly into the unknown, claiming dominion and forging their legend.
It's Mod Archie, and I have something really cool to share with you guys. During this year's Deadman All Stars live finale, we've partnered with Chipotle to bring you the Chipotle Honey Chicken Knockout Drop. Here's how it works. Chipotle is dropping a whole bunch of buy one get one free Chipotle Honey Chicken entrees after every single match. We'll share a graphic featuring a unique code on livestream. You text that unique code to 88822 for your chance to score the Chipotle Honey Chicken BOGO. There's a crazy amount of codes going out, over 10,000 throughout the night. So keep your phones close, watch every match, and when you see that last player get KO'd, get ready to secure your Chipotle Honey Chicken Knockout Drop. Big thank you to Chipotle for their support and for feeding the RuneScape community.
Welcome back to everyone, and what a lovely ad. That honey chicken looked amazing. So if you would like to get some yourself, please text the code on your screen at the bottom or pinned in the Twitch chat to 888222 for your chance to score some Chipotle Honey Chicken BOGO.
Thank you very much for sponsoring the show. And gentlemen, ladies in the crowd, thank you for being patient with us. Are we ready for another battle? Yeah, that's what I love to hear.
And it's not just any battle, it's the West Ham Weasels versus the Oder Block Warriors.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be a big one. Oder Block Warriors' first fight going to be on this stage. And of course, they're fighting none other than the #1 inventory right now, the West Ham Weasels. These guys have decimated the entire competition. If you're just tuning in, as you can see here, we're in the group stages. West Ham's team, the VLS ×2, one on West Ham, one on Greg, the Torva legs. You see the Arcane they got from a mission during the week. Armadillo crossbows throughout, Zuriel staffs throughout. They've got some fangs, they've got Void Wakers. These guys are ready to rumble.
Yeah, they borderline have some of the best gear you can get, although their bolts are slightly letting them down. And maybe that's the thing that the Oder Block Warriors need to help them defeat this team that has been running around killing 97 players throughout it.
Absolutely insane. How about the Oder Block Warriors? Can we get a first look at their inventories, their setups going into this? These guys have had a bit of a rough up and down tournament, but nonetheless, they put together some great gear setups. We hear the crowd going wild for the Oder Block Warriors right now. Looking at Oder Block himself, obviously we're going to see Terry coming out today. He does have those Torva legs, that Fang, that Void Waker, the Vengeance Trinket, and he knows how to utilize that one. On Doobie Dobies, of course, as well, the Fang, the Corrupt Void Waker, No Monkey with that AGS, sporting the quiver, the first quiver that we're seeing as well. This is going to be absolutely phenomenal. Coming up right now in the group stage match, we're going to have Oder Block Warriors versus the West Ham Weasels. Here we have Foe, the strategist, starting to get ready. He's had a great performance thus far as well.
Yeah, you can tell when they're doing some sneaky stuff. Foe is likely behind it. Elliot doing some amazing calls in multi, but can he translate that into the single kills? We've got Mika on the team, very reliable in the 1v1s, as well as the rest of the West Ham Weasels too. So shall we jump into it?
Oh, absolutely. I want to get this underway. The West Ham Weasels versus the Oder Block Warriors live in Chicago. Can we make some noise, everybody?
That face of determination right there we saw from Mika.
Oh, absolutely. Everyone is so ready for this moment. We have Foe versus Eevescape, the 5th round picks. A Void Waker from Eevescape. Foe did Vengeance it. Eevescape, a bit of damage right now, actually. Great start for him, utilizing the Blood Barrage as well. One of Australia's finest PVMers against Foe. Foe having that freeze advantage now, though. Getting that freeze, standing underneath, using those javelins. They are slow but hard-hitting range weapons. Going for the off-hit as well. Void Waker through the prey. Eevescape did predict it beautifully there too.
Both players having used a spec each, so it's anything to play for. Both players are on even ground right now. They're going to try and get a free so they can control that momentum, but Foe's faking it with those javelins, and they're both splashing. They've both got very good mage defense gear. But there you have it, Eevescape frozen. Foe can now take a little bit of control.
Big barrage, 36 from Foe there. Gets underneath Eevescape. Eevescape going to try and catch that freeze back back again. Foe faking the Void Waker once or twice, stepping in and out. EVScape cannot catch that freeze. Foe with the Void Waker, maybe no, faking, trying to get EVScape to change prayer, but EVScape doing a great job of keeping that range prayer up. Both players unfrozen now. Who's going to catch that first freeze? Looks like Foe going for the javelins off prayer instead. EVScape with the hammer, but gets frozen in place by Foe. Big 34 does freeze him back, and he cannot utilize his special attack now. He did go for it though with the Vengeance.
And Foe has used that Vengeance, so EVScape can do hopefully a small hit, so he only takes a tiny bit of damage back, essentially neutralizing the usefulness of that Trinket of Vengeance.
Oh, 100%. Both players right now about to be unfrozen momentarily, going for the Blood Barrage, just trying to keep their HP as high as they can in this Outlast 5. They have a Void Waker after breaking the Venge from EVScape, but he gets refrozen in place, I believe. And Foe currently stepping to the side, out of his range, going for those javelins off prayer, faking the AGS, going for a whack. Beautiful. He's got that control. It's a slower hitting weapon, but having that DD advantage means he can utilize it to its fullest potential.
Yeah, and that's really going to make EVScape need to catch those freezes, so Foe can't use... Oh, 47! Lovely counter to Foe. It's going to put Foe a bit on the back foot. Now EVScape potentially getting the freeze, and then being able to take a bit of momentum.
Great Void Waker spec there from EVScape just before he gets another special attack too. A 20 bop with the hammer. He's going ham with it. Goes again. A 16 chipping away at Foe's remaining food. Looking pretty neck and neck right now, but EVScape does catch that freeze. He'll have special attack coming up very soon. Foe has 80% special as well. Still has that Void Waker. Has that AGS. EVScape with the slight advantage right now. The DD. And Foe going to have to try and catch that freeze back. A Void Waker. 18 only. Unfortunate for EVScape, but he does get it out before he falls. Foe, 90%. Goes for one as well. 27 through the prayer. Big for Foe. And he goes for the AGS whack. Doesn't go for it. Javelin. Both players unfrozen. Going for the freeze now, Mankt.
Yes, now, but neither players are frozen. Foe's going to keep on throwing those javelins. EVScape now frozen, so Foe can take advantage of that.
Great comeback there. Void Waker off prayer.
3 on EVScape.
Foe
right there.
with 3 huge hits right there. Taking the lead currently. Looks like EVScape pretty much out of supplies, but he's not out just yet. Trying to catch that freeze on Foe. Foe trying to neutralize him as fast as he possibly can. He goes for the Blood Barrage, knowing that he could redemption flick. EVScape, the bop of the hammer, 12 as he's unfrozen. Nobody predicted that one. Foe just trying to throw javelins into him, using the last couple brew sips he has, 100 HP. Can EVScape bring this one back for the Odor Block Warriors?
EVScape's done some great last-minute damage here. He's not fallen yet. He's chipping away at Foe. He's helping the Odor Block Warriors have a better chance. He's almost dead though.
Can he get the redemption? He goes for the kick of disrespect. He does get the redemption. Flick up, back up to 292 HP. Another kick at Foe. Now he goes for the freeze and he's taken out the game. Great performance there from EVScape, and Foe drops the disrespectful nice plan. There's no way, bro.
There you go. Foe is completely out of food, so hopefully Rakesy can take him out if he wants to give his team the best chance at clawing this back. Foe is frozen. Now Rakesy will do a spec off prayer. Unlucky to not kill him there. There you go. Foe is taken down. Rakesy has barely used any food, if any at all.
Absolutely. So it is so even. Eliop up next. We saw him in his previous round doing so much devastating damage to his opposition. Rakesy does get the freeze advantage though. Big 24 off prayer. Eliop going for that KO. He goes for it. It's not quite enough though. Low Void Waker for him. Eliop locked in currently, trying to get a freeze potentially on his opponent. Now he is frozen in place. Both players unfrozen now. What will they decide to do? Big 41 from Rakesy with the javelins. Very slow, but very powerful. Gonna hit 40 to 50s. Goes for the freeze. Eliop running away. Potentially gonna go for a freeze back at him.
Yeah, as soon as one of them catches the freeze, they can get their momentum. Eliop is currently stood on the seed, so he now can't seed away. Rakesy will have a very good chance to do some good DPS, and Eliop won't be able to do much about it other than hit back, but he is doing a great job of doing that.
Yeah, honestly, it looks like right now the West Ham Weasels have slight gear advantage with Void Wakers on a lot of their members, and right now Rakesy only has that Fang, but he's utilizing it so well. Vengeance combo, but Rakesy predicts it beautifully, keeps that Prey Mage up, only a 12. That is a very low Void Waker hit from Eliop, unfortunately for him. And looks like Eliop currently using that hammer as well, that we've seen a few times. Beautiful javelin there, but Rakesy does catch the freeze, can step underneath and buy himself some time to heal back up to full HP. Beautiful use of the freeze there.
Yeah, he needs to make sure he doesn't get KO'd, because if you get KO'd, your team is at a massive disadvantage. Right here, Eliop is frozen. Rakesy's doing what he can to take his food down without taking any damage himself.
Yeah, beautiful fangs there from Rakesy. Hit a 30 into a 27 as well, going for that freeze, trying to keep Eliop in place so he's able to utilize as much of that fang as possible. Eliop down to a couple food. Looks like Rakesy's got a slight lead currently. Who would have seen this one coming? Eliop now bopping with that hammer. Not quite as accurate as the fang, but it does pack a punch. Rakesy going for the freeze. Able to catch it. A 17 through the press. Steps underneath Eliop. Eliop playing very defensively, very, very well. It's neck and neck currently in this matchup.
Yes, and Eliop, he did have an advantage with that Trinket of Vengeance, but he's used both of those now, so it is very much more an even fight between these two players.
Fang spec from Rakesy. He doesn't have the Void Waker like Eliop does, and at some point Eliop will get that spec again. Nice, beautiful freeze from Eliop. 29 off prayer, steps underneath. Heals himself back up. Very cool and calculated currently. 3 food left for both players. It is so close in this fight.
Yeah, both players, 3 and 2 food respectively. Can Eliop get... Eliop's already got the freeze on Rakesy, which means Rakesy he's now unfrozen.
Yeah, Rakesy has to be careful here as well of that Void Waker that Eliop does currently about to be getting. He does get frozen in place though. Rakesy has the freeze advantage. The Javelin off prayer, only a 2 for him. Into the Fang, gets a free hit there, which is massive. Goes again, beautiful seed there from Eliop in retaliation though. Goes for the bop, isn't able to get it. A 40 off prayer for Rakesy. An 18 through the prayer of the Fang. Eliop going for that Void Waker as best he can, but now he's shown that he's got it. Rakesy will start praying mage, only a 20, but beautifully done by Eliop regardless. Getting that spec off before he goes down is imperative for his team. Eliop out of food, 67 hit points. Rakesy, a 91 HP, a slight lead.
And now Eliop is frozen. Rakesy might be able to take him down and give the Odor Block Warriors a slight advantage here.
Oh my gosh, he's playing so well. A 14 through the prayer now as well. Rakesy, 99 hit points, out of supplies. Eliop though, an absolute demon in his own right as well. Goes for that freeze. He does catch it, but he goes down! Rakesy with the blood barrage. Now, unfortunate for Eliop there.
The Odor Block Warriors do have an advantage, but Eliop did do a very good job of doing a lot 100%. Of damage to Rakesy. So Rakesy is completely out of food.
Yeah, getting those specs off was so important. Looks like Mika is up next. This guy is an absolute demon in his own right as well. Made it into the finales of many Deadman tournaments that are public in the past. Rakesy though, still has 65 hit points. He has a Fang spec as well. Mika going to try and finish him off, but he does keep Prey Mage up. Will they finish him? He used both Void Wakers there though. That's big for the Odor Block Warriors. Not having someone with a Void Waker special attack on their next member is a slight advantage. Next up, for the Odor Block Warriors, we have No Monkey, the King of Inferno. The absolute scenes of the crowd right now. Using that Fang, trying to step underneath, do as best he can. There is so much support right now in this crowd for No Monkey and the Odor Block Warriors.
I'm seeing some crazy movement right now from No Monkey, and I'm wondering where he learned that from.
Oh, absolutely.
Maybe his captain.
Doing the Jackson, I think, as Odor Block calls it. But right now, No Monkey catching a freeze on Mika. Mika unfrozen momentarily. Will he step underneath? He doesn't have special attack, of course, which is quite an advantage for No Monkey too. He has that Fang. He knows how to utilize it. He does catch the freeze now. Mika going to try and catch him back. Doing some extra switches actually, but No Monkey going for the Fang, actually faking, getting a Javelin off prayer, but not doing too much damage. Beautiful blood barrage there from Mika. A little 20 and slowly chipping away at No Monkey supplies. He has to come back. They are down a little bit of damage right now against the Odor Block Warriors.
Yeah, as you can see, Mika started with 3 brews, so that does give them a very nice advantage. That blood money coming into play. 31 on No Monkey, a blood barrage, giving Mika his HP back, which is giving him even further of an advantage.
Oh yeah, so Mika right now has that Zuriel staff. It's the best staff in this tournament. Quite an advantage against No Monkey. No Monkey goes to the Fang spec, hits a 0. Unlucky for him. But yeah, right now Mika, that staff doing lots of barrage.
That's a huge 40, I believe, on Mika from No Monkey.
Yeah, that was a big one. No Monkey right now going for the freeze currently, it looks like. Keeping Prey Mage up, deciding now. Obviously Mika using loads and loads of Mage with the Blood Barrage, with the Zuriel staff, and he's realized that and is now taking a lot less damage as well. Mika does have the ACB though, keeping out of range, so currently No Monkey can't actually use his javelins. They're only, I think, 6 or 7 tile. He does close the gap there though. Goes a 31 javelin off prayer for No Monkey. Mika playing the distance very wise. Doesn't want to get close to that Fang. No Monkey seeding towards him though, trying to close that gap as best he can. No Monkey down maybe 1 food, maybe not much in it actually. Very neck and neck right now between the West Ham Weasels and the Odor Block Warriors.
For someone who's only been PvPing for, I believe, 6 or 7 weeks, No Monkey is proving he's top of his game, and he is trying to get that shot freeze. He's got it on Mika. Now he can go for the spec. A 0 on prayer. Mika counters that very well.
Mika with the big barrages to a 33 into a 31. No Monkey is now once again frozen in place, not able to utilize those fangs that he grinded so hard for during the week from all the TOA that he did for his team. No Monkey, 2 food remaining. Mika, 2 food as well, but a few brew sips. Void Waker, but No Monkey predicts it, a 14 only. That is very big for No Monkey. Beautiful Vengeance, a 30 from No Monkey. And he goes for the freeze, unable to catch. Both players unfrozen. Big Javelin, it's a 0 off prayer. Unlucky for No Monkey right now. Mika keeping that distance, playing it very, very smart outside of the range of No Monkey, so we can't utilize the Javelins as he was able to. 41 bolt from Mika and the Vengeance as well. No Monkey pretty much out of supplies now, out of luck. Can he get some redemption flicks off? That is the question. Can he stay alive for a little bit longer? Oh, he's managed to get redemption off. What a play there by No Monkey, going down but gets a little bit more damage before he does. Well played from No Monkey, a rookie this year, the PVMer for the team. But next up, the Warriors, we have Doobie Dobies.
Doobie Dobies, a very strong PvPer. Can he take down Mika?
Yeah, right now, the West Ham Weasels have a slight advantage in food. He needs to take down Mika ASAP. Mika does not have special attack. Oh, catches the freeze there. Doobies into the Fang as well. This is why Odeblock picked him up on the row that he did. Doobie's known as one of the best PKers in this tournament as well. The Fang off prayer, getting some free hits on Mika too. The Vengeance as well. Mika just trying to catch that freeze. Has 1 brew sip remaining. A few free hits there from Doobies. Playing exceptionally well right now as well.
Yeah, Mika's just trying to do as much damage as he can to chip at him to give Greg the best chance at beating Doobies. Doobies doing some very good freezing right there. Mika's frozen and he now cannot move. He's got seeds though, so he can do that, but he's getting hit of Vengeance. You never know what's going to happen with the Vengeance. If they use a special attack in combination with that, it could be a KO at any second.
Doobies there, using the seeds, trying to catch that freeze as well, do some extra damage to his opponent, but Mika doing a fantastic job at the moment of just staying alive as best as he can before Greg comes on next.
Exactly, that's how you win these fights. You should just stay alive as long as possible, do as much chip damage as you can, make it easy for the next person coming up.
Doobies trying to make quick work of Mika as fast as he can. He does have special attack. The Void Waker off prayer, only a 27. Unlucky, big bolt though for Doobies, 37. Oh, Mika with the redemption flick. Wonderfully played there. Doobies going for the bolt KO. Maybe a barrage here. Mika out of food. 28 hit points, but every bit of damage here helps his next player from the team, from the West Ham Weasels, do a little better. They are slightly in the lead. Doobies needs to make quick work of this. Can he catch that freeze? Unable to do so. Mika with the Blood Barrage tech is healing him so much. That Zuriel staff is massive.
That's really keeping him in the fight. He's using specs, getting that extra DPS onto Doobies. He's caught Doobies has caught freeze, and then hopefully he can take him out if he wants to give his team the best chance. 21, that's so close.
Oh, and the redemption
from the recoil.
What a play from Mika, staying alive for so long. Great use of the redemption flicks as well. Doobies just trying to finish him off, but taking a 28. Mika extending this lead again. So much mage damage from that Zuriel staff, utilizing it so well. Doobies now starting to pray mage a little bit more. Goes for that freeze, he catches it, but he's frozen away, so he can't use that Fang that he wants to. It's so accurate to finish off Mika. Mika just blood barraging over and over again, trying to keep his HP up. Oh, can we see another redemption flick? There's no way. He goes down.
Mika has been taken down. Doobies has half of his food left, I believe. He's used a lot of specs, so it's going to be an uphill battle now for the Odeblock Warriors.
Absolutely, but if anyone can do it, I'm sure Doobies has it in him. It's not over yet. Greg, though, in his own right, fantastic PK2. These guys are 4 in the deep wilderness many times over the years. Greg trying to close that gap. He does have special attack. He has the VLS and the Torva legs for more strength bonus. Doobies right now winning the exchange of the hits off prayer, though. Greg very locked in. He wants to use those special attacks, start putting that melee pressure on. Once you use special attack, you can start getting spec back to use it again and again. The VLS is so accurate in these fights.
Yeah, Greg looking very cool, calm and collected right now, which is what you need from your teammates to make sure they're doing as much DPS as possible. They're not missing ticks. Look at that movement. He's going everywhere to make it harder.
Ooh, big 39 ball off prayer into a 20 as well. Greg going ham right now, stepping in and out, trying to get some free hits as well. Doobies not really giving it to him enough. That was a 13 off prayer VLS. Not the biggest hit for Greg. Lucky for Doobies. A 22 bolt as well. Has to keep Prey melee up. He just has to, because all his VLS specs can absolutely destroy him. Currently a 39 off prayer as well. Doobies needs to catch this freeze. He does have 70% spec, so he can use a Void Waker and maybe a Fang spec soon as well.
Greg's really showing the power of the VLS, but Doobies is hitting with a 30. This is so good, because Odeblock needs as much assistance as he can, because Oda's going to be 1v2ing it very, very soon. Doobies goes down.
Absolutely, Doobies down to only 17 hit points and a dream. Greg stepping away here, going for the ball to KO him. Beautiful flicks there from Doobies, trying to get that redemption as best he can, as well as catch the freeze, do as much damage as possible. He's put up a great performance here today. Doobies versus Greg. Can Greg close it up? Oh, the redemption flick from Doobies. He's been practicing that one. Not doing any damage back currently though, trying to get some bolts off. Greg keeping distance, doesn't want to let him close it. He's got a Fang spec. He sends it, he goes down, but he retaliates with a 23 spec as he does. And now we have the leader of the Odablock Warriors, the crowd going wild, standing up, cheering his name. Odablock comes on. He has to beat Greg, and then he has to beat West Ham as well. But anyone can do it? I'm sure Terry can.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think for anyone to be able to do this, it is Odablock doing a Void Waker on prayer. Unfortunate for him, but he still does damage. It's what he needs. 23 as well. He's doing his movement. He's making it super hard for Greg to click him, but Greg is going for the bolts.
Oh, yeah.
And his prayer is correct, so no DPS is going down onto him, which is what he wants to see.
Yeah, Odablock doing a great job of sending an early spec there as we'll start regenerating at the same time. Him and Greg, very good friends, fought many times as well. Greg has that VLS, so you've got to pray melee against it quite a lot. You can't be affording to take one of those specs off prayer. 31 for Greg, unfortunate for Oda. Goes to the freeze, splashes multiple times. He is predicting some of the bolts as well, though, doing a great job of keeping locked in. Catches the freeze! Beautiful. Stops him in his tracks. He has both leg switch. He also has the... Is that Ancestral Road Bottoms as well that he got from Chambers from No Monkey?
Yes, No Monkey coming in clutch with that PVM gear, which is going to help Odablock potentially 1v2 here.
Yeah, currently, though, Greg doing so well. Goes for the Vengeance. And hits a 0 whack, has spec, another one. Beautifully predicted there by Odablock, though, keeps the prayer up. Oh, good seed there as well from Greg, keeps Odablock away from him and goes for some blood barrages off prayer. Look at those 4-way 1-ticks, beautifully done by Greg. This is why he was such a top row pick. And Odablock right now is not out for the count, though, yet. Greg has a few food remaining. Odablock does have special attack as well. He has that Vengeance shrinking, too. If he finds an opportunity to use it, I'm sure he'll be able to.
And I think that's why Greg was flowering away there, trying to create distance, so it's harder for Odablock to melee. There you see a melee, only a 16 off prayer, which is unfortunate for Odablock.
Big ball frog, 52! Oh, that was a chance with the Void Waker and Vengeance. Odablock coming out, Terry coming out to play, it looks like. Now, with that exchange of hits, Greg is down to only 2 brew sips remaining. Odablock, half inventory. Greg getting his VLS specs out the last second. He's got 1 remaining as well. Really smart of him. Oh, the Fang spec from Oda, a 44 Fang spec too. It's basically a mini VLS as well. Greg going for the specs 2, hits a 4. Odablock does predict it as well. Greg stepping in, stepping out, try to stay alive. He's got some redemption flicks maybe in him. 17 hit points left. Odablock needs to finish him off as fast as he possibly can for a chance to beat West Ham.
Yes, currently West Ham hasn't actually had to fight anyone yet. So this will be his first encounter, but Greg has done such a good job lowering Odablock.
Yep, right now, big ball, and Greg goes down. Oda finishes him up. What a comeback. But West Ham straight in, sends that VLS spec, hits a 0 though. West Ham versus Odablock, 2 of the Titans in this tournament currently.
Who can take this home? It's an uphill battle for Odablock, but if there's anyone who can do it, it is him.
Stalling for hits right now, trying to get that special attack back for that Void Waker against West Ham. West Ham predicting it very well. He's very mage heavy in this setup. He has the Arcane, a VLS spec off prayer, 30 on Odablock. That VLS is so scary to go up against. Does catch a freeze on Oda. Now we're going to see West Ham do what West Ham does best. Look at him sip in and out of his opponent. Switch to the VLS as well. That's on a Vengeance. Could have been maybe a spec retaliation there. Odablock probably going for a KO there.
I think that was potentially Odablock's opportunity to take out West Ham while he could. He's got so much food, West Ham still.
Beautiful. West Ham there. Oh, a KO! 47. Unfortunately for Odablock, it was too much to handle. West Ham, one of the best in the game, and he does close it out for the West Ham Weasels.
He'll be very happy with his team there because he didn't have to fight Oda on an even invent, so he's had a huge advantage, and that's paid off massively.
Oh yeah, West Ham Weasels dominated this entire competition, and now they beat the Perp Rebels before. They beat the Odablock Warriors as well. They are currently undefeated in this finale.
Yes, that very much means they will be going through to the semi-finals, I believe.
Absolutely, they've most likely going to win their group stage. West Ham Weasels does defeat the Odeblock Warriors, although they didn't go out without a fight. It was very neck and neck towards the start. We saw a lot of back and forth. Once again, seeing, Rakesy do so much damage early on, but then the back and forth between the West Ham Weasels, some of their gear was just a bit too much to handle, wasn't it?
Yeah, considering throughout the week the Odeblock Warriors were, struggling to say the least with quite a few deaths. They've done well there to bring it to the very last man and, chip some damage away from West Ham.
Yeah, they were kind of playing from a deficit. They had maybe a couple of moments that didn't really go as well as they'd hoped during the missions, during the breaches, and some early deaths kind of set them back. But it's not over for them yet. That was their first fight of the group stage. They've still got a chance to go again against the Perp Rebels, of course, and see how that one goes out for them as well. That was a very, very close finale, though. Odeblock, almost trying to come back into that one. We saw a Vengeance Trinket at one point being popped, and he was going to go for the Void Waker, I think, but West Ham saw it coming and sidestepped instead, so he wasn't able to do so. Great to see those guys, but again, titans of the scene, both in content creation and in PvPs in general. Let's watch back some of those replays we're talking about, actually. I'd be very curious to see them. Yeah, no, they were great. They all performed very well there. Obviously, the West Ham Weasels are going to be super pleased. Here we have Foe versus EVscape. We're going to see the nice plan line again from Foe. Yeah, the disrespect there, nice plan as he went down. It was very funny to see these guys, obviously very good friends, and it's all banter at the end of the day. Foe won this fight. A little advantage over the top of the West Ham, the top of the Odeblock Warriors there, and you see the crowd being a bit, nervous for EVscape. EVscape did try to go for that redemption flick. I believe he might have got it off here, actually. There it was, but he kicked accidentally, and Foe did finish him off right now, but still took Foe down to 60 HP or so.
Yes, that is what you want. You want your opponent to be out of food at the very least once you're dying, so you've done a decent job at taking them down.
Yeah, Rakesy did make quick work of Foe there, though.
Exactly, and that's complimentary because Foe was out of food there. So Rakesy can just take him out nice and quick and then move on to the next person, who was Elliot, a very well-known good PKer. Typically very good at multi, but also very good at singles.
Yeah, we saw him in the first lineup against the Perp Rebels doing a lot of damage to a few members, but here Rakesy went toe-to-toe with him. Actually, at this point, the Odeblock Warriors were slightly in the lead, and Rakesy taking down Eliop here was absolutely massive for his team. That Blood Barrage KO still sitting on 87 hit points. They just didn't have the same spec weapons as the West Ham Weasels, or maybe quite as good gear, so it was definitely going to always be an uphill battle. There we saw Mika having to utilize both of his Void Wakers, though, to finish Rakesy off. So at this point, Odeblock Warriors were obviously in quite a lead.
But it looks like it paid off for Mika, because then he was able to utilize Blood Barrages towards the end of the fight to prolong it and fight No Monkey and then eventually take him out.
Yeah, no, Mika, I mean, once again, he was one of those players that has consistently been in those finales, and No Monkey, being a rookie, actually almost got him out of food too, played so well. He's not really a PKer, he's more of a PVMer, but as a result then, Doobie had a bit of an uphill battle, and Mika just stayed alive for so long. Doobies did manage to take him out eventually with the Fang, with the Barrage, but at that point, he used up a couple of food because Mika was just not going down. Those redemption flicks again from Mika, coming in clutch. He did a few of those, and they were great to see, weren't they, Manx?
Yeah, I can imagine the chances on Mika will be quite high just because of all of those redemptions, but yeah, it really helped him out there, going to 2 HP there, and then finally getting taken out by a 7 barrage from Doobie.
Yeah, at that point, Doobie's already used, a brew or two and a couple of foods, so it wasn't looking as good for the Warriors, and Greg, having that VLS, did manage to take down Doobie relatively quickly. So at that point, obviously, it was going to be an uphill battle for Odeblock, who was their last remaining member. But Greg, of course, having that ZCB, having the Torva legs, Doobie played really well, getting his specs out, but it did look like, Greg had the advantage there going into that fight. Also a very high tier PKer. Odeblock did finish him off here, as you saw. We saw a 52 ball into the Void Waker. Greg did see it coming, played it well, but ultimately it wasn't enough to stop Odeblock in his tracks. At this point, though, Odeblock was down less than half an inventory, so when he went up against West Ham definitely went into it a lot more confident and finished him off with that VLS 47 special attack. West Ham Weasels took down the Odeblock Warriors in this group stage.
Yeah, I don't think there was too much more he could have done in that situation, given their gear. Having 2 VLSs on the West Ham Weasels, it's just insanity, isn't it?
It was a bit too much to come back from, yeah. The West Ham Weasels obviously dominated the entire week, 97 kills once again. And the Odeblock Warriors, they had fun. They had some, up and downs. They vibed together as a team, but they're not out for the count yet. This is the group stages, once again, if you're just tuning in. So we do still have a few more fights to go. We will be seeing the West Ham Weasels checking it in as well. Once again, the Olympic Warriors will see them again. But from that last fight, should we check out the post-game stats as well, Max?
Sounds like an excellent plan. I'm excited to see the chances. Oh, wow. On oh no, it's not actually as many as I thought it would be on Mika. But for damage dealt, Mika, 666. That is the highest damage dealt we have seen in this event so far. The Weasels will be very proud of that.
Oh yeah, Mika was a bit of a brick wall there. Obviously the Olympic Warriors were up quite a bit of damage up until that point, and then Mika just would not go down. He just kept tanking, kept redemption flicking, kept using that blood barrage. That zero staff, it has a 50% more blood barrage healing, I think, something crazy like that. So it was quite difficult for them to come back from. Oder block, as well, as you can see there, only had 175 HP left of food after fighting Greg. Greg, in his own right, absolute, top tier player as well. Him and Oder block have fought many times over the years. Greg did 529 damage as well, the second best for his team as well. Yeah, I might jump over to the total attacks from Mika, 103. That is borderline, more attacks than 2 people will do in a fight. So that is absolutely amazingly played from him. Because to be able to get that many attacks, you're having to keep momentum on your opponent and, DD them and use various strategies to be able to get that many and not have died. I mean, look at the non-food healing. 150 extra HP from redemption flicking and from blood barraging the entire time. He was just going ham on the mage, although I'm sure the other contestants in the competition right now seeing that are probably going to pray a bit more mage against Mika when they go up against him. I mean, do you think that 154 non-food healing was the difference? I mean, if you add that on to the damage West Ham would have had to do potentially to Oder, it could have been a lot more even there. Absolutely, but nonetheless, it was a fantastic fight to watch. You could argue, West Ham Weasels probably the most dominant throughout the week, the strongest. And last time these guys fought, I think it was a very swift 5-0 at a breach early this week. So they wanted their revenge, but unfortunately just fell short. And I don't know if people have seen it already, but on the screen right now, if you look down below, if you text that code to 888222, your chance to score a Chipotle honey chicken BOGO. Thank you, Chipotle, so much for sponsoring this stream. Absolutely. Next up, we also have coming up the Reese Rhinos versus the Framed Friends as well, I believe. Of course, we still have 2 more group stages to go in this competition before we start to get into the semi-finals. So lots more content to look forward to as well. Speaking of which, Reese Rhinos, Framed Friends, we've seen them both fought already. Maybe we can check the stats so far of the competition and check in to see how everyone's doing. Yeah, I think both of these teams are almost quite evenly matched in terms of gear. So should we go to the inventory and have a look? Yeah, let's check out what they've got. Obviously, the Reese Rhinos versus the Framed Friends once again. Oh, the Reese Rhinos, they've been quite dominant throughout the whole week, actually. Their gear, they were so much further advanced than everyone else, and towards the end, they didn't quite get as many items, but you do see something very peculiar. They're Noxious Halberd, the only team to have the Nox Hallies in the invents. The extra tile range for the melee is huge for them. A few Confliction Gauntlets, a few of the Treads as well. The VLS on Reese, who's such a calculated player in this PvP finale format. You've also got Mutz with the real Voidwaker, Tavessa with a real Voidwaker. V the Victim and C Engineer, they only have the Javelin spec and the Archon Blade spec, but overall, this team's looking pretty stacked. Yeah, they don't have Finality Sigil to help them with those specs always hitting, so, it might be a bit more difficult for them to hit, but those Noxious Halberds, that's really going to help counter the Framed Friends because they're known to, get a freeze and then just try and range and melee only, so that will help them counter that quite a bit. All of them have Sufferings, which is absolutely lovely to see. Suffering is just, it's free damage for the entire team, so I'm sure Reese will be very proud of his team to have acquired all of those items. Yeah, like I said before, during this week, the Reese Rhinos, quite early on, we saw their deposit box a few times on the spectator stream, and they had, all the crossbows nice and early. C Engineer went to Saradomin solo. I think he got 2 ACBs. I heard him say completed. He was very happy about that one, getting out for the team. The Sufferings they acquired very early too. The Blue Moon sets, they were the first ones to be grinding out Perilous Moons. Of course, the Blue Moon armor, really good for the mage bonus, the percentage damage as well. The Confliction Gauntlets too, really powerful mage. How do they stack up against the Frame Friends too? Yeah, I've got a feeling the Frame Friends,
not having the Noxious Howley with a mage spec weapon such as the Voidwaker is a slight disadvantage because you're a bit more predictable, but at the same time, they have those fangs, they do have some Voidwakers, they all have a good KO potential. You know, Alfie's got a corrupted Voidwaker, but that still does guaranteed damage. And in terms of brew count, I believe both teams are actually very even, with potentially only one person having 3 brews.
Yeah, very similar actually with the blood money there. Reese Rhino slightly ahead, Frame Friend slightly behind, but wasn't too much in it. Of course, you see on Lake as well, you know, the Ancestral Leggings. That's crazy. Only 2 of those in the entire game. One with Oda Block and one with Lake. We saw the Frame Friends putting up a great fight before Alfie. They're first on, their last pick, but honestly, he did absolute bits. And yeah, these guys have got Voidwakers, like you mentioned, the Corrupt Voidwaker as well. It is actually the 3rd best special attack weapon for the finale. It's a little worse than a real one, but it definitely packs a punch. That guaranteed damage can make a huge difference.
Yeah, they only have dragon boots, but you know, I'm sure their Missouri bodies will really carry them through.
Yeah, and whilst we're waiting, guys, for the Reese Riders and the Frame Friends to get, you know, sorted out, get themselves on stage and you know, suited up and such, do have to mention there is a B stream going on as well. Is it twitch.tv/Jagex?
I do not know, but right there, it says it. Twitch.tv/Jagex if you'd like to tune into the B stream.
Yeah, so that's going on at the same time in between these fights. Don't, you know, feel free to, you know, pull up the second stream as well. We've got a few of the content creators, a few of the participants, as well as special guests that are going around and just yapping. And if you're a bit fed up on my voice, maybe you can go over there as well. But yeah, we've got Sween over there hosting. Jimmy as well is around. I believe Settled's around as well. So some big names in the scene. Feel free to check that out too.
Yeah, should we take a bigger picture and look at the standings currently?
Yeah, I'm curious to see how everything is unfolding currently after that matchup. As you can see from Group A, Dino Nuggets 1 win, 1 loss. Reese Rhinos 1 win, 0 losses. And the Frame Friends 0 wins, 1 loss. That means this next fight for the Frame Friends versus the Reese Rhinos, Frame's team need to win this. Otherwise, that group has been decided. And then after that, on the Group B, we do still have to see the Oda Block Warriors versus the Perp Rebels. Right now, West Ham Weasels have won both of their fights. That will also be the decider on who goes through.
That means it is all to play for still for the Oda Block Warriors and the Perp Rebels. Either team could progress on to the next stage.
Yep, the winner of this Group A will be fighting second place of Group B and vice versa for that semi-final matchup. And then going forward beyond that, we'll have obviously the best of 3 finale as well to look forward to later today.
Yeah, that'll be reducing RNG. All of these fights have been best of 1, so a best of 3 will truly show who is the better team.
Oh yeah, 100%. I'm looking forward to that one as well, but don't go anywhere. We've still got some fights coming up very shortly. The finals are still a little bit away. There's still, of course, the group stage to finish off. So again, Reese Rhinos versus the Frame Friends. How are you feeling about this one, Max? Who do you think has a slight advantage, if any?
I'm probably going to lean towards the Reese Rhinos. I think, you know, they got more blood money throughout the week, which has allowed them to get slightly more upgrades, and I think their gear is pretty good. Although the Frame Friends do have those Missouri bodies, they are looking pretty strong.
Yeah. I was going to say, the Frame Friends, man, their vibes have been immaculate all week. Not to say the Reese Riders haven't, although I do remember that "why'd you get caught? Why'd you get caught?" moment. But right now on stage, they seem to be having a really good time, and regardless, they can most likely pull it together. The Frame Friends, they have, you know, the Missouri body fortified. They managed to get 4 or 5, no, 5 of those, 4 or 5 of them. So many, the Ancestral Legs on Lake as well. We did see them falling before in their previous matchup. But once again, everything to play for with both of these teams. They both need to win to go through to the next round.
Yeah, so again, all to play for them as well. And yeah, who knows what's going to happen. I think the Frame Friends have a very specific strategy of more prioritizing range and melee.
And enough of what, you know, what we think about this. How about the crowd? I want to hear them as well. If you think the Reese Riders have got this next fight, give me a cheer. And if you're rooting for the framed motorcycles, give me a vroom vroom. Okay, I think framed friends probably are more of the fan favorites right now.
Yeah, no, they're seeming strong with that crowd reaction right there, which you wouldn't expect, as I think the Frame Friends have been perceived more as a PVM team rather than a PvP team. And, you know, obviously Reese is very competitive. You've got Torvesta as well. Sea Engineer, they're typically more PvPers.
Yeah, I know the Frame Friends have just been very vibes-based this time round, but at the same time, they've done so much PVM. You've seen Lake doing 500 TOAs. He's sporting that 500 fan kits, look like an absolute menace in the finale as well, that costume. Anyway, it's really, really good gear that they've managed to accumulate over the past week plus. And it goes to show they have the skill as well, though. Don't sleep on these members. We're seeing a C Engineer right now from the Reese Rhinos, starting to get ready. Mr. Completed himself. Everyone's used that plugin, surely.
Yeah, I wonder when he gets a kill, he's going to say completed. But then moving on to V the Victim, so much experience. He's played so much Deadman in the past. He's a very...
Oh, and he won last year as well with the SoloMission Snakes. Here we have Mutz, the Grandmaster, Hardcore Iron Man, coming out as well. Also, he's been doing a lot of PvP the last few years, and he's got a darn sight better at it. Great pickup for the Reese Rhinos in the third row.
And then we've got the person who got caught, Mr. Torvesta himself. He's going to prove himself today as why he is the first pick for the Reese Rhinos.
Oh yeah, the self-proclaimed king of Deadman mode, the one and only. Torvesta has a lot of fans in the audience, I'm sure, as well as being one of the biggest content creators. But here he is, Mr. Reese of the Reese Rhinos, the captain, one of the most competitive players in this entire tournament. This man knows NH staking like no other. Here we have the Frame Friends. Alfie, who put on a fantastic performance in the first fight. Last time we saw him, he did absolute bits to the competition, didn't he, man?
Yes, he's developed a strategy that's really helping him sync as well. We had no idea what to expect, and he did very well last time we saw him. So if he can continue that through, he's going to give the Rhinos a challenge.
Oh yeah, one of the rookies, but got placed in a team that he's really enjoyed. And once again, Sinkers was like the first person in the game, I think, to blood Torv. He's not a pushover by any means. He knows the game really well. Here we have the strategist, Mr. Pip, as well, getting those specs off as best he could. The Redemption Flake SoloMission right now, giving him a little bit of feedback, making sure he's locked in, ready for the Frame Friends fight. Here we have Lake as well, who's been doing fantastically throughout. This man has a real Void Wake. He's got the ancestral legs. He's done so much PVMing for the team, but he wants those fights as well.
He's just an all-round gamer.
Oh, he is.
He's a great pickup for Framed. And there you have him, Kevin Framed.
Oh,
look at that cheeky
what a beautiful man, there he is.
You love to see it. He's so chill, cool, calculated. He's ready to perform well.
Oh yeah, he's vibing, man. No matter what happens, this man's gonna have a good time. Will he bring that raw chicken in once again? That's the question.
It would surprise me if he didn't, to be honest. I think it might be a good luck charm.
Looking at these guys right now, who do you think's got the more calm and demure kind of attitude? Who do you think's the most relaxed currently, looking at these two lineups?
I think Reese is looking pretty concentrated. Framed, he's kind of chilling. I'm going to go with the Frame Friends are looking pretty chill right now.
I think they're relaxed. They're here for a good time. They know they can do it. They have the gear. They have the vibes. The Reese Rhinos locked in as well. I mean, once you've been playing for 120 hours over the past 9 days of everybody, you're going to get, quite close to one another. So to be on stage now, all the way in Chicago, in front of 4,000 people, it's quite the experience to share.
Definitely, and I think a lot of these people are already quite close to each other, which just helps their gameplay because they know each other, they know how each other play, and that just helps, benefit from each of their strengths too.
Yeah, they're still getting set up, guys, but very shortly we will have this next group stage match going on. For those that are not aware, it's going to be the Reese Rhinos against the Framed Friends. The Framed Friends, they lost their first fight, so they need to win this to not get knocked out of the competition.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle potentially for them, and they're facing, a fierce opponent, the Reese Rhinos. Whether they can take them down, we'll see. We'll find out very soon.
They definitely have the gear to do it, and they've got the vibes. Obviously, I think they've got a very vibes-based team, and they've had a great time regardless. But you just never know what's going to happen. When you look on the paper, Reese, he's such a calculator, one of the best natures in the game. And you look at Torvesta as well, PKing for so many years. And then you look at the PVMer squad. People might not know how strong Lake is, how experienced he is. He played the last demo mode at a very high level and went up against some of the best PKers in the tournament as well. So we don't know how he's going to take it. RNG game at the end of the day. They've got some KO potential. We've got 3 Void Wakers on the Frame Friends. They have fangs as well. I mean, you saw Alfie just, constantly fanging people's eyes out, doing so much damage. When you get that lead early on, it can snowball to have quite a big advantage at the end.
As well as that Noxious Halberd, you never know when it's going to pop out a 55 randomly. So we're very likely to see a KO here from the Reese Rhinos.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, having those Noxious Halberds, massive melee DPS pressure. You've got to play melee when they're unfrozen. Again, we talk about catching these freezes, how much of an advantage that gives, controlling the pace of the fight, being able to choose when to step out. Of course, to catch the freeze, needing some good mage gear. And right now, both teams have kind of similar setups. I think the Reese Rhinos have a few more treads, as the Frame Friends didn't get lucky on those. A bit more mage bonus in that sense. But saying that, every team does have the sufferings. They've got a lot of mage defense as well. So it could go either way.
Yeah, and the momentum is further, difficult for the Frame Friends because they have to eat if they're like 55 HP.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And the Rhinos are close to them because of that Nox Halberd.
Yep. I mean, the Missouri tops, once again, though, the Frame Friends doing so much TOA, and then loads of Armadillo. Right the last day, they clutched a bunch of Armadillo chest plates to fortify, the best top in the game for the finale, having loads of mage defense, so not being frozen there might give them quite a bit of an advantage as well. 3 Voidwakers as well. They got quite lucky on the 3 Voidwakers earlier on in the week before all the teams started camping and taking down those locations. So having those spec weapons is definitely massive for them. Whenever you get down to about 60, 70 HP, you've just got to start praying magic because you don't want to get hit by the KO in the tournament when it's an Outlast tournament. Once you're out, you're out for the count, the next person comes on, you use every single bit of food you have. So once people are starting to pray mage against that Voidwaker, that pressure, you can start fanging to your heart's content, as we saw from Alfie, and that can do so much damage so quickly too.
And that's why people just don't know what to pray in these fights, because damage can come from any combat style, and when people have special attack left, you don't want to be that person that gets KO'd, because it just does, put your team on the back foot, and it's so difficult to come back in this style of fight.
Absolutely. If you're just tuning in, guys, we have the Reese Rhinos versus the Frame Friends coming up momentarily out in Chicago. I think we're about to get underway.
Yes, we are.
Okay, let's get this party started. We have Sea Engineer coming on first against Frame Friends Alfie. Alfie, once again, not going for those freezes, just going for that pressure of the Fang. Sea Engineer with the Javelin spec, hits a 0 though, sends it early to start regaining special attack back again. Alfie is just non-stop trying to poke his eyes out. Sea Engineer does catch the freeze, regardless of all the mage defense that Alfie has. Goes for the Halley on the sidestep. Now this is a beautiful advantage that Sea Engineer has. He does go for a spec, another 0 though, unfortunate for him. He does have that Halley, which means the extra tile where he can attack his opponent from. Alfie can't use the Fang. He's about to be unfrozen, going for the Voidwaker. Sea Engineer predicts it and then changes prayer accordingly. Great prayers here from Sea Engineer. Alfie with the Voidwaker goes for it early on, start gaining some special attack back again and back into that Fang. He even flicks up Smite right there. The confidence from Alfie.
I mean, both players seem to be relatively even right now. There's not too much DPS coming through. They're getting there we go, 33 with I didn't even see. Was that a Noxious?
It was the Noxious Halley, yes.
Engineer. Again, a very powerful weapon. You don't have to be next to the opponent. Both players seem to be using range and melee predominantly. However, we see Sea Engineer faking the mage, trying to get Alfie to change prayers, but no, they're just constantly trying to range and melee.
Yeah, range and melee right now, the best in their setups they currently have. Not too flashy with it, just keeping things nice and simple. Returning hits, keeping the DPS going. Sea Engineer with that Halley too, using both his special attacks. So Alfie will most likely pray a lot more melee. Alfie has kept a Voidwaker spec in the bank, ready to use that whenever, obviously, his opponent gets low HP, and then he could potentially just hold it over his head, constantly fang him over and over and over again so that he can't get KO'd. Right now, Sea Engineer with the freeze advantage, stepping in and out. Alfie does catch it back, a big 33 off prayer, a 33 ball return straight away from Sea Engineer. Another bolt through the prayer, 19 onto Alfie. Alfie gets that DD, goes for a blood barrage, gets a nice bolt off prayer, controls the pace of the fight. It looks like Sea Engineer is trying to catch Alfie. Alfie does beautifully walk with the seed as well. Alfie still has that special attack, goes for it off prayer, 35 on Sea Engineer. That's big for him.
That might have just given Alfie the slight advantage. He has a few doses of brew over Sea Engineer right now, but it's all to play for. Anything can happen when it's this close. Will one player get a freeze, or will they continue with the medium range gameplay? Was that 37, I believe?
Yeah, that was huge with the burn effect as well from Sea Engineer, utilizing that special attack, which costs a little bit less. Nice Halley as well on the run there before Alfie can get out of range. Looking at inventories, looks like actually Sea Engineer is now up a little bit of damage, 20 as well onto Alfie. Alfie taking his time. going for those fangs once again. He has special attack, but only a fang special, no Void Waker special. And right now, Sea Engineer keeping that prey melee up as best as he can. Going for that freeze onto Alfie. Can he catch it? He splashes. Alfie now playing beautifully. Stepping away, gets bolted on the robes, unfortunately for him. Goes for the freeze back as Sea Engineer. He gets caught though, unfortunate for Alfie. Sea Engineer playing this very well. Stepping underneath, goes for another Archon Blade. Hits a 0, steps away, steps under again. The movement from Sea Engineer right now, and Alfie doing as best he can to get that last special attack out. If he can hang in a little bit longer, he might have a Void Waker special though. Coming out, he's 40%, almost 50. He has to survive a little bit longer. Will he try and drag the fight on, catch a freeze, maybe stand underneath? Sea Engineer trying to finish it. You see Alfie right now using those redemption flicks as well, trying to stay alive. He's not able to do so. He just got spec back.
That is huge for Sea Engineer there, and he's 20% off another spec, so he might be able to do some additional damage to Sync and just put Sync on the back foot here.
Oh yeah, right there, Sea Engineer doing a fantastic job and also celebrating after his victory on Alfie. But he has to stay locked in, do as much damage as he can against Sync. Sync is on, using the Fang as well. Ouch! We just saw Sea Engineer use a 26 through the prayer, a 24 as well before he goes down. Can he get a redemption flick in here? Does he stay alive?
He goes for the seed, he goes for the additional bolt for that additional damage, and he gets the redemption. This will keep him in the fight for a little bit longer. Can Sync take him out and give himself the best odds? Sync is frozen now by Sea Engineer.
Yep, the Reese Rhino slightly ahead right now on the damage, with Sea Engineer still staying alive. Will he go for a redemption flick? Will he be able to? 25 off prayer. Sea Engineer absolutely demolishing right now. Sync trying to just not get KO'd early on. Has to just finish him off. He's down to such low HP, 8 hit points. Sync needs to get one last hit off a barrage, a bolt. He's frozen in place from far away. Sea Engineer procs another redemption. How is this man not going down?
I mean, we've seen him with his PvP hardcore use that redemption to stay alive, and he's doing it again. He's using that past experience. Sync is frozen by Sea Engineer. Can he get another redemption? He's doing so much damage right now to Sync.
Another redemption! Who is this man? Sea Engineer coming out of the woodworks, demolishing right now, doing a fantastic job of staying alive. Sync trying to finish him off, just splashes and freezes, taking quite a bit of damage through the prayer. Unfortunately for him, Sea Engineer has to have a spec, utilizes it, hits a 0 though. We see a spec from Sync off prayer, hitting a 0, another one hitting an 8. Oh, Sea Engineer catches the freeze. He goes underneath. He's going back and forth. Can he get some blood barrages? Does he go for another redemption flick? There's no way this man can pull out another one.
Remember, Sea Engineer is the first person to and there we go. Sync takes him down with a barrage. Very, very well played by Sea Engineer.
Incredible performance from Sea Engineer. The crowd goes wild for that.
Now, can Victim take out Sync? Sync is at a huge disadvantage here. Victim has it all to play for right now.
Absolutely. Victim has a lot of confidence, I'm sure, knowing full well that Sea Engineer did such a good job for him against his matchup. Sync is not out for the count yet, though. He still has a bit of food, and he does have special attack as well. This man is an absolute demon. He catches the freeze on Victim. Victim uses a javelin spec off prayer. It's quite low damage, though. Beautiful step in, step out there from Sync. 34 off prayer with the bolt, and now he's on a bit of a rampage. He gets hit 29 through prayer as well, though. Then a Fang spec trying to do as best he can to stay in the fight, do as much damage as possible. We see a seed coming in from Victim, trying to get some more damage. Sync getting a free hit there. He's out of supplies and 43 hit points, Max.
But again, it seems to get to this stage where the player's almost out of food, or is out of food, and they do so much DPS. And there he goes, Sync's taken out by a Morrigan Javelin spec.
Very smart from Victim there, not to give him any chance to be able to use the heart prayer in that moment. Very well played, and Sync does go down. Next up, we have Pip against Mr. Victim as well from the Reese Rhinos. He still has half an inventory left, so Pip has to really clutch this one back again.
Pip is going to be using the Trinket of Vengeance, so who knows, a KO might occur in this fight if he can combine it with a special attack at the right time.
Oh yeah, Pip does have that real Void Waker, so Victim's going to have to watch out for that prey a lot of Mage when his opponent is unfrozen. Pip right now going for the freeze, beautiful freeze, off prayer as well, Vengeance stack. Oh!
That could have been it right there.
Slight misclick under pressure, but then he goes for it afterwards. Oh, off prayer still, 24 only. That could have been a Venge stack right there, but regardless, he's still in the fight. Pip is clawing this back for his team, stepping in and out beautifully. The Fang as well. Victim needs to catch this freeze as best he can. We almost saw a wonderful Venge KO there.
That would have brought it back for his team very well. Both opponents are frozen. Pip trying to seed away just so Victim can't use the Nox Halberd, but he's seeding as well. They're chasing after each other.
That is so funny across the entire map, trying to get that Noxious Halberd in. He's run out of room, and now he has to pray melee a bit more. As a result, you get a 31 Blood Barrage coming in from Victim, applying that distance pressure. So he has to pray melee a lot more. Pip taking quite a bit of damage there. A couple of big barrages off prayer. But right now, Victim down to only one Bruise Sip, 30% special attack. Pip still has that Void Waker that he can use. If he can catch him off prayer, it'll be huge damage. Victim getting frozen again. A Fang. Victim has to pray Mage here against the Void Waker. As a result, he gets hit a 37 Fang though. Pip just goes for the Void Waker. Victim does pray it correctly though. Now, Pip also trying to finish off this fight. He's still got a bit of food left though. Victim 34 hit points, doing what he can to help out his team for the next person coming up.
And Victim, he's so close to being out. Can he do a Sea Engineer and get all those redemptions?
Oh, can you imagine?
He's going for it currently. He's completely out of food. He needs to make the most of this, do as much DPS as he can to Pip. And he doesn't. He gets hit by the barrage. He is down.
Yeah, Pip doing a great job there. Despite being the strategist and maybe being the strongest PvPer, he can certainly hold his own in this lineup. Here we have Mutz coming in and going up against Pip now. He's got quite an advantage from the Reese Rhinos based on the performance from his predecessors. Going underneath right now, he also has a Void Waker, and he has that Halley too. The Void Waker off prayer, only a 28. Pip doing a good job of praying against the Halley, mitigating a lot of damage there. Pip doesn't quite have special attack, but Mutz has one more Void Waker in the chamber.
But Mutz needs to be careful with that Void Waker because Pip does have that Trinket of Vengeance, so he could turn the tide at any second here.
Yep, right now.
3 through prayer there.
We do see a vengeance from Pip. He's almost out of supplies, trying to get some stacks going in. Only an 8 from Mutz with the Bolt proc, unlucky for him. Trying to catch a freeze to stop the Fang. Does get the Venge back, but it's a low Venge, so luckily for Mutz there, well played. Goes for the bolts, doing some, lots of switch inventory. He's got the glove switch and everything. Have to keep on top of that. Steps underneath, uses this time now to brew and restore back up again. Very smart to use that freeze advantage.
Yeah, you can tell he's paying attention to his inventory there because I think he clicked his Sanfew, but he was pop locked, so he couldn't do it. 24 through prayer.
Oh!
Void Waker 62 right there.
That was a big special off prayer, but gets returned. Pip does hit it through the prayer 15. Better to use the spec though before you go down and do whatever damage you can. Pip trying to redemption flick and do as much damage as he can against Mutz before the next man in his lineup is out. 32 from Pip, beautiful before he goes down. And he is finished off there by Mutz regardless though.
Now, can Lake bring it back for his team? Mutz is in position 3, Lake is in position 4, so Mutz has 2 teammates behind him. Lake only has 1, so he needs to do as much as he can here to bring the Frame Friends back into the competition.
Yep, right now, Lake only has 1 spec, used an early Void Waker at the beginning of the fight to try and start getting it back. Mutz, 30% special attack, using the Halley, 27 through the prayer. Lake does have that DFS, a bit more defense bonus than the other people on his team, and he knows how to utilize those switches with the obviously the Confliction Gauntlets as well. He also has the Ancestral Bomb, so a lot of mage bonus. 30 through prayer. Mutz did prayer well, and we see the Fang, the 500 Fang kit from Lake, the flex. Beautiful 1-tick barrage there from Lake as well onto Mutz. A blood barrage as well, healing himself back up again, and he's going to be able to get the freeze advantage here too. Keeping things nice and simple, but very calculated once again from Lake. This guy knows the tick system to a T.
Definitely, and as we've seen in the past, Blood Barrage can be the difference between a win and not, because it gives your team that additional health pool that you wouldn't have otherwise.
Yep, right now Mutz still on 49 hit points, trying to stay alive. Does catch a refreeze on Lake. He has that Halley too. It can hit 50 pluses. Beautiful freeze back from Lake though, keeping him in place next to him. Mutz trying to go for those redemption flicks. You know he's more than capable. Chucks off the Void Waker spec before he goes down as well. Really huge to have that guaranteed damage. He does go down though, but he did a fantastic job for his team. Lake now in a slight deficit for the Frame Friends.
He's not looking that bad though. Lake has
honestly
quite a bit of food
he
left.
Does, but now Torvesta comes on from the Reese Rhinos, and Torvesta has that real Void Waker. Lake does predict it though, keeps the Prey Mage up. Torvesta stepping out, going for those Halley hits off Prey, goes for another one. Not the biggest damage though for him.
No, he's got to prove himself here.
Oh!
He's known as Big T. 41 is a huge hit. The Venge into the Halley, that was a very good play. He was faking the Void Waker so the player would protect Mage, and they did use the Noxious Halberd to hit like a 55. And could be a KO. That was a massive hit as well. Torvesta hitting those huge hits that I'm sure he's very happy to see.
Oh yeah, Torvesta up quite a bit of damage right now in this fight, but Lake can definitely bring it back. 22 off prayer there for Torvesta, unlucky for him. Lake has to stay alive a bit longer to get another special attack back. He doesn't have it yet though. He's going in for the Halley again, Torvesta, and stepping away, keeping that distance. He's afraid of that Fang. He knows he has an advantage, obviously, with the Halley. Can he catch the freeze? He doesn't pray correctly here. 21 off prayer. Very nice from Lake into a Fang. 16. He's starting to ramp up the damage now. Can he catch the freeze? He does. Well played there from Torvesta, keeping his cool. Sidestepping. Now he has that Halley advantage, that extra tile range. And now we see him trying to use the Halley. A 33 through the prayer. That would have been a 50 plus off prayer there as well. Beautiful blood barrage there from Torvesta too. Doing a lot of DPS. It looks like right now Frame might be out of supplies. Frame Friend's Lake might be out of supplies. And he goes down.
He's down.
He had a Void Waker too that he couldn't utilize. Well done from Torvesta.
Yeah, that's huge DPS from Torvesta. He's taken out Lake. He's still got a lot of food. This is going to favor the Reese Rhinos very much.
Oh, nice vengeance there from Torvesta before he goes down. Void Waker off prayer for Frame. So he starts getting spec back again. Frame Friends leader, Kevin Framed himself going up against Torvesta. These guys obviously battled it out both on YouTube as well as all over the wilderness many years in the past. 36 bolt off prayer for Kevin Framed. Is he going for the freeze here? No, staying unfrozen, going for the hits off prayer, trying to do as much momentum as he possibly can. He gets frozen in place from Torvesta. Torvesta, 30% spec, doesn't have that Void Waker just yet, but he has still quite a bit of food left. Frame needs to make light work of him as fast as he can with that extra Void Waker special that he has.
Yeah, right now Torvesta plays the long game. Vengeance, 23.
That was a nice play from Frame there, though. Could have ended very differently. That not just Halberd, could have been Void Waker, obviously Vengeance backed with that Void Waker. Unlucky for him, but I saw the vision. Frame now unfrozen, Torvesta unfrozen. This next freeze, very imperative. And looks like Frame does catch it. Torvesta went for the Halley, but was frozen in place. Now Framed goes underneath, but gets caught before he's able to. Seeds instantly. And now we're going to see a bit of seed walking from both these players, I'm sure. Right now, Torvesta has the advantage with the Halberd, whereas Frame can only use the Fang up close.
And when you're seeding, you cannot attack, so it is a choice you make. Do you attack or do you seed? You can get hit off prayer very easily. Avoid like a 28 or 20.
I think it was a 20, not a very big hit for Torvesta. Frame saw it coming, going for the Fang, stepping away there, going back in again. 0 off prayer for Frame. Torvesta now only got 2 food remaining. Frame needs to make quick work. Gets hit a 34 there, and Frame now going for those Fang hits, went unfrozen. Really well played, but gets caught in place by Torvesta as well. Torvesta has those treads advantage. All of that mage defense bonus is quite a lot to deal with for Framed. Right now, 40 bolt from Torvesta. That is massive. Into a bolt proc through prayer. 24. Fakies, the Void Waker. Frame knows doesn't have spec yet, just yet though, so just keep Frame up for the Halley there. Now Torvesta getting frozen in place next to Frame. Frame can finally utilize that Fang.
Yeah, finally, but he's down to 2 food. It might be too little, too late. This might be the end of the Framed Friends. Remember, whoever wins this, or whoever loses this, sorry, is going to be out, I believe, of the tournament.
Yeah, Framed Friends do need to win this fight to stay in the competition, of course. And right now, Frame doing all he can, but it's a big hurdle to climb. Torvesta now almost out of food, 15 HP remaining. He needs to go for one more hit, trying to stay alive as best he can with that redemption flick. Almost gets it. Framed, one more Fang, one more ball will finish Torvesta off, and he's down for the count. Framed only has 1 food remaining, and he's against the captain of the Reese Rhinos, Reese himself.
The player who plays very defensively. Reese could almost just quad VLS spec and potentially win this. They've both frozen in place. Framed needs to use Blood Barrage to get some of that HP back, because Reese has a vengeance up, so Framed is going to do just more damage to himself. 29, he probably didn't actually heal much from that Blood Barrage, but a very good use of it.
Ooh, 33 ball off prayer as well. Reese does have full special attack, so does Frame, but he can't utilize it. Good fight respectfully from both parties. Kevin Framed, what a man, and Reese finishes him up. The Frame Friends go down, and the Reese Rhinos win that group stage battle.
Yeah, both clapping, both thumbs up to each other. You know, you love to see that sportsmanship. The teams are so happy with that performance, and yeah, look at them, the Reese Rhinos having won that battle.
Oh, absolutely, they are elated, it looks like. They're very hyped after that win. Honestly, good fights all round. Love to see the GF in game. Next time, hopefully a GF beast with a love heart would also be quite nice. But yeah, good fights to all, and what a battle. That could have gone either way, honestly. Near the start, especially the first few fights, was very back and forth.
Yeah, no, both teams were both proving why they should be here, and yeah, it was a very even fight. You know, the gear diff I don't think was too much. You know, the skill was, yeah, it was all there.
Yeah, we thought, honestly, I think Alfie, last time he was fighting, he had such a massive advantage at the beginning. He was just, steamrolling everyone. He was doing so well. And this fight, he wasn't able to really utilize that free movement, the Fang hits as much. Sea Engineer seems to have been his kryptonite. Sea Engineer putting on a fantastic performance for the Reese Rhinos. He was just, farming so much damage. Did really, really well in that first fight. The Javelin specs, also a great play from V the Victim. We saw there using the Javelin special attack to finish up the fight nice and early. Absolute scenes, really great fights there.
And then we saw Torvesta as well, almost taking out 1.5 people to give the Reese Rhinos that advantage.
You know what, we should probably watch the replay, shouldn't we? We're talking about this. Let's check it out together with everybody on the live stream and in the audience right now. Okay, so here we go. This was Alfie once again up first for his team, but Sea Engineer was slightly in the lead. It was very back and forth for a while, but you see Engineer with those big Arcade Blade specials and the Javelins too. It was the kryptonite for Alfie. Alfie unfortunately was not able to get free reign of utilizing the Fang, and the Halley extra distance was pretty big.
Yeah, the Reese Rhinos, the only team with Noxious Halberds, which is really proving beneficial for them. They see a bulk KO on Alfie from Sea Engineer. Sea Engineer doing pretty well against Sync. He did a bunch of damage, didn't he? And then he got eventually taken out, I believe.
Yeah, we saw Sea Engineer, using loads of redemption flicks as well, just not going down, refusing to not fall over without a massive fight. And Sync finished him finally with that barrage, but it took a lot of his food and a lot of his work. I'd say Sea Engineer probably in this battle, the MVP for the Reese Rhinos. Next up, we saw Victim coming on and finishing up Sync with that Javelin special. Really smart to use that to not prevent his opponent from, having that redemption flick. Oh,
and right there,
dude.
I believe if there was a spec bar present, that Void Waker could have been a KO.
Yes, he had a different staff that has no special attack. Otherwise, that would have been a beautiful combo from Pip. That would have been, honestly, one of the highlights of the tournament so far. He was so close to getting a sick KO and helping his team come back into it.
Yeah, that would have been a crazy KO. And here you see Pip taking out a Victim. Slowly but surely, the 19 barrage.
Yeah, the crowd was kind of on the fence, but we're not sure how it was going to go. Mutz then coming on as well against Pip, and Mutz plays so well, despite being an Iron Man. The 62 off prayer, having that Infernal Cape in the finale as well, not being afraid of the extra switch and the extra damage that it also brings with it too.
Yeah, no, that was, he's doing a lot of switches, which I'm surprised about, but clearly paying off, hitting those high numbers from Mutz.
Yeah, then we saw, of course, Lake then starting out with against Mutz, but it was a lot to come back from, of course. Mutz had quite a lot of damage. Lake did clutch it back quite a bit, though, and absorbed those Void Waker specials as best he possibly could. Finished off Mutz, and then we saw Torvesta coming out.
Yeah, Torvesta did a great show against a Lake here, taking him almost out of food. It felt like he just hit so consistently, and Lake, before you blink, and he was just out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Torvesta had an absolute rampage in this fight, I think. The blood barrage is off prayer. A lot of his hits off prayer. Did a fantastic job to finish Lake up. And look at that. So much damage coming in from Torvesta. Next up, of course, it was Framed himself, the leader, big Kevin Frame, trying to take down Torvesta, but he was fighting from a deficit. I'd say he did win the fight. Of course, he had a bit of food left. But once he took down Torvesta after those big hits, it was pretty hard to come back and take down Reese on top of that too.
Yeah, I think if you've got one food and you're playing against a defensive player like Reese, it's going to be very difficult to win that fight.
Yep, Frame took down Torvesta there, the respectful good fight from those two guys. But yeah, looking at the inventory of Frame right now, he had pretty much no supplies to try and take him out. He had a Void Waker spec, he's going to try and utilize it, but Reese made quick work of him with some big barrages. He had the VLS too, so trying to win against the VLS, that's a really hard one. I love seeing, by the way, as well, both the team captains there at the end, looking straight into the camera and just applauding. They had a great time, and I respect the sportsmanship there too.
No, it is truly a good day, yeah.
Yeah, we have another group stage coming up shortly, guys. This one is going to be one I think a lot of people are very excited for, and they are playing to stay in the competition. Next up is going to be Odablock Warriors versus the Pert Rebels. But before we get to that, let's see the stats of the Reese Rhinos and the Frame Friends as well.
Wow, some high numbers from Sea Engineer there, Torvesta. The damage dealt there is, you know, that's what swings the win towards your team.
Oh yeah, honestly, I think Sea Engineer and Torvesta there really carried the Reese Rhinos. Not to say the other guys didn't do that much, but they just performed exceptionally well. You see all of the correct overheads as well from those two players. They played so fantastically. And on the other side, Frame Friends, Alfie, got a lot of his prayers right, to be fair to him, and just simply wasn't able to utilize as many attacks. We compare him to Sea Engineer, 83 attacks versus 49. Sea Engineer just stayed alive for so long.
Yeah, and that's what you really need, because every hit can be potential damage. If you're getting those hits, it gives your team better odds. If you're not hitting back, if you're missing attacks, then you're just giving yourself a massive disadvantage.
Yeah, Torvesta during the week maybe wasn't the strongest player for his team, not knowing how to do Delve level 1, forgetting to equip his bolts in the Armadillo room when he was fighting another teammate, as his captain screaming at him, "Why'd you get caught? Why'd you get caught?" But today, for the finale, this is why he was chosen as a first row pick. Torvesta in his own right, absolute demon of PvP, so well performed. Also Pip putting on a great show as well as the strategist, actually dealing the most amount of damage for his team. He came out swinging and he had a great performance on stage. I'm sure he's very happy with that one for the Frame Friends.
No, definitely, and I think attacks off prayer, the team, you know, for the Frame Friends at least, they were all like, they did a very similar amount.
Yeah.
So that team is just, you know, they're unified. They're a strong team. They're all doing the same types of attacks, and yeah, compared to the Reese Rhinos, you know, obviously Reese is a bit of an outlier because he didn't get to do that many attacks towards the end. Torvesta, 47 attacks off prayer is very impressive.
Yeah, I think the lead that Sea Engineer commanded for his team was quite a lot. And once Torvesta came on, obviously he swept it up as well and just performed incredibly well. But yeah, the Frame Friends with that, unfortunately for them, they will be out now as they did lose that match for their group. Several chances for both teams right there at the end. But yeah, no, what a fight. And I'm looking forward to the next one coming up very soon, guys. We're going to have the Oda Block Warriors versus the Perp Rebels. And that is going to be one to watch. Both very vibe-based teams, I reckon, out of everyone in the audience and online. Those have been two of the most loved teams so far. Obviously, Oda Block Warriors, Oda Block himself being the largest creator, and just, you know, having that kind of underdog story, struggling throughout the whole competition. And now they're here, everything on the line. And the Perp Rebels, they've been the guys to bring the content from the get-go. Great vibes, some interesting conversations on their live streams, but on top of that, the Perp Rebels, you know, they've been every single breach, every single mission. It's not started, the pie hasn't begun until they've got there, and then the carnage does ensue. They're always there to bring the battle. Definitely. Do you know why I said it was a good day earlier? Why is that, Max? It's Chris Archie's birthday today. It is, yeah. And to celebrate it, you know what we're going to do? What? We've got some more codes. Thank you to Chipotle. So if you text the code at the bottom of your screen or the code pinned in the chat to 888222, you'll have a chance to score some Chipotle Honey Chicken BOGO. Happy birthday, Chris Archie, as always. Yes, and thank you again, Chipotle, for sponsoring this event. Cheers. Well, we're going to be going up to this fight very shortly, guys. Once again, Oda Block Warriors versus the Perp Rebels. I'm sure in the Twitch chat right now, people are going to be spamming either OW for Oda Block Warriors or maybe PR for the Perp Rebels. We can't see that one right now, but I'm sure that's what's going on in the chat. How about the audience, guys? How do you guys feel about the Oda Block Warriors? A lot of fans out for the Oda Block Warriors right now. And what about the Perp Rebels as well? How do you guys feel about them? Honestly, it's quite similar, man. I don't know who's maybe winning that one. I feel like Perp's won a lot of hearts this week. He's been a very good leader, and you know they've been great to watch. So they've had some epic moments. I don't think these guys have really faced off that much in the breaches and the missions. They've not really had that much animosity throughout the tournament. So this might be one of their proper first run-ins during the competition thus far. In the finale, with everything to play for. Of course, I believe they both did lose, correct me if I'm wrong, to the West Ham Weasels before. Yes. So they are deciding in this fight who's going to be going through to the next round into the semi-finals. Yeah. Only one team can go through, one will be knocked out. Yeah, this will be massive for both teams. They need to perform here to stay in the tournament and give themselves a chance to win. Yeah, can we check the standings out so far so we can have a nicer look, a closer look at where we're currently at in the competition. If you're just tuning in, we've been going through the group stages with the winner of Group A facing off against the winner, the second place of Group B and vice versa. Third place from each side is going to be going out.
So it's looking like the Dino Nuggets will be against West Ham in the future, and the Rhinos will be whoever wins between the Oder Block Warriors and the Perp Rebels.
That is absolutely correct. Yeah, the Frame Friends did just lose their fight against the Reese Rhinos, and as a result, they are out of the competition. Right now, it's between Perp Rebels and Oder Block Warriors to decide who goes up against the Dino Nuggets, and I really can't call this one.
No.
This is going to be a very close battle.
I think, yeah, they're both going to be very even in terms of gear, and I think, yeah, we're going to see whose skill prevails between the two teams.
Oh, 100%. And we've heard from the crowd. I think it's quite a 50-50 split, and I'm sure the chat is most likely very similar as well. But it's everything to play for in this final fight of the group stages. Then we've got the semi-finals. We've got first place versus second in each bracket. And then after that, the winners of each will be facing it off in one epic best-of-3 finale. All that to come soon, so don't go anywhere.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely amazing. Will we see any more KOs today? The Perp Rebels versus the Old Block Warriors.
Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, we do have Terry out on the prowl, of course. Oder Block armed with that Vengeance trinket. It's almost like it was made for that man. Speaking of which, though, you know, in terms of the Perp Rebels as well, Perp himself been PKing for so many years. GB as well for the Oder Block Warriors, Skidler too. It's quite even matchings, I think, right through to the end. I don't know how this one's going to go.
Yeah, should we have a look at their inventory so we can have a closer analysis?
Yeah, I'd love to. Let's check them out. Let's have a closer look at the Oder Block Warriors. As we can see on Oder Block himself, that toxic staff of the dead, the ancestral legs, really strong mage bonus. He's got the Serp Helm, the extra strength, which will give him huger KO potential opportunities with that Void Waker, with that Fang. The Missouri chaps to not get caught in place. The Torva legs, even more strength bonus as well. Then Doobie Dobies with the fake Void Waker, the corrupted Void Waker, the Fang, the Dragon Hunter crossbow, looking really powerful. No Monkey, the AGS, the Morrigan Javelins, the only quiver we've seen in the finale as well, to make those Morrigan Javelins really pop off. We have Rakesy as well, Morrigan Javelin special attack, and the Fang as well. Those Fangs gone from No Monkey during the week, going to be huge for that melee pressure. And then last but not least, we've got EVscape with the hammer and with the corrupt Void Waker for that guaranteed damage. Oder Block Warriors right now, looking to be getting ready.
They're all hands off keyboards right now. Doobie's wondering what's going on, I guess.
Yep, getting set up for this fight coming up. And have a look at the Perp Rebels, who they're up against in this fight. Of course, whoever loses is out of the competition, and the winners will be progressing through to the semi-finals. We have, starting with Mr. Mammal. He's got that spade to represent the farmers in the inventory. We've got Fang versus Fang for that first fight, and the Javelins too. Pretty evenly matched, I'd say, Manx.
Yeah, honestly, I think this is a 50-50 between both teams. So it's all to play for who progresses on to the next stage. They've got a few trinkets of Vengeance, which will help with KO potential. So yeah, anyone can take this right now. It's interesting though, the Oder Block Warriors, they all had Dragon Boots, but here you can see the Perp Rebels, all 5 Mystic Boots, which is an interesting choice.
Yeah, they might have run out of time, I think. I mean, right until the bitter end, they were trying to get those Onyxes for the Sufferings. They only managed to get 4, actually. They didn't get all 5. Skill specs, of course, with the claw grip, as we can all see right now. He's been armed with that Vesta longsword. You just don't know what he's gonna do with it. He's like one of those unpredictable players. He doesn't play by the laws, the rules of the game that all of these sweaty guys do. And as a result, he can really do something special today.
Yeah, you can't predict what he's gonna do. He might just do something absolutely crazy and win it for his team.
Yep, really excited, guys. We're getting ready for this fight. Once again, it's going to be the Oder Block Warriors versus the Perp Rebels very soon. This is a last fight of the group stages to see who goes through to the semi-finals.
Yes, and this is going to be a huge fight because it could go either way. I know there's a lot of fans of either team, in the crowd, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, both fan favorites throughout the entire week. Once again, bring in the content. You know, you got to love the underdog story of the Oder Block Warriors. There he is, strategist EVscape, the man with the plan. He went into this with a great strategy to help these guys out. And obviously, not everything can always go to plan as a result of Deadman mode. We have Rakesy, the only 2-time champ from the All Stars competitions. He has won twice in a row. This could be his third.
Yeah. And then you've got No Monkey, the absolute god of PVM.
Oh,
and
there's
an
a lot of love for
absolute
him.
fan favorite out here. Wow, the crowd is going absolutely crazy. Doobie Doobie's a very good peek out. I don't think he's had a chance to shine throughout the week, but right now, this is his moment.
Oh yeah, his opportunity. And obviously we have the leader of the Warriors. Oh, the crowd, we can hear you from back here. That is insane support for Odablock himself.
Yeah, he's... Oh, they're chanting Terry.
They're chanting Terry.
They're going to bring him out. Watch out, Mammal.
Watch out, Mammal. That's right, Mammal, though. Look at him. He's just happy to be here, smiling away for the Pert Rebels, the first one to be up in his fight. Next up, we have Coxie. Also, just honestly, great vibes all around for the Pert Rebels. They're just happy to be here.
I feel like that was definitely the team play. All of them love each other. We've got Skill Specs with the claw. It is out.
Baby. He's also got a real-life strength family on him for those extra max hits. We got Skidler as well. The biggest vibes, one of the funniest people on Twitch. Love this man. Good luck to him as well in this finale fight for him in this last group stage matchup.
And then we have the captain, Hurt himself. What an absolute legend and a very good gamer. He's a good captain, isn't he?
Oh, 100%. He's kept everyone such good vibes throughout, no matter what happens. Just keeping things, you know, positive always, and just getting into the action every single time. I'm sure these guys can't wait to let loose against each other. Again, this fight is going to be so neck and neck. We can't call it. Nobody can really call this one. It's going to be really interesting and potentially a lot of KO potential going in as well. Yeah,
I think, what are you most excited to see in this fight? What are you looking out for here?
I want to see Terry coming out and having some kind of crazy comeback at the end. If anyone can do it, I know Odablock can. I also want to see from the Pert Rebels, Mr. Skill Specs. I want to see him with that VLS in that third row, absolutely decimating his opponents. He knows how to utilize that as a risk fighter, especially. So that should be really interesting as well.
Both teams almost ready. Perp there doing some practice punches, I think, so he's ready for the fight.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Looking at the top as well, the guys are preparing, almost ready into this fight. They're all connected in a voice call, of course, helping each other out. I'm sure Oda trying to, steer his friends, his teammates in the right direction, giving advice where he can. Remember to utilize those special attacks. Use every piece of food that you have. Do not go out without a fight with nothing left. And the Perp Rebels as well, of course. Some great tanking from Mr. Mammal and Coxie. They've been the spine of the Perp Rebels. I think we just get into this action. Can we ever give it up for Odablock Warriors versus the Perp Rebels? Here we go. We've got Eevescape, the man with a plan. Oh,
and an
Mammal!
Straight away. Mammal's been practicing those one ticks, hasn't he?
Oh, that was beautiful. Off the rip, Mr. Mammal putting on some pressure onto Eevescape, but Eevescape doesn't flinch. Gets straight back into the fight, going for that freeze on Mammal. He does catch it, a nice 16. Goes for a step underneath, gets a free hit as a result too. Voidwaker, only a 16 free prayer. Beautiful prediction there from Mr. Mammal as well. Eevescape bopping away with that hammer, getting a free hit once again. Mr. Mammal does have that Voidwaker though, premier spec weapon for this finale. Catches a freeze, wonderful freeze there from Mr. Mammal. Now fanging onto Eevescape, the Fang. Such an advantage right here against that hammer as well, Manx.
Yeah, I think Eevescape, he didn't get too much damage down when Mammal was frozen, but they've just refrozen as well. It's very even right now. Both players trying to chip away at each other. Can either of them go for the carry? They both have specs still.
Eevescape, gotta be careful on that hit points right there, getting very low, but he does decide to then, stay underneath, eat back up to full HP before he decides what to do next. Mr. Mammal now unfrozen as well. Both players gonna go for the freeze. It looks like Mr. Mammal does catch it, and the momentum goes back into his favor. Eevescape frozen in place. Has 6% special attack though, has a Voidwaker to use at some point. AGS off rare!
52, that is a huge hit for Mammal. The AGS, it can noodle sometimes and just hit zeros, but right there, a huge hit.
Oh, that is big for Mr. Mammal right there. Eevescape, though, keeping his HP high, so it wasn't a chance, which was a very smart move from Eevescape. Going for the freeze, he splashes, unfortunate for him. Also, I've just realized Mr. Mammal's on Mystics. He doesn't even have Blue Moon. What an advantage that Eevescape has as well.
Well, will he make use of that and hopefully get more freezes on his opponent? We'll have to see. A Voidwaker 37.
Oh, beautiful.
Very good. The corrupted Voidwaker. It's not a real one, but it still does good DPS there.
Yep, it's guaranteed spec, and Eevescape got it off press. That's a big 37 for him to bring him back into this fight. fight. It's pretty close right now, but I would say Mammal might have a slight edge currently.
Mr. Mammal has been frozen by EVScape. EVScape making use of that blue moon right there.
Okay, cool. Yeah, looks like right now EVScape getting the freeze advantage at the moment. Oh, big barrage there from Mammal though. 31 does decide to go step underneath. Big blood barrage as well. EVScape going to go for that javelin. Gets a fang hit. It's quite close, but I would have to say that Mr. Mammal's got a little bit of a lead currently.
By a little bit, I think he's got a lot of a lead there. He's got 4 anglers.
Oh, I did see the bruise as well in the corner. Okay, EVScape down to very low HP. Oh no, can he get a redemption flick in? That is the question. He does almost have special attack up as well. If he can catch a freeze here, step underneath. Oh, beautiful redemption there from EVScape. He stays alive. He wants to send that Void Waker when he gets it. Mr. Mammal chipping away though, doing a great job. There it is!
What a good spec. That is very well played by
huge.
EVScape. Getting that in last tick.
Yes, literally, as he died, in comes big EVScape now as well. Oh, sorry, big Rakesy now as well. Oh, another AGS from Mammal of Prayer.
Another 1 tick from Mammal. He is
58.
He has practiced those, and he's frozen Rakesy as well. Mammal gets the advantage of potential momentum.
Yeah, that was huge right there. Mr. Mammal staying alive, though, with that Fang, trying to get as much DPS done to his opponent. Rakesy needs to go for that freeze. There's a 44, though. That was a big javelin onto Mr. Mammal. Mr. Mammal also taking those Fang specs. Rakesy doesn't have a Void Waker, but he does catch the freeze, gets the advantage. Very well played there from Rakesy. Mr. Mammal, though, he's got 20% spec. He can't use another AGS spec. He just needs to stay alive as long as he can. Throw some Fangs into his opponent. Does get sidestepped, though. Rakesy gets a free hit there almost. Very nice play from him. Blood barrage as well. Mr. Mammal trying to proc that redemption and be as much of a nuisance as he can for the Odor Block Warriors.
Yeah, Rakesy's done very well here to try and take down Mammal as soon as he can, but Mammal's doing a great job surviving right now. A 6 off prayer. Mammal is still alive. Can he make use of redemption to keep himself in the fight as long as possible? A 0.
Yeah, it's very annoying when your opponent just stays alive, will not go down. Another splash from Rakesy there, going distance, trying to catch that freeze. Mr. Mammal tries to catch it as well. He's finally taken out. Great performance there from the Perp Rebels. Mr. Mammal, well played. He's got to be proud of himself for that one.
Oh, definitely. He did a little flex there. He's definitely proud of himself, and he definitely should be. Coxie is up next against Rakesy. Both players are frozen. Coxie has the advantage here. He's got full 75% spec. Rakesy has only 55.
Rakesy, once again, the only 2-time champ of the All Stars competitions, going for his 3rd victory here today. Coxie has Mystics once again. They don't have that full Blue Moon. Bit worse mage. Ooh, a 39 off prayer there from Rakesy onto Coxie. Coxie, though, one of the better chance catching these freezes. But, sorry, not Coxie. Rakesy will potentially. He's going for it now. Can he catch the freeze? He goes for it and he splashes. No way. Coxie actually catches it in the Mystics. A 36 off prayer as well. Coxie ramping up the damage. That momentum absolutely huge for him, Manx.
Yeah, he's really displaying his skill right now, catching Rakesy off prayer there earlier. Now Rakesy needs that freeze, but he's frozen again. Coxie's controlling this fight. Can he make use of that freeze?
Yep, looks like right now unfrozen, going for the Fang hits. Rakesy goes for a spec off prayer, both exchanging zeros. Unlucky for both. Another spec at 11. Rakesy, pretty bad RNG right now. Coxie going for the big javelin off prayer, hits a 0. Unlucky as well, catches the freeze. No, he splashes. That Mystic not doing work for him. Can he catch this freeze? He splashes again. Rakesy going for the freeze as well. Both just splashing. Oh! Spec there, 0 Fang. Very unfortunate for both teams at the moment.
Coxie needs the Mystic Boots to come through and catch a freeze, but they're just not doing what they need to currently.
And he gets caught in place. Rakesy having the upper hand now. Big 23 barrage, going for the step underneath, looking at the food. It's actually quite neck and neck. Maybe Coxie slightly up from Mr. Mammal's performance before. Coxie needs to keep his cool, despite having the Mystic disadvantage. He has 30% special attack. He does have a Fang spec to use at some point. I'm sure Rakesy knows that as well, though. Rakesy, unfrozen, gets caught again by the Mystics. Coxie predicts the prey range as well, fantastically. 23 off prayer as well. 26 through the prayer. The DPS from Coxie goes for a special attack. Rakesy does prey melee, though, predicts it nicely there, Manx.
Yes, Coxie's taken that lead now. It was relatively even with Coxie with a slight advantage, but now Coxie has a massive advantage. They're both players. Oh no, Coxie is frozen still.
Yep, Rakesy now out of supplies, 107 HP, using this time to brew back up, get his HP as high as it can be, and here he goes. Can he get that momentum? Goes for a fang here. Coxie does see it coming, prays melee as well. Rakesy sidestep, beautiful there, off prayer as Zero, though gets caught once again by the Mystics. Coxie playing so well right now. Rakesy caught in place, has one special attack coming up right now. Coxie also has special attack. They both only have the fang specials to utilize there.
Yes, Rakesy still has an uphill battle. Coxie does definitely have more food, but yeah, both players have some spec if they wish to use that, if they get the opportunity to. Both players unfrozen currently.
Yeah, it looks like Coxie has a few food extra. Rakesy down to 53 hit points. All the fang spec off prayer there for Coxie, but Rakesy is not going down until he gets his fang spec off too. Ooh, a 0 on the robes, unfortunate for Rakesy. Next freeze could decide how long this fight goes on for right now, and Rakesy gets caught by Coxie, and 45 off prayer, the javelin headshot. Rakesy goes down, unfortunate for him, but next up we have No Monkey, the rookie of the year potentially with his Inferno performance. He needs to finish off Coxie as fast as he can.
Yeah, he needs to really take out Coxie, get his team back in the standings, because right now they're at a disadvantage. Can he get hit? Coxie currently not. Coxie's doing some very good movement on him, but he gets the freeze. No Monkey has frozen Coxie. No Monkey can now potentially control the fight. There are seeds, there are flowers already under Coxie, so he can't do anything about that.
Yeah, right now Purple Rebels in a slight lead, a little bit of a food advantage here against the Yellow Warriors, but No Monkey, some great movement, goes for the fang spec. He gets 0, unlucky. Oh, goes for javelin off prayer as well, a 0 again. Will Coxie catch this freeze in the Mystic? It's going to be hard for him to catch against No Monkey, who has the Blue Moon advantage. Both players going for the freeze. Oh, a nice little fang there from Coxie out of nowhere. No Monkey staying a bit low currently. Got to be careful. Javelin could have maybe KO'd him, but he did eat up at the perfect time there.
Yes, and now No Monkey frozen. Coxie is doing a great job. 29. He's used one of No Monkey's venges, so that's going to help their team considerably.
Absolutely, No Monkey now being frozen in place. Coxie taking some time to eke out to full hit points. He has one Anglerfish remaining. No Monkey needs to make light work of him right now, needs to finish him off for his Old Block Warriors to have a chance to still win this fight. 32 off prayer for No Monkey. Beautiful, as he predicted, a freeze. Can he catch this next freeze? He's trying, but he's splashing a lot. Big fang off prayer, 0. Coxie not going down without a fight. 24 javelin returned. Can No Monkey catch this next freeze? He does, and now he's got a freeze advantage on Coxie. Coxie trying to stay alive. He's done so well for his team, regardless of what happens next. Beautiful movement there from No Monkey. Steps underneath, gets a free hit, out of range from the fang. Coxie can't pull it off right now. No Monkey, absolute amazing movement right now.
Yeah, I think he's gained his confidence now.
Oh,
so he's seeing the true potential. Can he take him out on the Mystic?
That is huge for Coxie. He's not out of it yet. He's not giving up without a fight. Will he go down? No, he refuses to. Steps underneath No Monkey. Goes for another 18. Oh my God, so much extra damage being done right now from Coxie. No Monkey needs to keep calm. Get the last hit off. But Coxie just tanking it like a beast. The barrage, he splashes. No Monkey taking number 25. A 1 on Coxie. He just won't go down.
No, he's struggling to take him down now. 11 HP.
Oh!
33. That could have been a KO right there.
Dude, Coxie with that last second fang spec. What an amazing performance from Coxie today. Here he goes with the barrage onto No Monkey. No Monkey playing well, but he just can't finish one. He does. He does.
No Monkey takes out Coxie. He's now got to fight Skill
look at him come in with that VLS, the 28 through the prayer. No Monkey praying it accordingly. And again, praying it accordingly. Great moves there from No Monkey. Goes for the freeze, does catch it. Now he can eat back up again. Take a moment to compose himself. He currently has no food left. That means the Purple Rebels have quite a lead. You see Skill Spec seeding away there and going for the barrages to try and keep No Monkey in place. Of course, Skill Spec's a man that doesn't play by the rules, but it sometimes works out well for him. Look at him stepping underneath. He has a VLS special as well. Nice spec there from No Monkey. Low damage, unfortunate for him. Good fang there from No Monkey as well. He goes for a barrage. Can he catch Skill Specs? Skill Specs, a very slippery character. Goes for the VLS through prayer. 24. No Monkey now on red barb against the redemption proc banked.
Yes, that's kept him in, but that's made Skill Specs use another special attack.
Yes,
Specs only
really
has
big.
5% now, so that although he has died, yeah, it's going to help his team.
Oh, 100%, really big there. Good Void Waker from Doobies to start the fight, starts regaining it back. We do see a bit of damage on SkillSpecs. SkillSpecs, though, has so much food left currently. Doobie-Dobies, right now, the first pick for the Odablock Warriors going in against SkillSpecs.
Yes, this is his moment. This is Doobie-Dobies' moment to prove himself and help Odablock take out SkillSpecs, Skidler, and Perp.
Absolutely, they're currently down quite a bit of damage. Perp Rebels doing an amazing performance. Coxie doing so well now. SkillSpecs as well. Steps underneath, gets a free hit on Doobies. Oh, it's Doobies actually is getting the free hit, gets a 23 barrage as well. SkillSpecs going for that freeze, can't catch it. Doobies actually doing a lot of damage right now to try and bring the Odablock Warriors back into this fight.
Yeah, no, he's doing amazing. SkillSpecs with 5 Manta Rays and Submarine Brew, but he is regenning that spec really quickly.
Yeah.
And we know what SkillSpecs can do. He can do something very unpredictable.
He went for the Venge combo there. That's one of his Vengeance used up as well. Of course, the Light Bearer ring on SkillSpecs. He's been getting a lot of specs back during this fight. He stay alive as long as he possibly can do.
Yeah, and Doobie still has a Trinket of Vengeance too. Maybe he'll be saving that for Skidler, trying to catch him off guard potentially, or maybe he'll use it in his fight to get rid of SkillSpecs as fast as humanly possible.
Absolutely, 70% spec right now. Looks like SkillSpecs and Doobies both trying to go for that freeze. You see a Vengeance coming in from Doobies, and it's only a 7. Well played by SkillSpecs for hitting it on prayer, not hitting too much damage there as well. SkillSpecs catches the freeze on Doobies. Doobies kind of forced to pray melee now because of that VLS that's so terrifying to go up against right now. Doobie has 80%. If he can catch SkillSpecs in place, Skill will have to pray a lot of magic.
Yeah, it seems Doobie seemed to have used that Trinket as well, so he no longer has it. But 50 off prayer.
Dude, if he got that KO right there, it was kind of close, but SkillSpecs did. He was HP just out of KO range, I do believe. SkillSpecs now out of food. He does still have special attacks to use. He needs to use them before he goes down. Can he catch that freeze? We have Fang Spec from Doobies as well, ramping up the pressure. Does get frozen.
The freeze for SkillSpecs. He has that VLS potential now.
SkillSpecs needs to send those special attacks before he goes down on 13 HP. Doobies doesn't want it to happen. Does pray melee against it right now. Keeps the pray melee up. 30 from SkillSpecs though. Beautiful performance from him as well. Doobies trying to catch that freeze. A 40 whack from SkillSpecs. This is the man you give the VLS to because you never know what to expect from him. What a great performance from Skilly. He goes for the javelin off prayer. Doobies just trying to finish him as best he can, but SkillSpecs just refusing to go down. He has another special attack again, and Doobies gets caught as well. SkillSpecs now has still one more VLS. Can he send it off prayer? Can he get a big amount of damage to bring the Perp Rebels even further into the lead?
I've got a feeling Doobies is going to be aware of that VLS because he's got that light
there.
And
there's
so much damage from SkillSpecs.
Oh, that was a chance.
This is the power of the Vesta's longsword right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Insane comeback from SkillSpecs being down from that situation. Doobies does finish him off though. Keeps his cool. Wow. Okay, well performed there by SkillSpecs. Next up, we have Skidler from the Perp Rebels. Right now, Doobies is doing so much damage to him right now. Obviously, almost a whole member down compared to the Perp Rebels.
Yes, it's going to be an uphill battle for the Odablock Warriors. Doobie is completely out of food, but you know what happens when people are completely out of food? They somehow last forever and they refuse to die.
That does tend to happen as well. Doobies catches that freeze on Skidler. Well played by him. He has the Void Waker and the Fang. No Void Waker spec left, though. So Skidler right now going for that freeze. Does catch it. Good freeze from Skidler there. Goes for the javelins, and he also has, of course, a Fang himself. That Fang is just so accurate right now. Doobie's trying to catch those blood barrages, stay alive as best he can. We see a Vengeance Void Waker from Skidler.
A very good attempt to try and
that was a great timing there.
Quickly, the Vengeance hitting, and I think Doobie's out of food. Yes, he is out of food.
Doobies is out for the count, and now we see the leader of the Odablock Warriors, Odablock himself coming in. He has 2 people to take down. If anyone can do it, it's him. A Void Waker to open the fight on Skidler. A 40 off prayer. And now he's got that freeze advantage. 31 ball off prayer as well. Steps away. Another ball off prayer. 22. Oh my God. The actual DPS, the damage, the momentum he's getting right now. Skidler keeping his cool though. Gets a nice 21 there. Keeps himself in the fight. Skidler has no special attack. Odablock going for the KO maybe. Has that Vengeance up. Wasn't able to utilize it. And now goes for the freeze. Does catch Skidler again. Of course, he has such great gear. Oh, beautiful seed there from Skidler though. Going for the freeze. Unable to catch it. Odablock getting a free hit. Zagging in and out. Look at him go. Trying to get as much free momentum as possible.
Yeah, I think the audience summons Terry to, do Oda's bidding here and take out Skidler and then Perp. if there's anyone that can do it, it's Odablock.
Absolutely. Right now, of course, Odablock up a lot of damage, actually doing a great job. Skiddler already utilized his specs. A 47 off prayer for Oda. Huge Void Waker going for the Fang versus the Fang, both hitting zeros. Now both players unfrozen. And it looks like Odablock trying to get a little bit of distance, go for some free hits where he can. And currently, Skiddler trying to catch a freeze on him. You know, trying to stop Odablock from being able to move around freely is so important. That's a player that really knows how to utilize his movement.
Odablock's doing very well to bring it back for his team. Skiddler still has a Trinket of Vengeance. I don't know what he's going to try and do with that. He's potentially going to use it with a spec or something to try take out Odablock, but we'll see very shortly.
Oh, lovely
there
Vengeance
we go,
there.
the Vengeance from Odablock.
Yeah, right now, Odablock going to potentially go for a freeze on Skiddler. Skiddler has to stay alive a little bit longer. He will have special attack. Beautiful freeze there from Skiddler. On to Odablock. Oh, the 33. He almost has special attack back again. Has the freeze advantage on Odablock. Skiddler put up an amazing fight. Great performance from him. Odablock definitely is quite a lot of the supplies, but he's doing a great job of keeping his cool, keeping on the tall of the legs. A bit more defensive bonuses. Goes for the freeze. Nice spec from Skiddler through the prayer. 22, but best to get the spec off before he goes down. Very well played. Now Odablock has to finish off the fight as best he can. 41! He does it. Well played to Skiddler. Fantastic performance. The respectful good fight. And now we have...
Oh my God!
No way!
He almost just took him out.
We almost saw an instant KO. Perp using both specs trying to make quick work of Odablock. Almost both players getting a KO on each other, actually. Odablock now having that freeze advantage. He only has free food, whereas Perp has 6 and a couple brews extra as well. This is going to be hard for Odablock, but if anyone can do it, I think the crowd thinks that Terry can.
Yeah, he's going to have to DPS as much as possible. Use that Blood Barrage to give himself some health, because right now Perp has so much more.
Yeah, Perp, big fangs. Obviously, Perp usually being on Australian ping. Right now, it's a LAN tournament. He can show you guys exactly what he's made of. Odablock, though, not going down either. Going for that freeze right now on Perp. He'll be unfrozen momentarily. Uses the fang, steps underneath. Perp does predict it. Praise melee accordingly too. Odablock now has a spec in the chamber. He has to make it count, though. He knows he is down food currently. Only 3 anglerfish remaining. Perp unfrozen. Going for the freeze potentially. A few fang hits as well, exchanged by both players. Both players playing so well. Odablock gets frozen. Perp gets frozen. And Odablock seen underneath. Takes a moment. And they fang back and forth once again. Odablock, 2 food remaining. Perp now has 5 food. Quite an advantage for Skiddler's amazing performance a second ago. Right now, Odablock trying to Blood Barrage as best he can. Perp has that Zuriel staff for the extra Blood Barrage healing manked. 29 fang as well on Odablock. Perp going kind of hammer now. 27 as well as Odablock's unfrozen. Odablock out of supplies, might be out of luck. Perp uses the Vengeance Trinket as well, so Odablock can't special attack either. Very smart. And he goes down.
Vengeance. Odablock has been defeated by the Perp Rebels.
Oh, look at them celebrate the scenes. We had no idea how that one was going to go down, but the Perp Rebels take it. They're through to the semi-finals, and the Odablock Warriors are out of the competition.
Yes, that must have been a terrifying fight for Perp there, having to finish off, you know, one of the best PKs in the game, if not the best overall PK.
Oh yeah, the pressure, dude. The second he went in there, flying in with the special attacks, Perp kept his cool, obviously always being off ping right there. Such a great battle. Odablock almost, so close, almost took down 2 people, but with that, Perp Rebels go through, and the Warriors are knocked out of the competition.
Yes, wow. Excellent performance by both teams. It was so close towards the end.
Dude, the scenes of that one was absolutely incredible. That was such a good fight to watch. We got to see Terry in his element. We almost saw some KOs going back and forth between him and Perp at the start of that fight with the Void Wakers. And so many teams really excelling, performing amazingly well. Coxie had a bit of a rough last fight before this one. And today, at this fight now against Allstars, he really pulled it back and did phenomenally well.
Yeah, I think he got KO'd in the previous fight, didn't he? But this time around, he didn't get KO'd, he kept his cool, and yeah, he proved himself. You know, he proved that he can PvP, which is great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good fight to watch against. Going into that one, that was the last group stage match of the competition, which means, you know, we'll be able to announce very shortly the semi-finale players going into the next round very soon.
Yeah, we'll get to see which teams are going to be facing each other, and yeah, what content is coming very, very soon.
Absolutely, and yeah, the Odin Warriors, after that fight, once again, they have been knocked out of the competition. The Pert Rebels going through, that was a fight nobody knew how it was going to go. I want to have a look back over some of the replays of that fight we just saw as well, for those just tuning in, they might have missed all the action. So obviously, starting off the bat, we had VODs versus Mr. Mammal. I think Mr. Mammal's utilization of the AGS in this fight was top-notch.
Definitely.
So many big AGS specials. But to be fair to VODs, he also kept his cool. Look at those redemption flicks, keeping alive right through to the end. And those Void Waker specs were also massive for him as well.
Yeah, both players performing very well. VODs using that Void Waker before he dies, on the tick that he dies, was very well played. Mr. Mammal, again, also very well played, outlasting VODs there and fighting Rexy. Rexy eventually took out Mr. Mammal.
Yeah, Mr. Mammal really would not go down for the Pert Rebels, giving them quite an advantage going into the next fight. Odin Warriors, Rexy did finish him off, but used quite a few supplies as well. And here we see Coxie coming in, and oh my gosh, the performance from Coxie. He just wouldn't go down, despite having, a disadvantage in gear, having the Mystic set as well, since he got KO'd in the previous fight too. He came out swinging in this battle, and he performed exceptionally well for his team. He's probably the MVP of the Pert Rebels going into that one.
Yeah, right there. The Mystic Boots really came through for the team, helping them catch those freezes against the D Boots. And yeah, Coxie, amazing performance against Rexy here.
Yeah, Rexy did all he could and utilized all of his special attack weapons, but it was just a bit too much for him to handle. No monkey then for the Odin Warriors. Just couldn't finish off Coxie. Took a bit too much damage, but played exceptionally well once again. All these players doing great, obviously with the Vengeance Trinket as well. But Coxie, I don't know, he was another man on that stage today.
Yes, and here you see Coxie eventually going down to No Monkey. Greatest PVMer out there.
Yeah, I mean, he took Coxie down in the end, but he was obviously coming into that fight at a deficit. It was a bit hard for him to have to finish him off. Regardless, though, No Monkey put up a great fight. We saw so many redemption forks from all of these guys that you expect, obviously, from the PVMers in the team. No Monkey making good use of that quiver as well. Goes bigger javelins in. He played so exceptionally well. There you saw a redemption flick as skill specs came on with the VLS. And this is the man that you wanted to see utilize it. I think arming skill specs with the VLS is a very smart idea. Right in this fight, he was about to go down. Doobie just couldn't seem to finish him off. And skill specs had an insane comeback, utilizing all the VLSs and wasting so much of Doobie's supplies.
Yeah, that's really what won them, that portion of the fight. Skill Specs was clearly very happy. He was clapping then. So he's proud of himself. Skidlet taking out, who was that? I didn't quite see.
That was Doobies that he finished off. And then obviously Odin Warriors, the leader himself, came on. And we all expected to see maybe the 2 versus 1. He did make good work of Skidler, but Skidler, no pushover himself. Utilized his special attacks, did a lot of damage.
Look at that, almost an
that was crazy, man. That was so close for both of those players, getting their heads taken off right there. Could have been a slightly different finale.
I wonder if the Odeblock Warriors got 1 more point for Blood Bunny and he had a Vengeance Trinket and the VLS. Would that have been the difference between the win there?
Yeah, potentially. Let's go straight into the stats of that fight real quick to wrap it up. The Odeblock Warriors versus the Pert Rebels. As you can see right now, yeah, once again, GB Dobies and Odeblock doing a lot of damage at the end of their fights as well. But over on the Pert Rebels, dude, Mr. Mammal, Coxie, Skill Specs, those first 3 just held their line so well.
Yes, I mean, yeah, shout out to Doobies as well. He proved himself here.
Oh, yes,
419 damage. That is what you want to see from your first pick.
Yep, stellar performance. Yeah, Doobie Dobies came out today to really prove something to the crowd, why he was picked up on that first line, and he succeeded, I think. He did incredibly well. Both teams there fighting it for a place in the semi-finals, but there can only be one. Unfortunately, that being said, the Warriors are out of the competition now.
Indeed, and you know what time it is?
What's that?
Time for another code. So if you text the code at the bottom of your screen or pinned in the Twitch chat to 888222, you will have a chance to score Chipotle Honey Chicken BOGO. Thank you to Chipotle for sponsoring this stream.
Thank you very much. And I guess soon we'll look at the scoreboard of the entire competition and find out what's going on. Actually, it's better to do that than, giving the mic over to the wonderful hosts that are on the stage right now.
Indeed. Let's go.
What is up, Chicago? Good evening. Are we having fun? That was a little bit spicy, wasn't it? Who'd have thought it? Well, commiserations to Frame Friends and Odablock Warriors. Their journey during Deadman All Stars Season 3 has unfortunately came to an end, but we do have a whole bunch more to come because we're going to be heading into the semi-finals before we find out exactly who is going to be taking home the trophy. Modachi, who is going into the semis?
Well, Modaiza, we know that we have the Dino Nuggets versus the West Ham Weasels to come in the semifinals. And we've got the Reese Rhinos versus the Perp Rebels.
Oh, some interesting fights coming up there. You can see where the teams are looking at here. The Reese Rhinos with a 2-0 victory, as well as the West Ham Weasels 2-0. So some pretty good fights in there. And this is how things are shaping up. You're going to see very soon that when we head into the final, it will be a best of 3. But next up are the semis, still a best of 1. Now, we are going to be taking a 45-minute break before we head into the semi-final. But for those of you here in Chicago, there'll only be a short comfort break around 10-15 minutes, because very soon we will have Austin's show up on the stage doing an old school RuneScape knowledge-based quiz that you can all take part in to win some prizes. That's pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
I hope he's got socks. Right, and for those of you at home, don't go anywhere as well. We've got even more giveaways. We've got makeshift plushies and Starforge keyboards. Details on screen.
All right, now before I just say the last thing, I just want everyone in the audience to give one massive round of applause to our casters who have been talking through the entirety of this, PureSpam and ModMank. And we haven't done this yet, but I said that I would. Would anyone want to see what it looks like behind scenes with our production crew? Maybe they can show that. There we are. There's a lot of screens. Okay, now I'm going to go entirely off script, and this is so selfish, so please help me out with this one, because I've wanted to do this ever since I knew I was going to be on this stage, okay? Please get involved, or else it's going to be really embarrassing. Archie does not want me to do it, but I'm going to do it anyway. Right, when I say rune, I want you to say scape, okay? We got that? All right. Rune! 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 Oh, that feels so good. Thank you so much. All right, don't go anywhere, because we want to take another look at RuneScape Dragon Wilds, because this coming Tuesday, the next update will actually bring you the Caridian Desert, which is going to be amazing to play through. And remember that RuneScape Dragon Wilds launches worldwide on consoles on September 15th. Roll the VT, and we'll see you in about 45, unless you're here, and then get ready for the quiz.
Few survive the land of dragons. Here, survival is not a right, it is earned. Through brawn, through will, through stone and steel. Tame the wilds and stride boldly into the unknown. Test your might against undead hordes, titans of fury, and everything in between. Your path will turn from gravel and grass to sand and ash. Claim dominion. Forge your legend. Conquer the wilds.
Hey everyone, it's Mod Archie, and I have something really cool to share with you guys. During this year's Deadman All Stars live finale, we've partnered with Chipotle to bring you the Chipotle Honey Chicken Knockout Drop. Here's how it works. Chipotle is dropping a whole bunch of buy one get one free Chipotle Honey Chicken entrees after every single match. We'll share a graphic featuring a unique code on livestream. You text that unique code to 88822 for your chance to score the Chipotle Honey Chicken BOGO. There's a crazy amount of codes going out, over 10,000 throughout the night. So keep your phones close, watch every match, and when you see that last player get KO'd, get ready to secure your Chipotle Honey Chicken Knockout Drop. Big thank you to Chipotle for their support and for feeding the RuneScape community.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Deadman All Stars Season 3 finale. I would say I hope you're enjoying the show, but it sounds like you're having a pretty good time. Who managed to win some prizes in the quiz? No? Oh, unfortunate. You need to scrub up on that knowledge. All right, just a final reminder, now is your last chance to claim the Chipotle Honey Chicken BOGO offer. The code will be on screen now.
Right, so let's talk semi-finals. We have first, up to fight, we have West Ham Weasels versus the Dino Nuggets. Who do we think is winning this one? Let's hear some noise if you think West Ham Weasels got this one. All right, now let's do the Dino Nuggets. All right. Oh, they're listening, they hear you. Okay, now a couple quick things to mention. You might notice we've had a little change of outfit. We've got some very cool new Deadman merch on. Give us a spin. Yeah.
This tee is awesome.
It's selling out like mad. If you want to get your hands on some, it's runescapemerch.com. Another thing to mention is a reminder that we have a second stream up. If you want to watch a more chilled, relaxed stream, join Mod Sween, Jimmy, and various guests over on the official Jagex Twitch channel. And another massive thank you to Twitch for sponsoring this event.
Now the stakes are at an all-time high as we head into the grand finale. Whichever team comes out on top here will be making it in. So without further ado, let's welcome on to the team captains of Dino Nuggets and the West Ham Weasels. Dino West Ham, please come up to the stage. Come on, you can make more noise. Keep it going. Yeah, that's better. Yeah. How are you feeling, West Ham?
I'm feeling a lot better. We had some food, nice little break, so I'm feeling a lot better now.
Did you enjoy some Chipotle?
Oh yeah, it was wonderful. Genuine.
Did you know it's made with real ingredients?
What did you say?
It's made with real ingredients.
Oh yeah, I know. You can tell by the taste.
All right, enough about that. I want to ask, how confident are you going into this match against Dino and the Nuggets?
I'm confident in my own ability and my team's ability. I think we have a very good chance to beat them, but whatever happens, there's no person I'd be more happy to lose to than Dino.
Well, it must be interesting going up against someone who you've played with in so many previous Deadmans and actually, came out on top as well. How's that going to feel if, ultimately you do beat him?
Well, if I do end up beating, I'll be a bit sad, but I'll be happy for my team.
A bittersweet sadness, okay. Anything that we should be looking out for coming into this fight?
Oh, I don't know. Those two VLSs are going to be a brick wall, for sure.
Fuck yeah! I think they're looking forward to the VLSs. Thank you so much, West Ham.
All right, Dino, how are we feeling going into the semi-final?
Looking forward to it. I think this is going to be the hardest fight we have. So if we win, I kind of like our chances, but it'll be a good one.
All right, let's ask you a question about your friend next to you here. If it comes down to it, captain to captain, you're both fresh supplies, who's winning?
I don't know. I saw someone say Dino's cooked.
That's spicy.
It'll be a good fight. It'll be good.
You know, one of my favorite things about watching you this past week is your calm, your composure. I love when, you get into a big fight and Bodhi's just like, clear comms, Dino speaking. And you just lead the way. You're like a natural leader. Is it the same on stage in front of 4,000 people?
It's a little bit harder, but no, I'm a lot more calm than I thought I would be. And I'm looking forward to it.
Well, best of luck. Thank you so much, Dino.
All right, guys, give it up for Dino Nuggets, West Ham Weasels. We're about to start. Keep that energy going because we're passing over to PureSpam and ModManked. Enjoy the show.
Welcome back. Thanks for waiting for us during that slight intermission. Had some very tasty Chipotle. Anyway, we'll be jumping into the mix once again. The Dino Nuggets versus the West Ham Weasels. It was so lovely to hear such wholesome communication between those two teams. Obviously, they're enemies on the battlefield of Gillinor right now in this semi-final. But aside from that, friends outside. They've won the competition before. This should be one for the ages. What a great battle we got ahead of ourselves, Max.
Yeah, this must be so strange for them because they're used to being on the same team. The last two events defense, they've both been nuggets. So West Ham has broken free, and he's now a weasel.
That's right, he is the captain, and obviously Dino being very calm, demure for his team, being that rock for them all to rely on. But if we do see Dino versus West Ham in this final, it's going to be a crazy ending. I'm looking very forward to this one. Looks like to be quite balanced, I'd say. Maybe the Dino Nuggets have a few bits of gear that the West Ham Weasels do not, but the West Ham Weasels have those VLSs, that extra VLS, which is going to serve to be very powerful in the hands of Greg and West Ham.
Yeah, we're going to see how this turns out. I honestly think it's 50-50 right here. I think either team can take it. It's just dependent on how they perform now. They both have the potential. They both have the gear. It's 50-50.
Oh, 100%. I could not put money on this one. I have no idea who would be taking it. It's all down to really their nerves, the pressure of the situation, all the practice they put in. Obviously 120 hours amongst their teammates for the past 9 days leading up to this finale moment. Whoever wins, we're going through to the grand finale for Deadman Mode All Stars Season 3. And they do seem to be quite excited based on their appearances on the stage a minute ago.
Yeah, they're looking quite relaxed there, Sick Nerd, arms up, just chilling. That's what you want to see in your teammates, they're ready for this.
Oh, 100%. Obviously, we see first up and then the line, we've got MMORPG versus Foe. These two guys and the farmers. We've seen a lot of farmer-on-farmer action during this competition. They have a group Ironman together. They've talked to us so many times that right now they're going into this mix, fighting for their teammates for that finale spot. I can't wait to see who brings this one down.
Yeah, I wonder if because they're so close, they kind of know how each other fight and will be able to counter each other pretty well.
I imagine it's probably the same with Dino and West Ham, of course, being the closest of friends as captains of their teams. If they go into that finale together, they fought so much, they practiced so much. Anyway, let's just jump into the mix. We've got the Dino Nuggets versus the West Ham Weasels! And as we just mentioned, here we go, farmer-on-farmer action. MMORPG opening with the bolt, but Foe catches that insta-freeze and tries to get underneath. Early Voidwaker special, he does go for a whack instead. Another one, getting those free hits off since it's a 4-tick weapon. MMORPG does get the freeze. We get a whack coming in from Foe as well. Foe starting off a little bit up in damage against MMORPG, ceding away so he can't get fanged as well.
Yeah, Foe's also starting off with a lot of melee, and he's also got a Trinket of Vengeance where MMORPG just doesn't have that, so he has that slight advantage too.
Absolutely, and that AGS, we've seen that from Mr. Mammo earlier in the competition, coming in very clutch. Foe wanting to go for the Voidwaker here, thinking about it, guts it off prayer, and returns with an AGS. That wasn't a chance on Foe, but a beautiful Voidwaker. Goes for another one with the Vengeance too, an 18 through the prayer right there.
And we just saw the power of the Voidwaker always hitting, whereas the AGS, you can hit zeros with it, so just let MMORPG down a little bit.
Absolutely, having that Voidwaker on the team is a significant advantage for Foe currently. Looking at the inventory, looks to be pretty even, but MMORPG getting kind of low on actual hard food. Foe starting off really strong right now. Both players unfrozen. We see javelins being exchanged from Foe. Gets caught in place by MMORPG. Goes for the DZ, the Death Dot underneath. A splash from Foe. Can't stop him in his tracks.
No, he's keeping cool, calm, and collected right now. Both players are, it seems. It seems to be a very even fight as we are.
Absolutely. I think Foe may be a slight advantage currently. Going for that freeze. You see, a Fang Spec from MMORPG. It's a 0 though, unfortunately for him. A nice 25 javelin there from Foe. Feeling very strong now. He's so much practice, so much experience the last week from just tanking teams, always being that first focus. And here we go. We see him coming up right now, going for that freeze as well as best he can. He does splash, and MMORPG trying to just, utilize the Fang. But Foe does see it coming, keeps the prey melee up, catches the freeze, and goes straight underneath. Beautiful clicks from Foe currently.
Yeah, he's using some very good movement. It's making it very difficult to freeze him because MMORPG will be struggling to click him right now.
Yeah, looking at the tracker, it looks like Foe's up 100 damage now, Max.
Now, is that represented in the food? We're currently watching Foe's perspective. He's got a brew and a dose left and 4 anglerfish. What does MMORPG have? A 45! MMORPG has just lost at least 2 anglerfish from that hit.
Oh yeah, that was big for him. MMORPG now going for a Fang Spec, has 1 special attack remaining, but Foe keeping the prey melee up. Smart of him, catches the freeze, 28. Foe with a significant advantage here. Big bolt from MMORPG though, he's not going down without a fight. Sipping those last brew sips. Useful use of the seeds right there there as well. Will he go for the freeze, try and regain the fight? Here he does. He catches, and he goes underneath momentarily. He does get the ball. The max hit through the prayer. Big on Foe. Foe now also almost out of supplies as well. What a back and forth fight between these two contestants.
It was almost looking very bad for the Nuggets, but MRPG has brought it back and done a lot of damage to Foe, forcing him to eat all of his food. Both players are now out of food. Both players still have offensive pots, so they're still going to be able to do good damage to each other.
Foe right now using that last Venge Trinket. May as well is going to try and go for the freeze on MRPG. He's going to have special attack coming up here as well, so MRPG has to be watching out for that one. Here it comes, the Void Waker before he goes down. 18 through the prayer, guaranteed damage. Good prayer there from MRPG. Going for the bolts, maybe going for a freeze soon. No, a Fang on the move, didn't expect it. Off prayer as well. Foe returning with a Javelin. Foe going for that freeze now to secure the kill. He does catch it. It's a 0 barrage though. Back into another barrage. And currently MRPG just trying to stay alive, do as much as he can for the rest of the Dino Nuggets.
Yeah, he's caught that freeze, so he can hopefully swing that momentum back for himself and the Dino Nuggets. Both players hitting zeros here. MLPG trying to get some blood barrage. Foe successfully doing that. A 30 blood barrage from MLPG. It's so close between these two players.
Will we see some redemption flicks here for MRPG? Will he stay alive a little bit sooner? Oh, that's a big Fang spec off prayer. 31. Foe taking a lot of damage, keeping his cool as well though. Chucks in the Javelin, hits a 0. MRPG trying to go for that freeze, unable to do so, and he goes down! Foe narrowly wins the battle against MRPG. Next up from the Dino Nuggets, we have Sicknerd coming on immediately to try and avenge his teammates.
Yeah, that's a 17 HP difference. MRPG, although he went down, will be very happy for that, and now he's passed the torch on to Sicknerd, who has taken him out
so neck and neck, just like that. Next up, Aliop from the West Ham Weasels. Sicknerd looking to go straight for that Void Waker, but Aliop saw it coming and protected Mage instead, causing Sicknerd to have to go for the Fang. Goes for a freeze, does catch, but they caught each other a few tiles away. It's a range and Mage battle, a 50-50 on the predictions of the prayer between these two players.
Yes, and I believe Sicknerd does have the better bolts in this situation, so this might favor him a little bit more.
That's a very good point to mention. Yeah, Aliop, though, he does have that Void Waker as well. Here's Sicknerd's POV, beautifully switching his items one by one. Ooh, a 33. Might have been off prayer there, but he does get the HP back up again nicely. A 47 from Aliop as well. That is a lot of damage. Goes for the freeze, does catch it. Only a 1 on the Vengeance 2. Really big for Sicknerd. Wonderful return. That was huge for him. He's back in the fight just like that. Very neck and neck right now in this semi-finale of the Dino Nuggets versus the West Ham Weasels.
Sicknerd was losing momentum there, but that Void Waker has put him right back in the fight. With
yeah, it is so close. Too hard to know right now. Aliop is about to be unfrozen. Goes for the freeze. Splashes. Sicknerd returning some bolts. A splash again. He has the Fang out, getting some distance in here. Ooh, a nice little 16 bop of the Statius Warhammer. We haven't seen that too much in the competition, but nice to see it being utilized by Aliop as well.
Yeah, when you don't have a Vesta Longsword, a Statius Warhammer just has that presence.
Oh, yeah.
And it forces people to protect melee, and then you can get those range and mage hits for potentially free. Those are some huge hits against Aliop there from Sicknerd.
Yeah, right now. Looks to be very, very close once again. There's a few brew doses for Sicknerd. Obviously, Aliop only has a bit of hard food remaining as well. Very close right now. The Vengeance coming in from Aliop. Knight needs to get that out there as well. He doesn't have special attack remaining to be able to go for anything crazy, but Sicknerd does have that Void Waker still in the pocket, waiting to utilize it when he manages to freeze his opponent. 47 there from Aliop, though. That is massive. Goes for the freeze, unable to catch it. We get some bolts off prayer, some javelins off prayer as well, but no damage is dealt right now. This next freeze could decide the momentum of this fight. Sicknerd catches the freeze, goes for the Fang hits. He has that Void Waker, but Aliop is not afraid of it. He's keeping prey melee up and actually predicting Sicknerd's moves perfectly.
Yeah, Sicknerd there. He's got 2 very low hits on Aliop's Vengeance, which has essentially nullified that Trinket of Vengeance, which is perfect for the Dino Nuggets.
Absolutely. Right now, Sicknerd and Aliop in this second fight. Really close, neck and neck. Aliop trying to catch that freeze, unable to do so. A nice javelin off prayer. Only a 2, though. Sicknerd in the tank gear. Beautifully switched back into it. Goes for the freeze, unable to do so again. Aliop, lovely javelins there. 33 return, though, from Sicknerd. It's so close, back and forth. Sicknerd still has that Void Waker. Aliop trying to get special attack back for his Void Waker too. If he lasts a bit longer, he's going to have a real Void Waker spec to return with.
Yeah, currently I'd say they're probably even on food. Sicknerd still needs to eat 2 food. Aliop is completely out of food. Sicknerd's done a very good job to lower Aliop, as Aliop, would be considered a PvPer right now.
There's maybe 20 HP difference in it right now in Sicknerd's favor for the Dino Nuggets. Going for that freeze, keeping the parade range up. Aliop with the hammer. No, the fakey. Sicknerd doesn't fall for it though. Steps underneath, He does have that special attack. He's waiting to use it at the perfect opportunity. Obviously, Eliop having to pray mage from that Void Waker, goes for it anyway, a 19 through the prayer. And now Eliop goes for it as well. The 30. Okay, Eliop down to almost no supplies. He's literally a couple of HP left. Can he get that in redemption? He can't.
And
Signer takes him out.
Fallen right there. Signer done a very good performance. Now, how much damage can he do to Mika to favor the Dino Nuggets?
A 15 to start with. Beautiful head start for Signer right now. A 16 as well, just bolting his brains out as best as he can. Mika, we've seen him do so much work previously with that Zuriel staff. Goes to the Void Waker with a Vengeance KO!
And that is a Vengeance trinket use done. So Mika now only has one more Vengeance, which is very good for the Dino Nuggets. Sicknerd played very well there. Mika's done a very good job to take Sicknerd out straight away so he doesn't lose too much food.
Yep, Mika right now going very heavy on the mage, having that Zuriel staff, and 61M actually doing a fantastic job. Not to go for the freeze necessarily, but go for those bolts off prayer on Mika, on the ropes there. 39, that is big for 61M, the rookie of the season for the Dino Nuggets, but he's played so fantastically throughout. Goes for the freeze.
That's a huge barrage there.
Oh, yeah, that is a big one for Mika. Looks like 61M running him with the Void Waker to force him to pray mage, going for those bolts off prayer as well, getting quite a bit of momentum, and he gets stopped in his tracks. 61M gets frozen. Mika with the Fang, the Vengeance. Again, that's his last Vengeance trinket of this fight.
Yeah, and as we've seen before, Mika has Armadillo chest skirt. There's a 38 Void Waker off prayer by 61 mil, and a 28 as well, using that DPS to try and change the momentum for 61 mil's favor.
Both players are frozen here. 61M about to be unfrozen, decides to heal back up again. Seed underneath, very smart there from him. As 61M does get frozen again. Once again, you know, having that extra Malediction Ward switch, also of course having the Zuriel staff, it's just so much mage bonus, but 61M realizes that, and he is, you know, keeping the Prey Mage up very well against Mika currently.
And 61 mil.
39 bolts from 61 mil.
Is that a spec regen pot in his inventory?
Ooh, it might be. I mean, it might be a Venom and a range pot. I'm not too sure about that one. He's going for the freeze right now on Mika. Can he catch the freeze? Both players unfrozen. A 32 Void Waker through the prayer on 61M. Looking at the inventories right now, it is pretty neck and neck. Maybe 61M has a slight advantage with one more brew. Dino Nuggets having a very slight lead, but it could go either way currently.
Yeah, right now it's neck and neck. Who knows what's going to go on? The 61 mil gets frozen by Mika. This is his chance to get that DPS back and, you know, make it even 33 as well. But Mika does get frozen. He can't put pressure on with the melee as well.
Yeah, going for those blood barrages. Obviously, Zuriel staff once again for Mika has a significant advantage, giving a 50% more bonus in healing, and he's making full use of that. Mika eating up to full HP, 100 HP. Now 61 has that freeze advantage, can fang away on the robes. Hits 2 zeros though, unfortunately for him. Goes for the blood barrage off prayer, switches fakies into the fang, but then decides to hit a 0. Unlucky for him. Mika now stepping away, getting a bowl off prayer, 30 onto 61M. 61M out of hard food. 2 brew doses remaining. Mika now in a slight lead.
Yes, 61 mil has done well to lower Mika, but Mika's done even better currently. 61 mil, I don't think he's got a super combat potion left. Therefore, once he uses that brew, he's going to struggle to melee, and Mika might have a better offensive style.
Very well put.
Just as I say that, a 38 bolt
into a 32, both on robes. Huge damage from 61 mil. What so much momentum right there. Right now, Mika out of food, sitting on 59 hit points. 61M coming back with 69. He's slightly ahead right now. Goes for the freeze from distance. Gets caught in place though. Mika going underneath most likely. 26. I use the Void Wakers through the prayer though. 61M doing a fantastic job to keep Prey Mage up currently. Mika down to 31 hit points. 61M 71 hit points. It is so close.
And this is where we've seen Mika be quite dangerous, just constantly using Redemption and Blood Barrage. Can he do it again, or has 61 mil taken him out before he gets a chance to?
61M has a spec coming up as well. Will he utilize it to finish off Mika here, or will he hold it for the next person to give that lead the Dino Nuggets need? No, he goes for it. Finishes off Mika, secures the kill, and there we go. 48 hit points advantage for the Dino Nuggets. Greg coming in now. The first row pick for the West Ham Weasels. Beautiful start there from 61M though, going for that Fang hit. The Vengeance as well being used by Greg off the bat. Oh, a beautiful blood barrage as well for 61 mil into the Fang, steps underneath. 44 hit points and a dream for 61M to try and extend their lead against the West Ham Weasels.
Any damage he can do right now is just helping his teammate Boaty to beat Greg. Greg is a very well-known, very good PKer, so 61 mil is doing Boaty a massive favor right now by doing any DPS he can. He's almost taken out 11 HP left.
And Greg there with the ball on the robes, trying to finish him off. He's down to only 11 hit points. points. Can he finish him? There it is. Uses the VLS 61 KO. Secures the kill. Only one special attack gone. Here we go. We have Boaty versus Greg. The crowd is really heating up for this one. Old Boaty is back, baby, for the Dino Nuggets. A VLS spec from Greg, but Boaty sees it coming. Protects melee beautifully there. Greg taking a moment to compose himself. Stepping underneath. Healing up. I hear the Boaty chants in the crowd, but Greg is no pushover either. He's fought him many times in the deep wilderness. Greg showing right now why he was that first round pick, Max.
Yes, Greg has very good defense bonuses for Magic, so Boaty's going to struggle to get a freeze, but he's opting to use melee if... Oh, and again, he's getting those big hits on Greg. Greg thinks he's going to try freeze him, but Boaty's just like, no, you know what? I'm just going to melee you instead.
Yeah, I love this tactic from Boaty. Number 32, Fang as well on the ropes on Greg. Greg finally catches that freeze. He does have the VLS. He goes for a Vengeance. Does he want him to hit the Vengeance? Looks like Greg saw it, and only a 10 Vengeance. Well played from Greg there. I saw the vision from Boaty as well, going for that KO.
Yeah, we can see these fakies from Boaty. He's really trying to trick Greg and make Greg confused as to what to pray. And I think he's doing a great job of it. VLS 25 off prayer, very good spec. It's unfortunate for the RNG. Getting hit 25 on robes. When you're using those flowers, you have to be really careful because you cannot switch gear, you cannot do anything.
Yeah, currently Greg is mostly utilizing the Armador chain skirt he's got to not get frozen in place, but as a result, Boaty is meleeing and ranging a lot more as well. Greg finally catches that freeze, connects with the ZCB. He doesn't have the optimal bolts, whereas his opponent does, but he still hits a 34 off prayer there, stepping back underneath Boaty, currently looking quite close. Greg down a little bit of supplies, and he has to try and win this one back for the West Ham Weasels.
I think this one might be still a 50-50 as Greg, although he's down on anglerfish, he's still got 2 brews, but then Boaty, he comes back, he's got 3 anglerfish, so yeah, maybe this is exactly 50-50. The Vengeance could have been something potentially.
Yeah, Greg saw it coming. Prayed Mage, very smart. He knew he had that spec in the pocket. Boaty does have another special attack coming up though as well, causing Greg to have to Pray Mage. A 36 was that from Boaty with the big bolt. Greg composing himself, seeding underneath, healing up. He's back to being unfrozen, goes for the Blood Barrage as well. Of course, that Zero Staff giving him more Blood Barrage healing. Greg almost has special attack back of that feared VLS. Boaty catching him though before he can utilize it fully. Greg down to his last few sips of brew. Boaty up 2 food and a bit of brew. 35 barrage there from Greg though. He's still in this fight. Boaty gets frozen in place and Greg seeds underneath for a moment. Both players healing themselves back up again and repotting for this ending of their battle.
Both players very low. This could be a Dino versus West Ham full inventory fight.
Oh my God, it's so neck and neck, honestly. We don't know which way it's going to go. Oh my God, Boaty taking a 31 there as well from Greg, despite having a slight lead. Boaty down to 1 food remaining. Greg out of supplies. There's not much in it. A fang from Boaty as he goes underneath. Greg seeding beautifully right there as well, catching him in place, so Boaty can't use that last Void Waker spec just yet. Greg doesn't have any VLS left, but he does have the Zorial Staff. Both players hitting off Prez could kill Greg. He survives just about. Boaty 54 hit points down to 40 HP. Greg also blood barraging. Oh my God, a 31 off prayer as well. Greg going finishing. Boaty has a spec. Can he utilize it before he goes down?
No,
he's not able
to.
Oh, he falls with a Void Waker spec still in his hands. That's unfortunate, but now the captain himself make way for Dino from the Dino Nuggets, going in to finish off Greg. A 41 bolt. Might have him here. Oh, a beautiful redemption from Greg as well, causing him to use a VLS spec. Not finished off either. Dino down a little bit of HP, but there's not much in it right now. Can he finish him off? Greg trying to stay alive to give West Ham the best chances of winning this fight for the West Ham Weasels. Greg going down. Oh, it's so close.
This is essentially a full inventory fight. Dino is slightly down. It's Dino versus West Ham.
Oh, and the crowd is going wild. You see a little smile on Dino's face right now. He loves this. A VLS for another VLS. 33 to 27. Very neck and neck currently. Currently now looking West Ham very mage heavy with that arcane and all of the mage bonus he doesn't have. 38 though from Dino. Dino gets caught in his tracks. The momentum has paused momentarily. West Ham healing back up again. And look at those flicks. Look at him go. The one ticks perfectly, switching back and forth with that Zorial Staff. Dino doing the exact same thing. And actually West Ham taking quite a bit more damage. A 48 bolts.
He's got a Vengeance Trinket still. That might help West Ham bring this back, but these bolts are crucial to Dino's success right now.
Oh, West Ham going for the VLS there, but Dino keeps his composure, goes for the freeze, gets underneath. A 27 on the Vengeance there, so that's really really nice for West Ham as well. Looking at the inventories, not too much in it. I'd say maybe Dino's a slight lead of 27 through the prayer. That's one less VLS spec gone. West Ham still has 3 VLS specs as well. Dino praying melee against it. West Ham predicting the mage as well for 18 through the prayer. 0 for West Ham there as well. Going for the freeze, getting some distance. He knows about to be unfrozen. Dino now and West Ham locks in a mage and range battle banked.
And that's not very good for West Ham when he's got 3 doses of a brew left. Dino still has several food. West Ham really needs to make use of that blood barrage, but he's getting hit by range and his VLS as well.
That was a chance through the prayer potentially. Oh my!
29!
Almost taking his head off with that one. Dino, what absolute scenes right now in Chicago. West Ham going for the freeze, does catch it. He still has 3 VLS specials remaining, and now this is where he shines with that movement. His opponents have to pray melee a little bit more, knowing that the VLS gets a VLS spec, but it's a 0 off prayer. Goes for another one, fakies it, goes for it 20 as well. Bad RNG for West Ham. Dino stopping him in his tracks, catching that freeze. West Ham looking at very, very low HP right now. He's out of food, he's out of supplies, 26 hit points. Can he clutch this one back up again?
He's really showing his skill here, doing so many flicks with his gear, with redemption. He's giving everything he truly can. West Ham is frozen, so he cannot move. Dino is in control right now.
Oh, it could be over there for VLS.
Dino Nuggets go through to the semi-finals.
Both teams so gassed for him there. Dino doing an impeccable job of keeping his cool. The crowd goes wild. These guys, best of friends. And what a fight. What a semi-finale that was. The Dino Nuggets are through to the finales.
That is absolutely crazy. Dino versus West Ham. Dino takes it home for his team. They go through to the finale.
Like we said before, we did not know who was going to be taking this one. A lot of people speculated because the West Ham Weasels had 97 kills during that week that they'd be the ones to be going through to the finale. But here we go. Dino Nuggets taking down the West Ham Weasels, and what a spectacular performance that was from both teams. My gosh.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane. That was so close. Every single player there should be proud of what they've done.
Yeah.
You know, no one died early or anything like that. They gave it their all.
It was so back and forth. We need to check out some replays and go over the coverage we just saw there in that semi-final matchup, because it was honestly so spectacular. Seeing right now again, having Dino going against West Ham, everybody wants to see that. That's what we've been waiting for. These two guys, the top of their game, both in the content creation space, but also in the PvP style as well of what they do. They fought many, many, many times now, and dude, that was so neck and neck throughout. Actually, right there at the end, West Ham still had the VLS specials. He wasn't able to utilize them, but regardless, it was so close. Let's check out some of the replays, shall we?
Yes, good idea. So many close fights. Let's see how truly close they were.
Yep, starting off here, we had the Farmers going at it. A beautiful Void Waker off red from Foe there, and MRPG returning with the AGS off the bat. This fight was really neck and neck from the beginning. I mean, every single fight was. We did not know which way it was going to swing, did we, Max?
No, they're both doing so well. Look at them both out of food here. It looks like MRPG was just completely out of it, but he did some lovely blood barrages, and that really helped him bring it back.
Yeah, the MRPG using those Fang specs too, not having the full special attack for the AGS. Really smart use there. And right now, it came down to the wire with Foe just clutching out
very close.
with 17 HP remaining. Then, of course, Signerd up next for the Dino Nuggets and decided to just quickly make quick work of Foe there as well. It was so back and forth throughout. Ely up next, gets hit a big 50 Void Waker off prayer. Honestly, Signerd improved so much over the years. And Eliot put up a fantastic fight as well, trying to bring it back for the West Ham Weasels. And throughout this, it was so close.
Yeah, I don't think Elliot might have thought that Signerd would put up such a fight. He played it so well.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that, the Void Waker return from both of them there. Eliop actually, neck and neck throughout, and Signerd just clutching that one up with 49 hit points remaining. Extended the lead slightly for the Dino Nuggets, which is what they needed for the confidence going into the next one. Signerd versus Mika, and Mika, using that Vengeance Shrinking, using that early Void Waker special just to secure the kill to move on to the next battle.
That's exactly what you want to do. You don't want to let people linger around and just take some of your food, so get rid of them quick and clean is very well played.
100%. Then we saw Mika as well, finishing up on his fight against 61M, and that was again just so close throughout. 61M just kept that 50 HP lead that the Dino Nuggets had throughout, but it's been so back and forth. Greg as well then coming on, the best player for the West Ham Weasels in the pick in the draft, finished off 61M with that massive VLS. Love to see that in the finale too. And then Boaty himself, the crowd was going crazy for old Boaty. Love to see him back in the mix with the Vengeance Trinket and the Void Waker going for these KOs. And it was very close between the two of them until Greg, of course, did end up finishing off Boaty.
Yeah, so the fact we've just seen Greg kill Boaty, it did mean Dino had to take out Greg as well as West Ham. Obviously, Greg was very low food, if not out, so it was relatively easy for Dino to do that. But then he took out West Ham to precede his team to the finale.
Oh, and dude, look how gassed they are right there. They've been working so hard over the last week to be able to, secure that win, and they are over the moon about it. I think they did expect that was going to be, as we said before on the stage, one of the hardest fights they were going to have to do. The West Ham Weasels, no pushovers. Absolute cinema, honestly. Seeing those fights back and forth, it was so close, so neck and neck, was amazing.
And I feel like West Ham, they won't be, they won't feel hard done by because they lost to Dino, and they were happy with that, right? We saw that in that interview earlier, so it's lovely to see, and I'm sure they'll go home with their heads held very high.
Yeah, that was really wholesome, actually. That was kind of cute. Like, if we're going to lose, at least we're losing to our good buddies, the Dino Nuggets. So yeah, commiserations to the West Ham Weasels, of course. They are now out of the competition, and the Dino Nuggets are proceeding through to that grand finale for the Deadman All Stars Season 3.
Well, who is going to be joining them? That's the question we're going to be answering later on this evening. We've got the Odor Block Warriors.
And the Perp Rebels going up against it at some point soon. So, the Perp Rebels versus the Reese Rhinos will be next. Odor Block Warriors are out.
Sorry.
So whoever wins that one will be going up against Dino Nuggets in that finale leading up soon. They're just getting ready right now on the stage. What are your predictions going into this? Obviously, the Reese Rhinos and the Perp Rebels. Perp Rebels beating the Odor Block Warriors narrowly, just about getting through.
I mean, after what I just saw,
anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Yeah, it's been the fights have been so close. I think obviously Reese is very competitive, and I think they've done pretty well. But then at the same time, Perp Rebels, who knows what they can do when they've got skill specs with the VLS.
Absolutely. But before we jump into that, we should probably check out the stats of the last match as well. Let's have a little look at how the players have performed in that West Ham versus Dino situation. Looking through a brief look from the damage dealt, Dino doing the most damage for his team. And on the other side, you had Greg doing so much. West Ham maybe a little bit unlucky on the RNG at the end, getting most of his overheads correct there, the same as Dino, but Dino just hit non-stop big VLSs off prayer, and West Ham just got frozen in place. Dino played it so well, he wasn't able to utilize those VLSs at the end.
No, yes, those total attacks from Dino, getting those extra attacks, it just gives you more chance for that RNG to come through for you. And yeah, that seems to have been the thing that's just beaten West Ham.
Yeah, absolutely. Sick Nerd right there, and 61M really performing so well for their team as well going into this. Sick Nerd, of course, used to be a PVM, but did really fantastic work leading up to the All Stars, and 61M, the rookie, but every single fight he's performed, and his stocks are going to be way up.
Yeah, definitely. Total chances, we can see a few more chances on the West Ham Weasels than there were on the Dino Nuggets.
Yeah, West Ham obviously taking down, almost taking down Dino a couple times at the end as well, and Greg having to really work for his fight against Boaty. Dino did finish him off quickly, which led to that really epic finale with Dino and West Ham pretty much being same supplies going into it.
Yeah, we did see a lot less non-food healing. Opting for the less of the blood barrage, maybe because people were just unfrozen, so they had to freeze more often. They just didn't get a chance to really use that.
Yeah, no, 100%. But what a fantastic fight that was. Getting to see, the Dino Nuggets versus the West Ham Weasels. That's something we all wanted to witness. So I'm glad that was able to be done today in that semi-final matchup.
Yes, definitely. I think after seeing West Ham with Dino for so long in the past, it's nice to see them split up and actually have to fight each other.
Yeah, I mean, this whole week, we've said it many times before on the Spectator stream as well, it's been the most competitive All-Stars so far, which is, it's led to this epic finales where you just don't know who's going to take it. And obviously, coming up, we're going to have another epic battle. That's right, it's going to be the Perp Rebels versus the Reese Rhinos very soon. Whoever wins this one is going to go up against the Dino Nuggets in that grand finale. There's everything to play for.
Yeah, that grand finale going to be a best of 3 as well. So it won't be a quick knockout. We're going to see whose skill can truly prevail.
Yeah, and gear differences as well going into this. We'll get into the stats, looking at the inventories very soon. But once again, really don't know who's going to take it. Perp Rebels obviously beating the Odor Block Warriors in that previous matchup. I spoke to them outside a second ago, and they're feeling confident. They're feeling good.
I mean, I would feel confident if we just beat Odor,
I mean, true, yeah. I know Perp obviously being on the actual LAN setup, not being against his Aussie ping, which is sometimes a little bit more difficult to play on at home. I think he's really really grooving, really feeling its day. We also saw Coxie earlier today, fell over once, got KO'd early on, but then the last fight that he just did against the Old Warriors, he overperformed, and he really got it together.
Yeah, definitely. He really brought it home for his team there.
Yeah, and the Reese Rhinos, though, no pushovers. Of course, they've got some serious premier gear in this tournament. They've got the Noxious Halberds, they've got ACBs on everyone, they've got multiple Void Wakers, VLS. It's going to be a difficult fight for the Perp Rebels to take this one.
Yeah, but we'll have to see. Should we have a look at the bracket, actually?
Yeah, let's see where we are so far in the tournament. So for those just tuning in, of course, we are on to the semi-finale. We've got the Reese Rhinos and the Perp Rebels coming up against Dino Nuggets, who just won their fight against the West Ham Weasels. In that finale, of course, we're going to have a best of 3 once again. So that's going to be quite climactic, I'm sure, seeing if they can win it. Maybe go 1-1, and then whoever takes the last one will go through and become the crowned winner.
Yeah, I think either of these teams could take it. You know, Dino, Reese, Perp, all those teams are very strong.
Yeah.
I'm so excited to see that final battle.
Oh, 100%. It is going to be neck and neck between these guys. Reese Rhinos versus Perp Rebels. It's going to be absolutely extraordinary. And, you know, once again, Perp Rebels, we've seen a couple KOs during this tournament. I do wonder, could we see some more chances, some more Void Waker specials? Obviously, the VLS in the hands of Reese himself as well.
Yes, potentially. I think the players have, you know, got more accustomed to playing on stage, so now maybe their nerves are gone and we're less likely to see KOs, but you never know. With the Vengeance Trinket, anything can happen.
With the Vengeance Trinket, that is for sure as well. And obviously the Perp Rebels have put their VLS in the hands of Skill Specs, which is going to be absolutely phenomenal. Speaking of which, here are the Perp Rebels inventories. Mr. Mammal up first. Now the big downside to the Perp Rebels, I see a lot of Mystic sets. I see Mr. Mammal with a Mystic set, Coxie with a Mystic set. That Mage bonus might not cut it. Didn't seem to be a problem last time, but definitely, in general, probability-wise, a bit of a disadvantage there. Obviously, if they get through to skill specs, though, the man, the machine that you just don't know, you can't expect the unexpected. You don't know what he's going to do with that Bench Shrink in his hands, with that VLS as well. We saw him surviving for so long before. Skidler, incredible in nature as well. Played the game for so many years with a Fang in hand too. That pressure of that melee and that Mage, you don't know what to pray. And then once again, Perp, the leader, almost KOing Odablock in their fight a minute ago before he finished him off.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they might have 2 sets of Mystic, but they've all got Mystic boots, and maybe that's the carry, I believe.
You're a big Mystic boots lover, aren't you?
I just love to see them. You know, Mystic socks, I think a lot of people call them, and it just entertains me. But
no, absolutely, it will help for sure. I also like seeing the Light Bearer on skill specs as well, those extra VLS specials. We know how powerful that VLS is. We've seen some 60s being sliced out with it, so that's quite interesting as well.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will be thrown off by that because the meta is the suffering. So people just won't expect skill specs to have that many specs, and then they might just start playing melee more often, and he might take advantage of that too. You know, he could do anything, and he's so unpredictable.
Absolutely. Let's check out the Reese Rhinos inventory as well. See how they stack up against the Perp Rebels in this semi-final match. So looking at the Reese Rhinos right now, up first we'll have Sea Engineer, and he's using that Archon Blade and those Javelin specials. You know, there are gaps in everybody's setups right now. Not everyone has, you know, the meta, the best in slot items going into this matchup. Sea Engineer we saw actually once again overperforming, doing so well for his team, staying alive, chucking up those redemptions. He's been in the dojo practicing a lot. And next up, Be the Victim as well. He won last year with the SoloMission Snakes. He's been around for such a long time, playing in official demo mode tournaments. He's got the Archon Blade and the Javelin specs too. It's really the Halley we've got to worry about. Four of these members out of 5 have Noxious Halberds, Max.
Yes, and we've seen so far they've really been using that to their advantage with the seeds to make sure they're always like 2 tiles away, so their opponent just can't do anything, and they can use all 3 styles.
Yeah, then Reese with that VLS as well, the Armadillo legs. We also see treads on multiple members, having 2 treads on Reese and Torvesta. Also on top of that, Confliction gauntlets on a few of them as well. I'd say gear-wise, the Reese Rhinos are looking better, but anything can happen in this finale setup.
Yeah, who knows? RNG can either be in your favor or not. So.
There's RNG, there's also skill specs with a VLS. You never know what he's going to do with it. So I expect something special might happen here for the Perp Rebels. If they keep playing like they've been playing, you know, their first few members, if Coxie, you know, does incredibly well again like he did in the last fight, I'm sure they still have a chance to take the Reese Rhinos down as well.
Yeah, and as we said earlier, they've got that confidence from that Odablock Warrior win. So they're going to be going into this feeling pretty confident and just happy with how they've performed.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, taking down the Odablock Warriors, who I think think based on the audience, from maybe some of the crowd favorites, of course, Terry himself, he's a force to be reckoned with, a bit of a Zeman in the words of Odovlock himself. So yeah, no, they must be feeling absolutely incredible for taking them down and now having a chance to go right through to the finale. When I was talking to Perp outside, he was feeling really confident. He was saying, yeah, man, we've got a spot in the finale. What happens then? We'll have to wait and see. But he feels like he can take down the Reese Rhinos. So I'd love to see how he does.
That's great to hear. I think for the Reese Rhinos, we saw Torvesta earlier performing really well, and I wasn't sure, how he was going to do. And he's proved himself. Maybe he can actually call himself Big T or the King of Deadman.
The self-proclaimed King of Deadman, Torvesta. Yeah, during the week, maybe didn't have the best week. A few times, maybe he was falling over a little bit to delve and forgetting to equip his bolts when he was in a fight during Armadillo. He's got the grapple on. Some funny moments. Glad he's been streaming this past week. Much love to Torvesta. But yeah, this is why he was first pick. It was for that finale. Reese is a strategist. He's someone that really wants to win. He's probably the most competitive captain out of anyone, and he's gone into this with that in mind. He wants to win this finale.
I've just realized something as well.
What's that?
Skill Specs and Torvesta.
There is a chance. Skill Specs could be still alive if he wins his fights. At third place, then if the Perp Rebels are winning at that point, we will see Torvesta versus Skill Specs. Can you imagine if, oh my God, Skill Specs actually takes his head off with a KO? He would never live it down.
No, honestly, I think they'll do at least some damage. So there might be some messages, given
Oh, you
to
think
each other.
so? Some exchanges?
Definitely.
Those guys do love a bit of banter between the two of them. I look forward to seeing that as well. And speaking about the rest of the roster as well, of course, Mr. Mammal, that man with an AGS. He's also very unpredictable. I feel like a lot of the Perp Rebels are. You just don't know what the man's going to do with the AGS. He's had some KO opportunities in the previous tournaments as well. He's been swinging that thing like his big banana on his stream as well. Yeah, I can't wait to see what he does with the AGS.
Yeah, he's been one-ticking that thing, right?
There it is in the crowd, the big banana.
The other banana's not looking so great anymore, though.
But yeah, no, the Perp Rebels, they're feeling confident. Of course, the Reese Ryan as well. They've got such a star-stein lineup. Mutt too, PVMer, hardcore Grandmaster. He's been playing for so many years now in PvP scene as well. Started to get much, much better at that. That's why he was that third row pickup. Be the Victim once more too. Two-time winner. One time when he won last year as well, so he's got that experience. He's been playing with some of the official clans for over 10 years now, in the old golden days of Deadman mode that we got to experience as well back in the day.
Definitely here we have C Engineer, cool, calm and collected, clicking away. He's ready for this. He's ready to say, killing Mr. Mammal. Completed.
You reckon so? He's done really well so far. I mean, honestly, I think he's taking down multiple people. And then we got V the Victim as well for the Reese Rhinos. He is so locked in right now. This man wants to win. I hear the crowd starting to chant for the Reese Rhinos as well.
Yes, he is a gamer indeed. He's got a lot of experience. And talking about experience, Mutts, hardcore Ironman Grandmaster.
Oh, yes.
Also insanely good at PvP.
Yeah, he's very calm. And there he is, Torvesta, the Big T, the self-proclaimed King of Deadman mode. I hear the crowd screaming his name, and there he is, the captain. Why'd you get caught? Reese himself of the Rhinos. He's got a little drink in his hand. He's always got one of those. Anyway, he's getting ready for that next fight and, commandeering his team. He, again, wants to win this so badly. Over to the Perp Rebels, we have the big banana himself, Mr. Mammal.
We're going to see some wonderful AGS specs from him, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's getting ready, and here we go. Skiddler just, trying to keep the nerves down. I think it's maybe getting a little bit ready for this, but he's performed so well, Skiddler, throughout the competition. He was picked up in that first row by Perp. They are such close friends. Seeing them around together, such a funny bunch, but obviously is here to win it. Everything on the line right now. This is a finale position spot. Whichever team takes this is through to the grand finale.
Yeah, I think, like you said, he's keeping cool just so it doesn't get to his head and he can perform to his very best because they are live in front of 4,000 people out in Chicago.
Yeah, out in Chicago, baby. We are here, the Rosemont Theater, once again, for the first ever Old School RuneScape or Jagex event, official event in America. Let's hear from the crowd. How you guys doing? I think everyone's getting hyped up for this one, Manx.
Yeah, I can see people getting food ready to watch this.
Absolutely. Well, very soon, guys, we'll be jumping into the mix. Who have you got your mind? If you had to choose one team, who are you rooting for, the Perp Rebels or the Reese Rhinos?
Because I know Reese is so competitive. I'm going for the Perp Rebels.
Oh, okay. I'm an unbiased caster, so I can't possibly comment on that one, Matt.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I'm so excited to get jumping into this one as well. What I really want to see, though, once again, that skill specs versus Torvesta moment. I always want to see, honestly, Perp versus Reese as well. Reese has fought quite a bit, but I think they won their last fights quite comfortably as well. So seeing how Reese performs in that finale, like that guy is so mechanical at what he does, so slow and just doing really, really well. I think actually before we jump into the fight, we should probably talk to the host on stage, yeah?
Yeah, let's do that.
What is up? Hello again, Chicago. Well, hopefully you can hear, there we go, I can hear myself echoing throughout the room again now. What an amazing fight that was, right? It is sad to see the West Ham Weasels going out, but what a fantastic way for them to end their journey in the Deadman All Stars Season 3 finale. We got to see the West Ham versus Dino fight that we're really looking forward to. And obviously, you now get to see the Dino Nuggets going into the finale. But we are just about getting ready, and we are going to be heading into very soon the fight between the Perp Rebels and the Reese Rhinos.
Yeah, this is another big one. That was a massive semi-final. This one promises to be hopefully as big. We'll see what happens. It's pretty evenly matched. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Reese and Perp, the team captains.
I think we should just get you guys up here all the time. We don't need us. All right. Reese, how are you feeling going into the finale?
Very confident, honestly. I feel like we've got a gear advantage and we got a skill advantage. But, you know, RNG is RNG and they can play very well. They played really well. Yeah.
Oh, that overconfidence could be the end of you. They don't like it. All right. I want to ask, how has it felt in the days leading up to the finale? What has those 9 days been like for you and the team?
An absolute pleasure. I'm so proud of all of them. They've been playing absolutely amazing. We played very well as a team. Everyone's been very selfless, and that's why we're here. That's why we're here. It's because of the team. We've played so well.
Hell yeah, I love to hear it. What are you most worried about going into this match?
Skill specs of a VLS.
Yeah. Really?
Yep. You never know. You never know what's going to happen with VLS. Like, you never know.
That is true, especially how he likes to risk it and keep his HP low. So when you least expect the damage to come out, that's when he's like most dangerous. It's like a feral dog just coming to bite your ankles.
You never know what's going to happen with him, I swear.
All right, now I did ask for Reese's permission before this, but I believe that you've got some family members in the crowd, is that right?
Yeah, I got my brother and sister. There's somewhere around there. There we go, there he is. And my brother and sister. Hey, thank you so much, Logan and Moria. Yeah.
Hell yeah, thank you so much for showing support for your brother. What else do you want to let the audience know before I let you go back to your seat?
What's that, sorry?
What else would you like the audience to know before I let you go back to your seat?
I feel like, I don't know.
All right, how about I'll ask you another question. Who is the most unsung hero in your team?
Oh, Mutz. He's been so good every single tournament. Yeah, very reliable, always doing something that we need, and he just got nerves of steel. That man is unreal. And an insane tank. Yep, exactly.
Hell yeah, thank you so much, Reese. I appreciate taking your time to answer some questions.
Right. Now to question this man. I've got quite a few questions for you just while we set up your teammates before this semi-final. Okay, so first obvious one, how are you feeling going into the semi-final?
I mean, I don't think anyone expected us to be here. I think beating the Warriors, it's a massive morale boost. Everyone on the team is excited. Everyone's happy. We're having a good time. We've had a few beers. We're feeling good. Yeah.
This is professional esports. Right.
Let's go.
Now, Perp, you mentioned beating the Odablock Warriors. You might have heard the reaction his team had there. You've got a lot of love here as well, but I think you've made some enemies in the crowd. What's your plan?
Absolutely. We knew Odablock obviously has a lot of fans, but I think we have just as many fans. Everyone is. Hopefully you guys are rooting for the Rebels. Come on, the Rebels! Come on!
Now, one of the things I'm actually curious about is you're used to playing with quite a bit of ping, being an Aussie. What's it like on land? You've got fair grounds, finally.
Well, me and Reese actually end up fighting usually every year because of just our position in the queue usually. I'm always fighting him on ping, and we go pretty even. He beats me a little bit, but this year, no ping. I'm going to piss on him.
Well, that was my next question, actually. If it comes down to it, captain versus captain, with your gear and what he's got, full supplies, you've got the win.
Nah, he's moggered me in gear. He has way better gear than me. I need RNG to win. I need RNG. Yeah.
Well, best of luck, bud. All right, so going into the finals, should you win this match, you've got to face Dino and the Nuggets. How do you feel about that?
We've been brawling with them all week. And we've never lost. We've never lost to the Nuggets. And it's not going to happen today. It's not going to. If we beat the Rhinos, we're winning the whole thing. We're winning the whole thing. Yeah, absolutely.
Last question before we put you on stage and make you go head to head. What was the decision to give your one and only VLS to SkillSpecs like?
It was a content-based decision, but there was also a little bit of strategy behind it. He's the only VLS on the row, and it's skill specs. You never know what's going to happen. He used it well in the last fight. He'll use it well again. These guys need to be scared. They need to be scared. Yeah.
All right, thanks so much, gentlemen. Please take your seats, and best of luck.
Give it up for the Perp Rebels and the Reese Rhinos. Come on! Yes! Keep that going because we're heading over to PureSpam and Modbag right now. Enjoy!
Very, very soon. Oh, it was fantastic to hear from those guys, dude. Perp is gassed to be here, and hearing what he's going to do to Reese as well. Going to dismantle him potentially, and honestly, hearing the reasoning behind giving skill specs to the VLS as well. What a team captain, what vibes. And Reese as well. Shout out to their family out there as well, watching the brother and the sister. That's really wholesome too.
That is true support, isn't it?
That is.
You love to see it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one, how it breaks down, of course. We really don't know which way it's going to go. Like Perp said, he needs a little bit of RNG, but that's what RuneScape's all about, baby. We just don't know how it's going to go down. Of course, skill specs, that secret weapon with the Vesta longsword as well. Reese, very mechanical in the way that he plays, and he's chosen a roster of members that are going to be able to really smash this one. If we take a look at the players right now, sorry, I can't help but laugh. Skill specs at the top there with a wonderful hand positioning. We call it the claw.
Yes, it's a very interesting hand position, but you know what? It helps, it works for him, so you can't really question it. You just got to accept it.
Maybe a little bit unorthodox, but I mean, he's not shaking, to be fair with him. It's very stabilized with that angle currently. Yeah, both teams currently getting ready, getting logged into the game, about to begin this fight against the Perp Rebels and the Reese Rhinos. Those that aren't aware, if you're just tuning in right now, this is a semi-final matchup. Whoever wins this fight between these two behemoth of teams is going to go up against the Dino Nuggets in the grand finale, man.
And that'll be a best of 3 as well, so it won't be a best of 1 like we've been seeing so far. So RNG will play less of a role in that. And it sounds like Perp, if it goes to that, he's confident he's going to beat the Nuggets.
Oh yeah, Perp's been scrapping with the Dino Nuggets all week long, every single mission and breach. They've been a thorn in the Dino Nuggets side. They fought many, many times. Obviously, a 1 versus 1 situation like this is a little bit different than the multi-wars that they've been having, but nonetheless, I do respect the confidence. Also from Reese too, obviously a very competitive player. He knows how good he is. He is one of the top NHs in the game. He knows how to play very methodically, very defensively, as you mentioned before too, and I think he's going to put on a show for us. Looks like Mammal right now, stretching out those fingers and getting ready for his first fight. Here's the first one up for the Perp Rebels. Coxie put on an amazing display in the last fight too.
Can he do it again? Can he help his team, help skill specs with the claw?
The claw and the VLS, baby, and Skidler now as well, practicing those switches, as you see right there, one ticking back and forth. And Perp, come on, I hear him say, come on! Go on, let's hear the crowd for the Perp Rebels! Let's go. Reese, a lot more composed than his counterpart, Captain, perhaps. But Reese definitely locked in currently, ready to prove how good he is at the game. Torvesta as well. I think we're pretty much ready for the Reese Rhinos and the Perp Rebels going down in this semi-final matchup.
Cinema.
Here we go. Mr. Mammal versus Sea Engineer. Quite a fight. Mammal engaging with the first freeze, steps underneath and decides to poke with the Fang. Sea Engineer seeding away, trying to catch that freeze. Unable to do so. 42 from Mammal into the Fang. 33 as well. Does get specced back though. AGS! And Sea Engineer eats it. Very well performed by Sea Engineer. A lot of damage being exchanged there, Manx.
Yeah, he did a great job to counter that Sea Engineer. I think he was on the back foot there, but that Morrigan Jav just really helped him out and forced Mammal to eat. After the AGS spec, that was a bit of a risk, but well played. And another spec there.
He went for the Halley afterwards, but he got frozen in place, and now it looks like Sea Engineer starting to seed, using that Halberd. Halberd has a higher hitting potential, but Mr. Mammal's Fang is much more accurate. The AGS off prayer, but it's a 0 on Sea Engineer. Sea Engineer keeping his cool, frozen in place currently, restoring back up Mammal, taking the time that he can, and back into the Fang action. A 20 off prayer, goes for the Javelin as well. 13 on the Robes, Manx.
And all of these hits are so good for Mammal. You know, you're lowering your opponent, you're getting rid of his food. Even if you die, as long as you can do so much, as much DPS as possible, you're helping your team win. I'm just seeing constant hits right now from Mr. Mammal.
Oh yeah, the Perp Rebels off to a really good start here, but it's not over for Sea Engineer either. Right now, Mr. Mammal in a slight lead. He's off a bit of damage, just a couple food though. There's not much. Misclicking on his teammates there, flying across the arena, but does get straight back into the fight. Goes for a freeze now on Sea Engineer. He's frozen in place. Sea Engineer has a slight advantage. He doesn't have any special attack. He used both of those Javelins nice and early on.
Yeah, and both of those Javelins hit. Typically, they don't hit that much, but that's a massive Blood Barrage. Blood Barrage is that thing that's just going to help extend this fight for Sea Engineer, which is exactly what he needs to do.
Yeah, of course. Blood Barrage, a portion of the damage dealt, does increase your HP pool as well. Sea Engineer going for that freeze to lock Mammal in place, unable to catch it. Goes for a Fang, but misclicks on the Halley right there. Mr. Mammal gets the freeze, steps underneath, starts fanging Sea Engineer once more. The sidestep as Sea Engineer returns with a 29 bolt. Beautifully played by here, Mr. Mammal. Getting a bit low HP, has to watch that one right there. Sea Engineer seeding, trying to get the refreeze. Catches a 31 refreeze. This is very neck and neck right now, Manx.
This is so close for both players. They're both DPSing each other so well. It's going to be a tough call right now. The Nox Halley coming in constantly, but it's just hitting zeros. Mr. Mammal hitting 20s through the prayer.
Both players down to their last bit of supplies, the last bit of HP. Mr. Mammal slightly in the lead. That's a big barrage there for Sea Engineer. Goes to the Arc and Blade special off prayer. That was actually potentially a chance. That was a 0 on top of Mr. Mammal. Mr. Mammal now wants to catch that freeze. Sea Engineer wants to also catch it. Both players splashing. A bolt coming in for Sea Engineer off prayer. It's a 0. Mammal goes for the Fang as well. This next freeze could decide how this one goes out. Sea Engineer of the Halley, a 0. AGS chance for Mr. Mammal. What a beautiful one tick.
It's a good attempt, but well played from Sea Engineer there too. Mr. Mammal still has one food. Sea Engineer is completely out. This is currently favoring the Perp Rebels.
Yes,
right now.
slightly, but Sea Engineer isn't dead yet. We've seen him come back from these kind of fights. He's down to 20 hit points, and he gets the redemption proc as well. He's still in it. Mr. Mammal staff bashing the 19 and finish off the Fang right there. Well played, so neck and neck. Even Sea Engineer throwing up the claps as well. Respectful battle all round. Perp Rebels a slight advantage here. Mammal still on with 65 hit point advantage.
Now what can Mr. Mammal do to Victim to try and give his team an even bigger lead? 25 damage, just one anglerfish for the Perp Rebels in addition. He's trying to set up Coxie to have as easy of a fight as possible against Victim.
Yeah, that's some big hits right there. He throws in the Javelin of 31. Not being frozen in place, now he is. Victim going to try and finish him off, but he's down 50 HP. That lead that they have from the previous matchup is still there for the Perp Rebels. Taken out though, beautifully played by Victim. Good fight, respect all round. Well played, Mammal. Now Coxie comes on. We saw him before in the first fight getting KO'd, but now he's warmed up. Last fight he did so fantastically well. Beautiful entry!
43 straight away. That is lovely to see. And a 23 on the range prayer, surprisingly. Coxie is frozen though, so Victim can, you know, eat some food, relax a bit, get himself back into the fight.
Yeah, minimizes that current a little bit of a lead that Coxie came into that with a lovely Fang spec off the rip, though. Currently, Victim with the freeze advantage. Coxie now unfrozen too. Will he go for the freeze? Goes for a Fang hit off prayer. Victim with the Halley. A spec as well off prayer. 26 for Coxie. Gets frozen in place, though. And now Victim has the DD advantage. Goes for a special, but it's a low hit.
Yes, that's the bad thing about the Morrigan Javelin is it tends to miss, but actually he passed the accuracy roll, which is quite nice for him. But Coxie, I'd say it's probably about even right now in terms of food.
Yeah, absolutely right now. Victim getting some distance, knows Coxie's about to be unfrozen, steps back, steps forward again, goes for a spec, and 18. Coxie did predict it, kept the prey range up, goes for another Javelin off prayer. Coxie with that def dot advantage, 12 through the prayer. Victim did predict it, kept the prey melee up there for that Fang special. Looking at inventories right now, I'd say the Victim is maybe slightly down, and the Perp Rebels have still got a slight lead.
Yeah, it looks like Coxie just needs to establish himself and get some more DPS down on Victim. He's going for the refreeze so he can establish dominance. There you go. Victim is frozen, but he gets hit. Coxie gets hit a massive hit.
Yeah, Victim with that huge halberd off prayer, even though he was frozen. And now a 19 bolt through the prayer as well, clutching this one back in for the Reese Rhinos. Coxie standing underneath. Victim healing himself back up again. It looks very, very close right now. Coxie starts at 33 Javelin, big for the Perp Rebels. Goes for the freeze in the Mystics. Goes for the Fang spec at 23 through prayer. Really well played by Victim to play the melee against that one there. 42 Javelin though. Coxie is not stopping, not letting up the pressure right now. The momentum, really good for him. But does get frozen. Victim seeds underneath and is allowed to just eat up and be ready for the next Portals fight. 49 HP for Victim, out of supplies. Coxie increases lead by like over 100 HP.
And he's just got that freeze back onto Victim. He's about to be unfrozen. That's so close. The power of the Noxious Halberd right now shining through.
Yep, Coxie obviously getting hit that 50 right there. Victim is still in this fight despite being only 35 hit points. Specs up for both players. Looks like Victim has 30%. He's just trying to stay alive a little bit long, get that spec back. Coxie steps out, goes for Javelin. Could have killed him. Goes for the Fang as well. Victim going to try and get this freeze. He catches it. Coxie cannot melee anymore. Victim out of supplies, 34 hit points, 30% spec. Coxie going for the freeze back on Victim. Doesn't catch though. He's also out of supplies. What a comeback for the Reese Rhinos and Victim right now.
This is so close between both competitors. Who's going to close the other one out? 33 on Coxie from Victim. Can this...
Oh, the Fang spec from Coxie, yeah, beautifully played there. Does now take out the Javelins, goes for the freeze. Both players trying to catch it, and looks like Coxie goes for the freeze, goes for the Fang. Both players out of supplies, almost out of HP, and looks like next hit could just close this one up. Victim going for the freeze on Coxie. Beautiful blood barrage for Coxie there, and he keeps the lead.
There we go, 50
Good fight
HP.
to Victim. That was very neck and neck. Both players doing the exact same amount of damage to each other. 50 HP lead, and looks like Mutz just wants to finish it up. Goes for a Halley though. Fakey's the Void Waker, and he finishes him off right there. That's it. No more HP advantage for the Perp Rebels. Straight off the rip though. Skill specs. The man with the Vesta longsword for the Perp Rebels comes straight in against Reese Rhinos Mutz.
Now can he get the freeze? Mutz does have some very good defensive gear for Magic. A 47 off prayer right there for Mutz. And then skill specs answering straight back with a VLS spec. Oh no, 2 VLS specs.
He's sending a few to them, and a 33 Javelin as well for skill specs, really turning up the pressure right now onto Mutz. Mutz getting that Void Waker early off prayer was pretty big for him too. Those skill specs caught in place. That's a big barrage from Mutz into the ball off prayer too. Skill specs forced to have to, miss out some hits there. Gets HP nice and high again. This is Mutz POV currently stepping in and out, switching back and forth between the mage and the range. Skill specs trying to catch him, not having any luck, but playing very well defensively, getting the most of his overhead prayers. Absolutely correct.
Yeah, Mutz is doing extremely well with these switches. He's got so many switches in his inventory. I'd start getting confused.
Oh,
if I had that many
absolutely.
right
The
there.
Confliction Gauntlets as well, the ring as well. Look at that, 22 onto the Vengeance. Skill specs returns a little bit of damage. Now skill specs, the man with the claw steps underneath. He does have 55% special attack. Still has those 2 VLSs. As a result, it looks like Mutz is just forced to have to pray a lot of melee. He can't be caught off prayer by a VLS special. Both players now frozen away from each other. Skill specs with the blood barrage dodge going in, and also with those javelins too.
Yeah, I think SkillSpecs would prefer to be close to him so he can use that VLS to try and make Mutz protect something different. I believe SkillSpecs does still have something up his sleeve that might be able to counter Mutz unknowingly.
Oh, he's got
Trinket of Vengeance.
That's right, any second now he's probably going to pop that and go for the VLS spec. Goes for a VLS there, off prayer at 0, goes for another one, 27 through the prayer, goes for the Vengeance, and a big javelin hits a 0 though. Prays correctly, 40 off prayer for SkillSpecs. He has no special attack left. That could have actually killed him with that whack though as well. Goes for the refreeze, doesn't catch it, and looks like Mutz catches him in place. Look at the inventory right now, SkillSpecs down to only 3 food. Mutz pretty much out as well. That was a big hit onto Mutz. Mutz out of supplies, 48 hit points. It looks like SkillSpecs actually elongated the lead for the Perp Rebels.
SkillSpecs done extremely well. Mutz is very low, and now SkillSpecs he's now unfrozen. He was frozen a second ago.
He catches the freeze. Lovely redemption from Mutz, though he's not out for the count just yet. SkillSpecs do not get KO'd. Eats up, takes this moment to heal back to full HP. He has a special attack. Will he just send it? Will he secure the kill? Only a 9. Very unlucky for him. Goes for a whack and kills him. Okay.
SkillSpecs is up right now.
Next up, we have SkillSpecs versus Torvesta. This is what we wanted to see. SkillSpecs down to 71 hit points, and right now Torvesta might need to make quick work of him to stop the Perp Rebels and getting even further ahead. SkillSpecs doing so well in that last fight, but has only 1 special attack left for his friend Torvesta. Torvesta needs to catch a freeze here. Isn't able to catch it though. Oh, and he does catch it. That's not good for SkillSpecs. He wants to utilize that VLS to the best of his ability.
Yeah, the thing is, Torvesta does have that Noxious Halberd, so being in melee distance is a little bit risky as well for SkillSpecs too.
Torvesta also does have 2 Void Wakers, even absorbing one of the Void Wakers. SkillSpecs probably like that, and he might go for it here. He's going for it. The fakie, and he gets the VLS spec out as well. Only a 13 off prayer there. A whack as well for SkillSpecs, doing a lot of damage, chipping away on Torvesta. A 28 there as well. Goes for the freeze. Can he catch it? Both players splashing right now. SkillSpecs with the jab as well. He's down to only 56 hit points, but he's keeping his cool, playing so well in this high-stakes scenario. Both players again catching freeze on each other. Cannot utilize those Void Waker specs. Torvesta right now still has both Void Wakers. Hasn't sent one out yet. SkillSpecs staying alive as best he can. He also has another VLS special if he's able to get unfrozen.
I'm surprised Torvesta's not tried to just KO SkillSpecs as soon as he can with that Void Waker. There you go.
There it is.
There it was. He needs to get rid of him as soon as possible because he's draining his food.
SkillSpecs drops the noob on Torvesta too. We knew we'd see it. Right now, Skidler coming on, entering with that Void Waker off the rip. Beautiful use of the special attack. He'll start regenning over the fight. Torvesta being frozen in place. Now the Perp Rebels have a significant advantage right now because it looks like Torvesta took quite a lot of damage from SkillSpecs. He has no more combo eats left, no more bruise. Torvesta frozen in place. Does get the refreeze. Lovely move there from Torvesta onto Skidler.
Yes, Torvesta does have the Vengeance Trinket, so maybe he's going to try and use that for a KO. 54 Noxious Halberd. That's the power of it. He's 2 tiles away, but he's still using melee.
Yeah, really beautiful.
Does not have that option.
100%. No, really well played from Torvesta here. That's why he was the first row pick for his team. But Skidler, no pushover either, has a Void Waker in the hands. Gets frozen in place though before he's able to combine it with the with the Vengeance Trinket as well. Looks like right now Torvesta does catch that freeze, steps underneath, composes himself, goes for a Void Waker, a 29 off prayer. Very unlucky for him. Skidler caught out there, but Skidler keeping his cool, goes for a 33 actually as well. Torvesta actually starting to really cement in a lead now, surprisingly.
And he's going to be making the Rhinos very proud with this slight comeback because, yeah, he was starting this fight down. He's only got 4 Anglerfish and Skidler is slightly up. He's slightly more food. So Skidler just needs to do as much DPS as he can. He's Void Wakered Torvesta right there on prayer, but it was still a very good hit.
Yeah, it looks like Torvesta actually only has 2 food remaining due to the amount of damage that obviously SkillSpecs did do to him, but he's clutched it back a little bit for his team. Skidler currently playing really well as well. He has the Javelins, 34 on Torvesta there, goes for the refreeze potentially, wants to close that gap against Torvesta. Both players splashing here. We see a ball from Torvesta on the robes, only a 1, and he's frozen in place. 19, beautiful barrage there for Skidler, steps underneath potentially. He's unfrozen. He has 30% spec, has survived long enough to get that Void Waker at 50% again.
And Skidler, he's used both of his Trinket of Vengeance uses, but and Torvesta just has as well, I believe.
Yep, Torvesta going to get special attack back in the next minute or so. Has to stay alive for that. Unfrozen. Oh, a big big vengeance there, 39 on Torvesta. Torvesta out of food, 38 hit points, has to lock this one down, goes for the Halley fakie, beautiful fakie, 41 bull as a result. Well played from Torvesta. Skiddler though, down to 2 food remaining. It's so neck and neck, a 41 as well. Oh my, Torvesta having the craziest comeback right now. Skiddler has special attack almost, 32 as well. What the? Torvesta's comeback is insane right now. Skiddler almost has special too. Can he survive long enough to utilize it? Goes for the freeze on Torvesta. Does he catch? He doesn't. No way!
Torvesta is 20 HP left. Can Perp take him out fast? He needs to make sure he doesn't utilize too many supplies on this because he's got to fight.
Oh,
there we have it.
No way. The absolute scenes right now from the crowd too. The Void Waker from Perp. We have Perp, the leader of the Perp Rebels, versus Reese, the Reese Rhinos leader as well. Same supplies going into this. Neck and neck right now. Perp utilizing that early special attack, going for that freeze. Unable to catch it right now. Reese trying to do the same. Looks like Perp is caught first. Will Reese return an early special attack? He does have that VLS advantage, of course.
Yes, Reese does have very good anti-mage gear, so it's going to be hard for Perp to get momentum in these fights. But he's doing a very good job right now. He's getting a lot of DPS onto Reese.
Yeah, just off the bat, it looks like Perp did stop him in his tracks. Reese did send that early VLS, start getting specs back. Perp unfrozen right now. He does still have the Void Waker in the chamber. Goes for the Vengeance stack, but gets caught again before he's able to utilize it. Reese with the bolts, 10 off prayer. Goes for VLS, 0. Unlucky for him, and Perp now returning the Javelin hits.
Yeah, Perp is doing a good job defending against that VLS. I think he prayed melee on that spec, which is exactly what he needs to do. That VLS is going to be a big advantage for Reese, and maybe they'll question whether they should have given the VLS to Perp instead of skill specs. Although I think skill specs did do very well with it.
Reese tucking up the vengeance there. Got to be careful. 32 off prayer onto Perp with the VLS. Reese into the barrage now. 37 blood barrage. Huge damage and momentum coming in for Reese right now. Perp trying to catch the freeze with the Zoriel staff. Gets here 38 VLS off thread. The VLS, such a crazy weapon to use in the finale. Looks like right now Reese has a slight advantage, but both players unfrozen. This next barrage for Perp. Good lead that he's got right now. Goes for the javelins as well. Steps underneath. Reese has slightly more food remaining, but anything can happen. Perp still has that Void Waker special. He's going to want to utilize it at the perfect time. He also has the Fang for the melee pressure too. Hits it off prayer. Oh, but he does return it with a nice Venge Trinket there from Reese.
Yeah, he did a very good eat there to keep himself from getting KO'd, which is lovely to see. He's currently trying to chip down Reese. Reese still has a decent amount of food, but they're both nearly out of brews. Well, Reese has 2 doses left. Perp's completely out.
Yeah, it's very neck and neck right now. Slight advantage to the Reese Rhinos. Perp now unfrozen, goes for a Fang here. Hits a 0. Reese trying to catch that refreeze with the Purging Staff. The VLS spec, Perp predicts it. Praise melee beautifully there as well. He's still in this one. Perp almost got a Void Waker special as well. He's unfrozen, trying to go for the Blood Barrage. He knows that Zoriel Staff gives a lot more healing, but he's splashing so much right now. All the 19 off praise, out of food. Perp down to 50 hit points currently. Reese has got quite a bit of food in the inventory. Perp needs to go for that Void Waker soon, or another big Blood Barrage for Reese. Gets the DD advantage.
I believe they traded Blood Barrages there. 47!
Oh, that's massive.
That's exactly what Perp needs. But the Staff Bash, the loss of momentum there, might cause the loss. He's completely out. Can Perp do it?
He's looking for the comeback. He needs to catch this freeze as best he can. Reese also splashing. He goes for the freeze. He does catch it. Now Perp doesn't manage to get underneath. A VLS special there. Keep Blood Barrage and keep trying to get that HP back. Oh, and he gets KO'd.
Taken out. Reese has performed exceptionally well there.
A respectful, good fight, bro. All round, just like that. The Reese Rhinos do take it with a Reese versus Perp finale. Perp Rebels are out for the count, and we have our grand finalists locked in now.
Yes, these 2 teams that are going to be in the grand finale are going to be so close. I have no idea who's going to win that. But Perp Rebels, they've performed very well there. Considering 2 of their players, have double mystics, they've done so well to get Reese so low.
Oh, that was neck and neck right up until the end. Every single member of the Perp Rebels fought so valiantly, and it could have gone either way right there. Love to see all of these guys, exchanging handshakes. They're all friends at the end of the day, and this was an absolutely spectacular show they've put on for us. So, yeah, what a semi-finale and matchup. Perp versus Reese, and Reese is the one that took it down for his team.
Perfect. So I saw some people planting some seeds and some flowers coming through.
Flowers.
What? Flowers. Why?
The seeds, the mithril seeds in the inventory. Once you freeze your opponent, you can use the seeds to move your character away. Despite being frozen, you cannot move unless you plant seeds. So to get that extra distance, obviously the Reese Rhinos utilize that so well. They have the Noxious Halberd, which gives them extra tile range with the melee hits that their opponents can't always utilize. They're the only team in this whole competition that have got themselves Noxious Halberds, and they're using it to their advantage as well.
Massively. Should we go look at some replays?
Let's go for it. Let's watch that one back. This was a semi-finale match, if you're just tuning in, between the Perp Rebels and the Reese Rhinos to get that secured spot in the finale. And off the bat, Perp Rebels were actually slightly in the lead. Mr. Mammal and Sea Engineer going at it back and forth. Really great fights all round, though. It was really neck and neck, wasn't it, Max?
Yes, definitely. I think the Perp Rebels, they had the advantage for a few fights. Mr. Mammal getting taken out there by Victim. And there you go. He's like, Coxie's got this. I believe in my teammate. And yes, there was a good reason to believe in him too.
Yeah, Coxie performed really well during this tournament. Honestly, I'm very impressed. The first fight, he did get KO'd, but since then, he's definitely brought it back, and he managed to, win his fight comfortably, keep that lead against Victim as well, going into the next fight with 47 hit points throughout. I believe the Pearls did have like a sort of 40, 50 HP advantage. He has to make Reese here, Mutz here, also have to utilize that special attack, which is really good for his teammates as well.
Yeah, Mutz taking him out nice and quick just to make sure he doesn't use too many supplies. Probably a very smart move. Skill Specs with the VLS doing so much damage and taking out Mutz.
Yeah, Mutz, absolute demon to be fair, but Skill Specs without VLS, you just don't know how it's going to go. And Skill Specs did have a slight lead, taking down Mutz as well, which is not an easy task by any means. But yeah, Mutz played so well for his team too, with all those switches, the Halberd, the Confliction Gauntlets, way more switches than anywhere else in the competition. Considering it's a PvP, kind of not his main bit of content, he played really, really well.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, he got to fight Torvesta for a little while, did a bunch of damage on him. Torvesta finally used the Voidmaker to take him out.
Yeah, I did like seeing that noob being dropped by Skill Specs as well. Had to get it in there as he fell. But yeah, no, Skill Specs performed incredibly well. Skidder as well, absolute demon in the PvP scene. Took down Torvesta's food, and all it took from Perp was one quick hit, this Javelin right here, and then it was a neck and neck fight. Every single teammate from each team doing everything they could to keep it balanced throughout, and Reese just maybe too much to handle, having that Armador Chain Scale, having the treads advantage. The gear was a lot, obviously the VLS as well, that premier special attack weapon. It is far and away the best spec weapon in the game.
Yeah, there's a reason why people hype up that spec so much, it is just so strong, and in the hands of Reese, it proved to be very successful.
Yeah, no, Perp did a great job, valiant effort, took Reese's down to only a couple food remaining, but Reese just about took that one down again. He is such an incredible Anisha. That's why he's been a captain this year. That's why, came out on top today.
Yeah, very well performed by the whole team. Both teams, I'm sure they're very proud of themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, once again, Perp Rebels versus the Reese Rhinos. For those fans of the Perp Rebels at home, I know they provided us so much content throughout the entire week of the Spectator stream. Always the first ones to jump into the chaos. Got to give them props for that. Salutations. Thank you so much for everything you guys have done. I've really enjoyed everything they've done for us. It's been amazing to watch. The Reese Rhinos now are, of course, going into the next one. But before we jump into the next stuff, let's check out the stats of the last competition as well. The Perp Rebels versus the Reese Rhinos, once again, if you were tuning in. And the Reese Rhinos are through to the finale. Looking through this, man, anything stick out for you?
I mean, the fact that Skill Specs and Torvesta got the exact same damage
dealt.
No
way. That's actually incredible.
The exact same correct overheads, but Skill Specs did one more attack, so he's got that in his belt.
That's actually nuts how close these guys are on the stats page. That's very well recognized there. Yeah, and once again, looking through, Mr. Mammal did so well at the start. 500 damage dealt. Mr. Mammal was the MVP for his team, I'd say, in that fight matchup. And actually, for the Reese Rhinos, it was, of course, Torvesta himself, the king of Deadman mode. During the weekend, there was a few shaky moments, but of course, he was picked for this finale lineup too, and showing why he deserves to be in that front row as well.
Yeah, I'm sure he's probably a little bit gutted he didn't get at least one damage dealt more than Skill Spec, so he could hold that over his head for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, overall though, it was absolutely incredible to see these guys going at it. It was so neck and neck throughout, right up until the end. Was an amazing showdown between these two behemoth of teams.
Yeah, we didn't see too much non-food healing there again. Mika earlier, he had like 150, but since then I don't think we've seen that much. So Blood Barrage being used a lot less in these fights.
Absolutely, yeah. I think obviously trying to hit those attacks off prayer. If you get the right overhead prayer, it obviously reduces damage by 40%. So trying to catch your opponent off prayer is also very important. Not always worth utilizing the best style that you have out of the tribe with range, mage, or melee. But going for those hits off prayer can really give you that momentum, give you those big hit damages that makes you win those fights, Manked.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, because you want to hit people off prayer, maybe doing less switches is better, but then you see Mutz and he just has so many.
Yeah,
Crazy.
I mean, the Confliction Gauntlets, the shield switch as well. A lot of people opting to just, you know, keep the DFS on or the Crystal Shield. Make it a little bit easier, especially on stage in front of 4,000 people in Chicago, of course. Got the crowd behind us right now. And yeah, that was, you know, trying to keep your cool there. It's not an easy job. So, you know, props again to all the players for really keeping their cool and giving us such a great show to watch there.
Yeah, shall we have a look at the leaderboard?
Yeah, let's see where we are right now in the competition of the Deadman All Stars Season 3. Well, right now, as you can see, the Purp Rebels were eliminated, which means the Reese Rhinos are going through to the finale of the Deadman All Stars, and they're up against the Dino Nuggets, Manx.
Now this is a lineup I have no idea who wins.
I think we've been saying that a lot, but genuinely really mean it. All of these fights can truly go either way. The Dino Nuggets, of course, have all of the same gear pretty much the Reese Rhinos do. They both have VLS, they both got Zuriel staffs, they both got the treads, the best in slot gear throughout. And in terms of their rosters as well, you know, packed with PvPers that they can really serve a punch. So should be really interesting to see how this one plays out.
I wonder whether Big T is ready to fight Boaty.
Oh, that's true, actually. We're going to see old Boaty make a return as well. We did just see, of course, the Dino Nuggets going up against the West Ham Weasels to knock the West Ham Weasels off of their throne. They've been dominating throughout the entire week leading up to this moment. 97 kills again, and they went out against the Dino Nuggets very gracefully. They were happy to lose to their good friends as well. But yeah, the next match will be the finals, guys. It will be a best of 3 coming up very shortly too.
So who do you think, for the audience, who do you think they're rooting for?
That's a good question, guys. In the audience right now, are you guys rooting for the Dino Nuggets? Okay, I hear a lot of cheers, Max.
Yeah, what about
the Reese Rhinos?
A slightly different noise.
Absolutely. I think maybe the Dino Nuggets might be the fan favorites here live in Chicago. I'm sure the Twitch chat as well is spamming the right names as well of which team they're rooting for. But regardless, you know, it's been such a sick week for all these competitors, playing 120 hours every single day. Well, not every day, obviously, but leading up to the final, 120 hours throughout the week, getting all their gear, all their stats up, starting from level 3. It's been such an incredible week, all leading up to this moment. So to be in that final, to be here in Chicago, I'm sure that's you know, amazing enough. But obviously, they're here to play for the win. They want that flex, especially, you know, Reese being such a competitive person, and Dino too. He'll say he's just here for the vibes, but you know he wants to win as well.
Yeah, Dino's going to be going for his 2nd win in Deadman All Stars, and Reese for his 1st. I don't know about the members of each team. Do you know how many times they've won, if they've won before?
I don't think Reese Rhinos have won. Of course, Reese previously has always been on the Oda Block Warriors team, and he's been helping Big O with that. But now he's had the opportunity to be a captain himself and, you know, showing his leadership, his strategy, everything that he knows about Deadman Mode. Played so competitively for so many years now. That's why he's able to make this roster, get all the gear that they needed throughout the week, and make it this far as well. Now, the Dino Nuggets, of course, Dino picked up Boaty first as his strategist. Boaty, I heard he was writing essays in the Discord, getting ready for, you know, the week and making sure everything was right. Of course, we've got Mutz as well, who once again is incredible for his team, for the Reese Rhinos, doing so much work as that PVMer to get all the items they need, the Noxious Halberds, the Armador Crossbows, Sea Engineer as well, putting in the work. Any other notable members from either team that you want to mention?
I think, no, you're covering it very well. Every name you say, I'm like, yeah, they've got the potential to do well right now.
Yeah, so it's hard to really know who's going to come out on top, of course. Like we saw a minute ago, the Purp Rebels had like a 50 HP lead throughout that semi-final matchup. And then suddenly the tables turned. Torvesta really put in the work. And Reese, that final boss of the Reese Rhinos, like he is one of the best out there. Plays so defensively, so calculated with every single move that he does. So it's going to be a very tough final for the Dino Nuggets. Saying that, though, they did beat the West Ham Weasels, and those guys were considered to be the best in the tournament coming into this as the PvP roster. So I mean, we'll have to wait and see how it turns out.
It's up for grabs. That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
Anyone can win.
Absolutely. The guy's just getting ready to get on the stage right now. And of course, we'll be talking to both of the teams momentarily in terms of who else I'm looking out for. Of course, Sicknerd, I think that guy for the Dino Nuggets, he's been non-stop PVMing for his team, but also showed up today, as an Iron Man, doing so well in the finale as well. He's been just, doing work, the general, putting a lot of time. And a lot of I think the lower row people that you don't expect to be so well confident and well versed in PvP, they're actually performing as MVPs for their team, sometimes taking out 1.5 people of the opposition.
Yeah, no, they're doing very well. We have a framed hand popping into...
Kevin framed?
Yeah, he's run off again.
He's run off again. One of my favorite memes in the competition, of course, the raw chicken moment. That one was one to never forget. Yeah, very soon, guys, if you're just tuning in, of course, we do have the best of 3 finale about to be underway. Of course, the Dino Nuggets and the Reese Rhinos. They're just setting up on stage currently. Of the Reese Rhinos, of course, we have first going up, we have C Engineer, which is going to be sick to see him as well. He's been doing so much, but I think we're pretty much ready for the host to take over, I believe. So we'll swing over to them and speak to the teams on stage.
Let's go over.
You've always such a great audience. Have this. Now, the stage is set. After all those hours of building their accounts and battling through the group stages and the semi-finals, or finales, however you pronounce it, it's time for the Dino Nuggets to battle Reese Rhinos for the ultimate glory. Are you ready?
All right, keep the energy going because we're going to welcome onto the stage now Dino and Reese. Come on! Well, hopefully we are. Oh, sorry, with correction, just Dino Nuggets. Where's Dino? Oh, here come the Nuggets! I think there are 2 captains in this team. How are you feeling, Dino?
Feeling good, very good. I think we've had our hardest fight now, so I'm hoping we'll be okay.
That's fighting talk. So you fought against Reese Rebels already, and you did lose against them.
I do feel like we got very bad RNG, so I'm hoping we'll be okay.
Is that kind of like how West Ham's RNG was against you in the last fight?
Literally flipped, yeah. I feel so bad for him, but...
Hey, look, that's the game. It is what it is. You guys have managed to clutch the victory. You definitely deserve your space here in the finale. What should people be looking out for in this fight? Any secrets you've been keeping up your sleeve?
Honestly, no. I wish I could say yes to that, but we have no idea. We'll play as well as we've been playing, and we'll do well.
All right, amazing. Well, thank you so much, Dino. I'm going to just do a quick pass through the rest of the team that we've not been able to hear from. Bowie, how are you feeling about the finale?
We're feeling good. Obviously, the score right now is the Rhinos are 1-0 on us, but it was the absolute debut fight of the All Stars 3 stage. All our nerves are gone. We're all performing so much better than those first fights. I think we're more than capable to beat them, but they're not going to be an easy team to beat, so we all need to lock in. I think we have a great chance.
All right, well, best of luck. 61 mil, new to All Stars, but been putting on an absolute show.
Yes, sir.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm really proud of our team for being here, and this has been an amazing experience.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do in the next match. And now, Sicknerd, your last fight, you did some dangerous numbers. Are we going to see a repeat of that again?
Honestly, I can barely hear you, bro. All I've got to say is the Rhinos have no fans. That is it. Good luck to them.
Thank you. And MMORPG, how are you doing, buddy? How are you feeling?
Oh, great. I mean, I was gifted to this team, and they've done so well, and we're going to bring this W home. We're doing it for the fans. Come on, boys. Yeah! Come on, let me hear ya. Woo! Let's go.
I love it. There's so much energy. All right, Dino Nuggets, go take your seats, and let's get ready for the finale. You can go take your seats. Yeah, thank you. Good luck, buddy.
So while the Nuggets are taking their places, let's have a big hand for the Reese Rhinos.
Come on! It's going to be a good fight!
Reese.
Hello. So, Reese, king of the Rhinos, you've got all the way to the end. Looking back, is there anything that you'd like to do differently, say, next time? Next time confirmed.
Figure out finality earlier for multi. That is definitely the big thing for that. Finality was so big this year, and I realized like day 2, I should have realized way earlier. That's one thing.
Nice one. And is there anything you might like, say, us to do differently for our next time? You know, the vibes, the size of the audience, the design?
I think it's been perfect, really. The vibes have been unreal. Everyone's smashing it. It's been insane. I'm so happy.
Thank you. So, any final words any shout-outs for those at home?
I mean, I've had an absolute shambles of a week, but the finale is what matters, and you know what? I'm not doing too bad, so I'm happy.
You're here, definitely not doing too bad. How about for you, Sam?
I'm good, feeling really good. Happy to be here in Chicago, having a great time.
It is nice out here.
I just want you all to know. He has it!
He has it confirmed. Any more for shout-outs?
All Stars final completed.
And we know you. All right, please get ready to take your places. Thank you. And good luck to you all. May the best team win. And we will go one last time back to the casting deck with the beautifully dressed Mod Manked and PureSpam.
Wow, my week's been made right there from Modash calling us beautifully dressed. What a compliment. Oh, guys, we're about to get jumping into the action in this finale of the Deadman All Stars Season 3, Mank. I can't wait to see how this one ends up.
I know, it's going to be insane. And I don't think we've actually commented on each other's outfits, have we?
No, true, actually. You are looking very dashing, my friend. Yeah, we're putting the cast in a casting, of course. That was a terrible joke. I'm so sorry, guys.
And you've said it twice.
I have. But yeah, we're going to be jumping into this best of 3 finale momentarily. The Reese Rhinos versus the Dino Nuggets. Now, of course, we did forget to mention, actually, as they mentioned on stage, these guys have already fought once in the group stages. And as we heard, the Reese Rhinos are the ones that took that first win. But it doesn't seem to have bothered the Dino Nuggets. If anything, they're back for revenge. They were saying, we were just getting warmed up. You know, we had some bad RNG. They seem confident going into this one. Of course, NYPG, as we see here, look at him just vibing away, nodding that head, ready to go up for the Dino Nuggets as their first pick.
Yeah, I mean, they were claiming bad RNG, but this is now a best of 3, which should help remove RNG from the equation. So we'll see who the true winner is. Sick Nerd is ready for this fight. Look at him. He's determined.
Oh, he is very determined. This man's actually very competitive too. The last 2 teams he played in were kind of, as he put it, burger teams, a bit of vibe-based fun teams. We're so happy to be here in the finale. And look at 61 mil. He's had a fantastic week so far. And I hear the crowd going wild before I even mention Bodhi's name and the captain himself, Dino, from the Dino Nuggets too.
He's looking very, very excited. I think he's looking over to Boaty for some confirmation on we're going to win it.
Oh yeah,
he's a happy boy there.
The true captain, as you've been said, they've been called the Boaty Nuggets as well as the Dino Nuggets. What a duo those guys have been, and I'm sure he's very happy to have got the first place pick to pick up Boaty right there.
Yeah, he's had some very good teams in the past, and this one is no exception. It's the same with the Reese Rhinos, though. They also have very good teammates.
Oh, 100%. Looking at the Dino Nuggets right now, though, once again, they're in a call together, keeping themselves cool. And I think I heard from speaking to the other guys on the JXB stream as well. They were saying how, you know, having someone in your headphones to help you out, tell you like when to use certain specs, or, you know, don't forget you've got a special attack, or you've got a brew sip left. Don't use the brew too early. Need that combo food for later. Look at Sick Nerd. shirt staring into the camera. He's ready and raring to go. 61M, I mentioned before as well. Of course, a rookie this season, but he has far exceeded where he got picked up as well. Did so much PVMing for the team throughout the week, and here in this finale format too, has done so well under the pressure.
Yes, as you said, he was a rookie for this event. Dino picked him. It was a risk, but he is a known PvPer, and he has proved how good he truly is and how valuable he is throughout the week as well. He was so good.
Yeah, I'd actually be curious to actually listen in on what these guys are talking about, how they're preparing themselves for this finale fight.
Are you guys all good on like runes and stuff as well?
Yep. Yeah.
So got plenty.
Good and everything.
Yep,
Okay.
good.
Good check. Good check.
Be ready, Curtis. You never know when they're going to start it.
Just remember 61M, you batted him up.
Yep.
Far better him up.
Already beat him once.
Man. Come on, baby. We got this. We got this.
I'm proud of you guys, bro. You guys all done great, bro.
That was pretty wholesome right there. You guys have all done great, bro, no matter what happens. And you know, you're saying he's already beaten one of those fights before as well. And here we have, of course, the Reese Rhinos. Reese himself being, you know, one of those most competitive captains. My God, is he a good NH and one of the best PvPers in the entire tournament. He obviously chose Torvesta as his first. These guys, good football friends, gone back many years now. And Torvesta's here after a bit of a shaky week, like he said, able to really prove himself in battle.
Yes, and he's got Mutt's Hands of Steel. And we are also going to have a listen into them, see if their vibes are the same as the Dino Nuggets. And it seems that they already know what they want to do because they're just not talking.
No, they're just kind of vibing out right now, just waiting moments away from the Deadman All Stars Season 3 finale. Maybe the pressure's starting to, like, you know, get on them a little bit. Just keep yourself cool. Start thinking about how the victory's going to be, how that one's going to feel if they are able to take down the Dino Nuggets.
They are going to have to wait to taste that victory because this is a best of 3.
It is, and with that being said, why don't we just jump into the action? Let's go. The finale of the Deadman All Stars Season 3. The Dino Nuggets versus the Reese Rhinos, baby.
MMOG and C Engineer starting off, both trying to freeze, and C Engineer is caught.
Yeah, C Engineer did throw the Javelin Special early on, though, getting that spec out there. Hit a 0, though, unfortunately for him. Does catch the freeze back. Now he's got that distance, that extra tile from using those Mithril Seeds to step away from his opponent, using that Nox Halberd for all 3 styles. MRPG bolting back right now, pretty neck and neck, pretty back and forth. MRPG wants to send that special attack the second that he can to start regenning some more special attack throughout the fight. Does instead decide to go for a freeze, perhaps. No, a bolt through the press. The Engineer trying to catch that freeze. Looks like MRPG going for the Fang. A spec, a 0, though. Goes for the Aegis afterwards, but gets caught in place. Unfortunately for him, the Engineer is doing a great job of catching those freezes as well right now, Manx.
Yeah, I think they're trading 1-to-1 pretty well, so there's no clear advantage for either player, but you can see players zoom in a lot, and that's why people decide to run around so much, because it makes it really difficult to click them.
Yeah, of course, when you're zoomed in that much, there's less distance from the inventory or the prayers to your opponent, which is why they're so zoomed in as well. Not something you mentioned, so well picked up on there. Right now, C Engineer gets frozen in place, and MRPG actually plants the seed underneath of him just to keep him in place so we can't use it against him. Another Fang spec coming in. All of MRPG's specs right now, they've just hit 0. It's been quite unfortunate for him.
Yes, maybe that's the RNG that they're talking about being bad, but both players seem to be similar inventories in terms of food.
I'd say C Engineer maybe has just a couple food advantage, but anything can happen in these fights. It can be very quick momentum shifts. C Engineer right there getting the freeze advantage. Again, deciding to plant a flower underneath. MRPG not able to catch that freeze. C Engineer now wiggling in and out, trying to take out that Halley, causing MRPG to trade the melee a little bit more, but hits a 0. This freeze has not been that much momentum for C Engineer. MRPG doing a great job keeping the right prayers up currently as well. This is quite a neck and neck fight. MRPG now unfrozen, going for the freeze, does catch on C Engineer. Now he could get some momentum here. Goes for the Fang spec, another 0. He's been getting some very unlucky RNG with all of the special attacks this fight.
That is very unfortunate. C Engineer using Mithril Seeds in order to go west, and so he can use his melee when MRPG just can't because he doesn't have that Noxious Halberd.
C Engineer now does have another special attack as he is unfrozen, has that Archon Blade at 30%. Might decide to hold it though. MRPG trying to go for those Fangs as he's unfrozen. Most players expect you to go for freezes. As a result though, Sea Engineer does catch the freeze to stop NYPG in his tracks. 26 ball as he steps underneath, steps back out again. NYPG returns with a ball through the parade. 18, a 0 Halley from Sea Engineer Rao. Kind of zeros from both players. It's actually very close in terms of the food remaining. Sea Engineer might be up a tiny bit, but NYPG does have that full brew as well.
Yeah, Sea Engineer's completely out of brews.
Oh, that was actually a chance, I think, from Sea Engineer onto MRPG. It was off prayer on around 40 hit points. The Halley has to keep that hit points a little bit higher.
Yeah, he needs to make sure he doesn't KO'd because he does still have food and he's still got offensive pots. A 55 on MRPG. That's just absolutely insane from the Noxious Halberd.
Yeah, the Noxious Halberd right now, one of those premier melee weapons, has so much KO potential, not having a special attack either. 50 pluses can be walloped on the opponent's head. Right now, MPG going for that freeze on Sea Engineer, does catch it. Gains a little bit of momentum here, steps underneath, gets a free hit. Sea Engineer beautifully seeding though, returning another halberd to MRPG. And the Fang just ain't fanging right now, not hitting too much damage for him. MRPG down to 1 food remaining. Looks like Sea Engineer maybe has like a 60, 80 HP lead currently, but that can all change in a matter of moments. Sea Engineer does have 60% special attack though. He could close this one out very quickly.
And there you go, there's already 20 damage from MRPG. He is locking this down and bringing it back ever so slightly. But he needs to do just slightly more damage and then this will be even.
Yeah, that Halley's been working so well for Sea Engineer. You can tell he knows how to utilize it, but beautifully done by MRPG. He does catch the freeze, plants a flower underneath to keep Sea Engineer in his tracks. Oh, we saw a spec coming in from Sea Engineer there, the Javelin, but it hit a 0, fortunately, for the Dino Nuggets and MRPG. A nice Fang, 22 off prayer, steps out, steps back in again, goes for a ball off prayer as well, hits a 0 though, Sea Engineer, keeping his HP nice and high, doesn't want to get KO'd. MRPG out of supplies apart from 1 food remaining, 57 hit points currently, goes for the Fang off prayer, doing a great job of going for the unpredictable hits right now, when most players would normally go for a freeze. Gets frozen, a 33 for a 22 though, not too bad from MRPG, catches him next to him. Sea Engineer can seed though, and MRPG can't on top of existing flowers.
Yes, if there are flowers there, he cannot use seed, so he's now locked in place. Sea Engineer can use any 3 style. He uses the Blood Barrage, 34, that's going to heal him nicely.
Oh, he does get the redemption though!
He comes back with the redemption, so he's now going to have 20 HP and a dream.
Yep, MRPG down to 17 hit points, doing as much damage as possible. Sea Engineer going in for the Archon Blade special, utilizing the last bit of special attack, but hitting a 0. MRPG sending the Fang spec, a last-ditch attempt to do as much damage as possible for the Dino Nuggets right now. A 34 ball as well. MRPG is not out of this one just yet, and he does go down there, but he did a lot of damage at the end. Only a 20 HP deficit. What a performance from Dino Nuggets.
Very well played. He brought that back very well, and that's why we say anything can happen when there's 60 HP difference.
Absolutely, so neck and neck right now between these players. Sea Engineer down to 20 hit points, trying to do as much damage, and he actually gets KO'd. It's actually even now.
That's very good for Sicknerd. He didn't have to use any spec or anything, so now it is even, as you said.
Yep, here we go. Sicknerd versus the Victim. And the Victim, does he have the skills? Does he have it? Let's see. He goes into the fight, exchanging bolts, going for those freezes, both players splashing. Looking at the inventories right now, Victim has the Javelins and the Halberd right too. Looking at Victim, he does try to get the freeze, but he doesn't actually manage to successfully catch it. Sicknerd has the freeze advantage, going underneath, going for the Fang hits, exchanging 20s for 20s. Pretty even right now. Needs to get that spec off early on so it starts to regain throughout the fight, Manx.
Yeah, they're not missing any hits right now. A 43 Void Waker from Sicknerd. Had he not used a flower, then he could have got KO'd. Very well played from Victim to protect himself from getting killed.
Yeah, really beautiful seed there from the Victim. Very defensive. Well done in the moment. Sicknerd with a big Void Waker off prayer. Nonetheless, though, that Void Waker once again, even though it's corrupted, still one of the premier special attack weapons. 3rd best special attack weapon in the finale right now. Putting on Sicknerd, also having the Confliction Gauntlets for that extra switch, but the more magic bonuses. Big 40 there.
That's huge from the Fang. We weren't seeing many hits from MMPG, but Sicknerd's Fang seems to be doing some bit of damage, which is nice for him to see.
Yeah, looking right now at the inventories, I'd say Sicknerd will be up a little bit off food. Having that Void Waker, that guaranteed damage is pretty big for him. He's actually kept one of the Void Wakers too, goes to the Fang. At distance 33, off prayer, goes for the Void Waker. Never mind, he's faking it beautifully. Goes for a ball instead, a 29 off prayer. He's starting to ramp up the damage now. A Void Waker through the prayer, 25 into the Fang. Victim though doing a great job keeping his cool, keeping the HP up. Sicknerd now frozen in place at 21. Victim returns the damage. The assault is in his favor. 28 as well. 15 Blood Barrage. Now, Victim, he's starting to actually do so much damage. A 31 as well into the Javelin Special on the robes. That's a big Javelin Special. 48 damage for the Victim. Sicknerd down to 1 food. And looks like it's very close at the moment, Max.
He's just brought that back so well. Sicknerd was frozen on flowers, so Victim had a very easy play. But now Victim is frozen. Signerd's doing some big damage back. He's trying to maintain that lead, so Dino Nuggets are at that advantage.
Oh, that Fang is going in right there. 34 barrage from Signerd into all these Fang hits, the 20s through the prayer as well. Victim as well being kept in place. He's unfrozen now. Will he go for the barrage back? He's trying to. Signerd gets a beautiful blood barrage there into the 20 Fang as well. Relentless right now from Signerd. Victim though, keeping his cool. Absolutely a stellar play as well. 39 hit points, kind of risky a little bit. Eats up a beautiful time. Signerd with the Fang spec. It feels like he's not going to get back maybe a Void Waker. I might have held off on that a little bit, but looks like he's almost out of supplies as well. Both players now unfrozen. Victim out of supplies, 50 hit points. He does catch that freeze, which is so important for him too. Signerd maybe like 100 HP advantage, if that.
Yes, Signerd playing it very well. So is V the Victim. I think he might have used the Fang because V the Victim was always expecting a Void Waker. And he wanted to catch him off guard.
Absolutely. A little bit longer now, and Victim will have 50% special attack to get one more of those Javelin specs on Signerd. Signerd having to pray melee against that Noxious Halberd. Doesn't want to give a Victim an inch right now. Signerd both unfrozen as Victim as well. Both players trying to go for those barrages. It looks like no, Signerd's going for bolts instead. Guaranteed damage off prayer on the robes. An 11 into a freeze, a 6. Victim held in place right now. He has a special attack almost up though. 24 for the Fang from Signerd. A 31 bolt though from Victim. Will he get a redemption proc off? Will he remember to use a redemption? Can he do it? Oh, he could have procced a redemption there as well. He does have special attack, but he does go down before he can utilize it.
That is an advantage for the Dino Nuggets. Signerd will be now fighting Mutz.
Yep, and Mutz comes straight in with the Void Waker in hand, causing Signerd to pray mage, but then goes for a Halley instead. Beautifully played from Mutz right now. Goes for the Void Waker. No, he doesn't. Sees the pray mage and holds off on it. Signerd doing quite a bit of damage actually up at the start of this fight as well, planting the seed underneath to keep Mutz in place.
Yes, if Signerd can just stay up for as long as possible and chip away at Mutz, it's just going to make it so much easier for 61 mil to then take him out after.
28 barrage off prayer for Signerd into the Fang as well. Mutz sees it coming though, prays accordingly. It's a big ball, 25 proc on Signerd. He goes for the he goes for the Void Waker, gets held in place. Beautiful play there from Signerd. He is staying alive so well for the Dino Nuggets right now.
Signerd is playing extremely well, getting these additional attacks on to Mutz.
Oh, the General's been waiting for this moment. Mutz needs to close it out. He pulls out the Void Waker and just guarantees the kill. Has to use a special attack, but man, Signerd, what a wonderful performance from the General right there. 61M for the Dino Nuggets. Next up in the line, both players frozen in place. 61M utilizing the seeds to get away from Mutz, but Mutz going straight back into him now. He has that Halley, and now 61M has no more distance to be able to travel if Mutz decides to seed again. Having that Halley advantage, that extra tile of range for melee is so big. Big bolt there from Mutz. It was an 18 through the prayer, changes the Halley, chases after him. He doesn't get it off prayer. Obviously 61, one of those PKs is really strong, and there he is. Wow, the 61 max hit off prayer there for 61M.
Yes, that's so much damage. Mutz was already down quite a bit, so this is not looking too good for the Rhinos. Mutz needs to get some big Halley hits in to be able to bring this back for his team.
Absolutely. Well, if anyone can do it, I'm sure Mutz is more than capable. It looks like 61M also still has one spec in the chamber. Mutz just waiting, going for that hit. Hits a 30 through the prayer. Better to get the spec off than not do the spec at all, though. Currently, though, now 61M doesn't have to worry about the Prey Mage camp against that Void Waker. 61M getting some distance in between him and Mutz, trying to catch that freeze. 61M does actually have a special attack, though, and Mutz does not. Mutz gets the freeze on him, steps underneath, and seeds underneath as well. 61M trying to catch that freeze, unable to do so. Mutz currently out of food, out of supplies, but using whatever he can, using that ACB with obviously the Halley and the Noxious Halberd for more bonuses. 61M trying to catch a freeze to stop Mutz in his tracks, and close this one out at 43.
61 mil is playing very well.
And a 26.
These specs, but Mutz gets the redemption on the recoil. He's so skilled, and he's just giving himself a bit more time to try and chip away at 61 mil.
Yeah, really great play there from Mutz despite taking the Void Waker off prayer. Great seed from 61M, tries to go for the freeze, splashes once again. Mutz keeping the distance, can't get frozen in place here. 61M going for the ball, just going for that KO. 61M has a significant advantage right now, but Mutz needs to do whatever he can. 39 ball, he's not going down without a fight. Can he get another redemption proc off? So close.
The Ring of Recoil KO. 61 mil will be happy that took him out finally. 61 mil has about 160 HP above the Reese Rhinos currently.
But Torvesta comes in with a huge ball and then a freeze as well on 61M. He wants to close this one out. He wants to bring it back for the Reese Rhino, ceding away from his opponent, not letting 619M get an inch, going further and further away. You see a little pick up of the seeds there as well. 619M trying to keep his HP up. He's got no supplies left now. Oh my gosh! He gets the redemption proc off, though. Torvesta just needs to finish him off. Maybe a Void Waker spec, just finish him with whatever he has to get onto that next fight. 619M's done an amazing job right now, but Torvesta's not letting him do many more damage. Gets to that freeze, goes underneath. 619M, another redemption proc for 61M for the Dino Nuggets.
And it looks like 61mm, he was so close to getting another special attack, but he's done very well. He should be very proud of himself there. He's taken some food from Torvesta, and Boti has arrived.
Oh, old Bodhi's back, baby. Torvesta there, taking a Void Waker to try and chip down Boti's HP off the bat as best he can, as he realizes just how powerful Boti is. Halley versus the Noxious Halberd, versus the Fang, sorry. Here coming in. Oh, a Void Waker spec through the prayer. Torvesta did see it coming right there. 29 as well. Boti kind of going ham right now. He's going to go for the freeze, potentially no, a bolt with distance. Both these guys obviously at the top of their game. 27 Vengeance onto Torvesta. And now this freeze will definitely matter for the momentum of the fight, Max.
Yeah, we can see here Boti, he's using very few switches, maybe just trying to perfect everything else. And Torvesta hitting 27 through prey, 27 max hit on Boti.
Yeah, returning the hits 1-for-1, so important. Not giving any hits up in this finale. Looks like Torvesta about to be unfrozen now any second, and he does have special attack. I'm sure Boti does recognize that, doesn't want to get hit by the Void Waker off prayer. Looking at the inventories right now, it looks like Torvesta slightly down. Gets frozen in place though by Dino Nuggets at Boti. Boti does still have a special as well, keeping that special in the chamber to force your opponents to have to pray against it. Boti unfrozen any second, goes for the Vengeance, goes for the Void Waker, but doesn't end up going for the special attack after seeing a 0. Torvesta now about to be unfrozen as well. Boti still has that Vengeance up. He's still got it, and he goes for the combo, but Torvesta does read it very well, keeps the Prey Mage up, and mitigates the damage he took.
Yes, he still did get quite a bit of damage through that prayer, though, so Boti is definitely up a decent amount here. Torvesta needs to do everything he can
that was
to
beautiful.
Try and help Reese, because Reese is going to be having to take on Boti and Dino if Torvesta does perish here.
Torvesta did a great Vengeance with Void Waker combo there. Was great for him, but Boti does close him down with the spec. Oh, both players caught in place with the barrage there. Torvesta getting a little bit extra distance so he can still Halley, whereas Boti has the Fang. He has to be right next to him. He's not able to use it right there. Goes for a broad barrage instead. A 19. I'd say right now it's kind of neck and neck. Boti having the advantage with the food, but a 32 Halley through the prayer for Torvesta. Getting some distance now. No offensive pots, no bruise. Gets hit a Fang hit as well. Torvesta wanting to try to get this freeze here, but he gets frozen before he's able to. Boti steps underneath. 4 food remaining. Torvesta out of food, down to 30 HP. What a massive Noxious Halberd. Torvesta's not going out without a fight. He's brought this one back. Boti right now out of supplies, 66 hit points. Has 1 more food, and 88 hit points. Slight advantage, but you know, Torvesta could come back here if he gets those redemption procs. Can he do it?
Can he do it indeed? That's what's going to save Torvesta and give him more DPS on Boti.
Oh,
doing amazing.
Void Waker off
right
there.
here. Torvesta's not falling, and he's brought it back. Boti
he needs to redemption proc. He needs to go for the redemption proc. Does he do it? It looks like Boti took off his suffering there. Oh, Boti gets the redemption proc. What a move from Boti, but gets taken out by Torvesta.
Torvesta has beaten Boti there. Now Dino needs to come in and kill Torvesta.
Oh my God!
This is a full food.
No way.
Dino versus Reese.
Oh, the
captain versus captain.
That's right.
Who is going to bring this home for the first best
Dino!
of 1? Dino with the
Going in.
VLS, showing us the true power.
The 56 VLS off the rip there for Dino after clearing up Torvesta. Reese as well, though, one of those cool, calm, collected players. Catches freeze on Dino, steps underneath, though, gets hit a 35 bolt back from Dino, extending his lead to 100 HP. VLS for VLS. Oh! What a beautiful Vengeance there from Reese, though. Had some potential, perhaps, both using a lot of special attacks. Dino got 2 remaining. Reese still has 3. Dino catches that first freeze, tries to get underneath, but gets frozen before he's able to do so. Reese does have the VLS. No Noxious Halberd for him. He put on the rest of his teammates right here. Blood Barrage versus Blood Barrage. Both got Zuriel staffs and Purging staffs as well. 18 for Dino, starting to extend the lead a little bit. Slightly up in damage, I'd say.
Yes, Dino is doing very well. The VLS coming back from Reese, trying to claw back. We've seen a staff poke there.
Dino.
Can he take out Reese? He's taken out West Ham. Can he do it to Reese? The VLS through prayer, still hitting very well. And then off prayer, 40 damage. now Dino, he can just stay away from Reese and just make it a range mage fight, and he's very likely to win this.
Yes, he needs to keep the distance away from Reese right now. Reese still has those 2 special attacks, whereas Dino wants to stay underneath there, wants to go for some VLS wax as well. He will be getting another special attack up in no time. Reese unable to stop him in his frags. A 32 blood barrage for Dino, a big vengeance combo. That was potentially a KO chance there on Reese with the bolt and the vengeance. No more vengeances for Dino though. Looks like Reese now able to turn the tables, get the DD advantage on Dino, but he's out of supplies and down to 88 hit points. He does have 70% spec though, so Dino's gonna have to pray a lot. 48 into the 17. What a swing of momentum there for Reese. Goes to Blood Barrage, heals back up with it, but gets stopped in his tracks. Dino does catch the freeze underneath him. Reese trying to step under as best he can. Looks like Dino has a slight advantage, maybe around 80 HP lead. It's a bit of an uphill battle for Reese, but if anyone can do it, this man can. So neck and neck in this finale. Best of Frizz, the first fight for the Dino Nuggets versus the Reese Rhinos. Currently, Dino finally has spec back, 40%. Unfrozen, that was a chance on Dino. Reese with the VLS there. Does go for it. Reese out of spec now, wants to keep distance away from Dino. Dino has a spec coming up before Reese does, since he sent one earlier as well. Both players trying to catch that freeze, and Reese gets frozen. So does Dino next to him. Seeds away. There was a chance of 39. Oh, it's so close. 21 hit points versus 33. Both players are literally less than 20 hit points. Oh, we saw redemption. Redemption for Reese. He stays alive. Going for the blood barrage, trying to secure the kill. Can Dino finish him? And next hit, any hit when it registers, it could take him out of the game.
Where's the VLS? Oh! Reese takes the first round with a blood barrage.
Wow.
What a close fight from both competitors there.
That was so neck and neck between the Dino Nuggets and the Reese Rhinos. Reese clutching it up for his team. He was down so much damage, but in the end, managed to make the return and the comeback of a century right there.
Yes, a very good defensive player there. That was such a showcase of what he can do, even when he is down.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. That is why Reese was put up as a captain. That's why everyone puts respect on his name. Obviously, not to say that Dino isn't one of the best NHs in the game as well, but simply it came down to the wire. Any of those hits, as I mentioned, could have taken either player out, but what actually made the difference there was Reese's very clutch redemption proc, keeping him alive just long enough, moments extra, to be able to secure the kill.
Yes, it gave him that slight edge over Dino. Had Dino been able to regenerate a bit of HP, then he could have taken that. But that was so close. And what Dino was saying earlier, you know, they lost the RNG. Well, I don't know, that seemed very close, and I feel like both parties played very well. Both teams played super well.
Oh, dude, this is such a close fight, honestly. It is very neck. I mean, we keep saying that throughout the competition, but this is the most competitive All-Stars that we've seen thus far. And that goes to show, you know, how close it is. But obviously, we're not out yet. This is a best-of-3 finale. Reese Rhinos right now, they have won the first fight, but Dino Nuggets are not out. They still could be able to win one back, draw, and then take the last fight as well.
Yeah, and now maybe they know a bit more how each other play. They've played twice already so far this tournament, so they're going to be able to counter each other a bit better, and it's down to who can learn how the other person's fighting that will more likely to take this next match home.
I mean, the previous fights we have seen some other fights where one person's had a bit more HP advantage, but in that battle right there, it was so exciting, so neck and neck. I think we should probably take a listen into the Dino Nuggets, see how they're feeling, see how they're composing themselves as they go into this next match.
We can do this.
We're good.
I think we did have that. I honestly think that Blood Barrage RNG.
That the e-girls in the crowd?
I heard it. No, we all played well. Curtis got really unlucky with his fang hits.
Yeah, they are some lucky fellas, those guys, I tell you.
Hey, 1-1 is best for the finale anyway. 1-1's best for the finale.
True. For the content, yep.
Just don't get 2-0. Because then the Reese Rhinos going defeated, and I imagine,
oh, man.
Horrible to deal with that, man. So that's fine. That's good.
No, we played well. We can win. If we play the exact same this time, we should win.
I think I did like 700 damage. Dude, you did so well,
You done so well, man.
Bro, I was going crazy. I was really fucking into that.
I will say our team is better. 12S is warmed up now, but our team is just better.
Yeah.
100%.
So again, if Curtis don't get the shaft RNG, I think it probably. Plus, Victim was definitely shaking, so don't even think about how good he is. He's not as good. This is free. We're free for the content. We're free for
Look
the
at him.
content.
Look at him over there. Torvesto's shitting himself.
Wow, hearing them talk about how confident they are going into that. Also, I did hear right there, I'm pretty sure it was Signard saying, Dino, he knows how to motivate his captain. Dino, do you hear the e-girl in the audience screaming your name? Better put on a performance for her and everyone else at home as well, of course. That was very funny to listen to as well. But no, those guys seem really confident. You know, despite losing that fight, they were saying just how close it was. We know we can win this. We've got to be confident going into it. Got to feel like we can win. And yeah, that team synergy, clearly, after spending 150 to 200 hours with each other the past week, it makes sense, doesn't it, Max?
Oh, definitely. And Signard there, he was saying how good of a performance he had. And yes, he did very well. So hopefully he can continue to do that so they have a chance to beat the Reese Rhinos.
Yeah, 700 damage, I think I heard him saying. Absolutely phenomenal performance from him. I was saying before as well, that Signard pickup in the line that he went in, some people were questioning it, but the general, very competitive player and very, very good at the video game. Used to be rank 1. That's why he is the general. We should probably check out the replays to see just how well these guys did and see some of the little fights that you guys might have missed going into this finale. Here we go, we started off with, of course, the MMORPG 5th round pick versus C Engineer, and C Engineer did win this fight. He was up a little bit of damage, but MMORPG did clutch it out, and a few redemption procs allowed him to do a little bit more damage against C Engineer before he fell, which was fantastic from him too. Look at these Fang specs going in as well. MMORPG, despite being the last person picked, he's done so much for his team throughout, Max.
Yeah, he was essentially placed on the Nuggets, but he performed so well. I highly doubt he'll be a last pick next time.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, Signard, we just mentioned him a minute before as well, did so much damage. I think 700 damage in that fight, which we'll find out again about soon. And then Victim came on and got hit with that big Void Waker because Signard just did so much DPS, the 29 bolts, the Void Waker going for some KOs as well. Honestly, he's improved so much. Victim, though, keeping his cool and did almost finish off Signard, but simply not having that Void Waker, maybe a little bit too much to handle.
Yes, I mean, so many of these fights were so close. It really came down to the wire at the end as well.
Yeah, 100%. Vixen did get cleared up here by Signard. And then at this point, obviously, the Dino Nuggets did have a bit of an advantage, taking down some of Mutz' food as well. I believe Mutz was forced to use a Void Waker here just to clear Signard up, just to finish him off and go into the next fight with that big 56. Did use a lot of the hard food, though, and the Dino Nuggets lead was extended quite a bit. But then Mutz decided to start procking those redemptions left, right, and center. And honestly, he stayed alive as long as he possibly could have done. 61M performed amazingly well against Mutz. But then eventually, of course, Mutz' time did come. He fell away as well. And then we saw Torvesta coming in too. And Torvesta, once again, picked up for that final performance. He made quick work of 61M, played so fantastically well. And then, of course, fought Boaty after clearing out 61M, despite having that deficit in damage for the Reese Rhinos.
Yeah, he did extremely well to do what he did to Boaty in the end, because it looked all over for Torvesta, but he seemed to bring it back towards the end. And then he did. He took him out and gave his team that slight advantage.
Oh yeah, Torvesta definitely the MVP of the Reese Rhinos during this matchup, him and Reese as the top 2 PKers. Torvesta taking down Old Boaty, who's made a return, but honestly, Boaty did so well as well, taking off that last redemption flick at the end. But unfortunately for him, Torvesta did counter it with a Blood Barrage to get the kill. And then we saw Dino coming in, making quick work of Torvesta. And then it was the captains versing each other with a full inventory of supplies. What a showdown. It really did come down to the wire. VLS versus VLS. We saw a chance there potentially with the Vengeance Trinket as well, didn't we, Manx?
Yeah, that could have been something. It could have been all over there, but instead we got to watch them this close at the end. So close to using the VLS spec on to Reese, but he just didn't quite get there. Reese managed to get that Blood Barrage and take out Dino.
Yeah, let's check out the stats as well from that fight that we just saw. Looking through it, indeed, Signard, not quite the 700, but 624. Quite a lot of damage dealt compared to everyone else. And as I was mentioning, Torvesta being the MVP of his team as well in that one. He performed so well too.
Yes, as you look at the correct overheads, it seems for the first 2 fights, they were relatively similar, but everyone else, you know, on even playing field, nothing kind of standing out there.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think Torvesta Signard really were the one-sided efforts to really even the score. Obviously, the Dino Nuggets had that commanding lead at the beginning, the first few matches in, and then once Torvesta, the king of Deadman, self-proclaimed, of course, came up on the stage, when it was his turn to shine, he took down Boaty, and then obviously, you know, chipped away at the 61M, the last bit of HP he had to finish off against him as well.
Yeah, and those attacks off prayer again, Signard, he did so much damage, he did so well, and there, there was 20 HP difference in non-food healing between Dino and Reese.
Oh,
that
you
could
spotted
have
that.
been the difference in that
I mean,
win.
we did see that redemption flick right at the end, keeping Reese alive. If you're just joining us, of course, we are through to the finals. This is a best of 3 with the Reese Rhinos versus the Dino Nuggets. Reese's team did just take that first win, so if Reese's team wins again, they've won the whole competition. But the Dino Nuggets are not out yet, and they have to win this fight. Here we go, round 2, the Dino Nuggets versus the Reese Rhinos! Here we go, MRPG versus C Engineer. Once again, they've had an opportunity to be able to realize how each other play style really impacts one another. C Engineer with the Arkham Blade special to start, Manx.
And that's only a 30% spec work. He also used the Morrigan Javelin and hit nothing, so RNG is down for the Reese Rhinos currently.
Yep, right now, C Engineer just using all of those special attack, and MLG still has his. Wants to start using at least 1 or 2 early on to start allowing it to start regaining. Currently, both players unfrozen. Want to go for a freeze. That's a big bolt there from C Engineer into the Halley through the prayer, extending a little bit of a lead right now, but it's still too early to really know. Does go for that freeze, catches it on MRPG into the halberd once again, hits a 0 and steps underneath, precedes as well to keep MRPG in place.
Now C Engineer, if you look at his inventory, he had 3 Morrigan Javelins left. I don't think he has an Avers accumulator either, so he might run out of range hits during this fight.
Oh, you are right, of course, but he does also have the ACB, I believe, as well. He was doing so much Saradomin for his team, yeah, but not as many special attacks for him either. MRPG finally deciding to send a spec. No, he's not able to do so. C Engineer kind of doing immense damage right now. Looking at the food disparity right now, MRPG is down quite a lot of anglerfish. He needs to start utilizing those special attacks, but he just can't seem to catch a freeze on C Engineer. He's a slippery fella. He just won't be frozen in place, and now he goes for the freeze. C Engineer finally gets caught. MRPG can get on top of him. No, he gets caught as well. C Engineer, same time freezing his opponent to stop MPG from using that special attack as well.
Yeah, he stopped that momentum, which is really good for C Engineer. It's going to make it very difficult for MMORPG to bring this back if they're frozen far away from each other, because they can just do range and mage attacks, and that's basically just going to trade damage, and MMORPG will just fall. But now they're both unfrozen. Can one of them freeze the other first? That's not a freeze yet. There was still immunity for MMORPG, so he's okay. Can he catch the freeze on C Engineer? It doesn't look like he's going for it. He's just going for range and melee hits. He's doing a bit of an Alfie strat that we saw earlier.
Yeah, it can work very well, but now MPG caught in place once again by C Engineer, who has that commanding lead at the moment. Few food ahead. MPG does still have 100% special attack weapon energy. He needs to utilize that before he falls. He still has 1 food remaining, but C Engineer having that freeze advantage is quite a significant one for him. 30% special attack for C Engineer. Went for the Arkham Blade, hits a 0 though. Lucky for MPG, it was a 0.
Yeah, I think C Engineer's already used about 120% spec, maybe 150% spec. So there we go. We saw the spec coming through from MLPG. We're seeing some range hits right now. This is exactly what he needs to do. He needs to lower C Engineer as much as possible to make it easier for the next person to take him out if he's going to fall early.
Yeah, 100%. Out of food now. MPG needs to go for that freeze. Gets to get a bolt proc from C Engineer, having that freeze advantage once again. Looking at C Engineer's inventory as well. So much hard food remaining. MPG does catch that freeze now. He has to go ham with the Fang. That's what he needs to do now. He's unfrozen. 29 ball off prayer into the Fang spec. C Engineer does predict it. Hits the prey melee, 0. 23 ball from MPG as well, though. He is clutching this back slowly but surely. Still in this fight, 68 hit points. Another 20 Fang from MPG. He's getting really warmed up now. C Engineer stepping away, unfrozen, going for the freeze on MRPG. He just returns a bolt instead and gets the frozen in place by a 16 through the prayer. C Engineer having that freeze advantage, preceding, but gets caught next to him and then can step away. Beautiful precede as well. He can use the halberd, whereas MRPG cannot use his 24 bolt, though, for MRPG. He is starting to come back into this fight, man.
He's using a lot of range right now, and it seems to be paying off. You see some mage hits there. C Engineer is only 1 angler left, so he's really done well to bring this back for the Dino Nuggets.
Oh, 100%. That Fang going in as well. Those bolts going into another Fang. Nice fakie there from MRPG. C Engineer, any of these hits could finish off. Curtis as well goes for the Arkham Blade. Hits a 0 off prayer. MRPG is just a tank right now. He just will not fall, keeping that crystal shield, that tank on, as much as he possibly can. Going for the bolt through the prayer, and now he's frozen in place. C Engineer trying to finish him, but now C Engineer down to 74 hit points. He had a full inventory of food a second ago.
Yeah, can we see any redemption redemptions on either side here. MLPG, he's very low HP.
He's going for the redemption. Can he proc it? He's trying to do so. Get some bolts in as well. He gets the redemption. MLPG is still in this. Maybe one more hit. Can he get it again?
That's exactly what he needs to do.
What a comeback for MLG. He played so well there for the Dido Nuggets.
Sea Engineer, 39 HP left. Sicknerd needs to take him down fast.
Absolutely. Sea Engineer does catch that freeze, though. He has no special attack, but still doing as much damage to try and, increase that lead for the Reese Rhinos. Make good use of it. Getting on some nice bolts, some nice weaving back and forth onto Sicknerd. Sicknerd using his hard food. Unable to catch a freeze right now. Lots of free hits here for Sea Engineer.
Yes, he's doing a a good job to keep momentum and do as much damage as he can to Sicknerd. Sicknerd just needs to take him out, but he can't quite do that. Sicknerd doesn't have a Void Wake. Or does he? Yeah, he's got one right there. But he's opting not to use it, maybe wanting to save it for his next
Potentially.
fight.
Sea Engineer, will he go for the redemption proc? He gets the redemption. Reese Rhino, Sea Engineer stays alive for longer against Sicknerd. Sicknerd probably thinking now, should I just use the special attack? Get that guaranteed kill on my opponent. Sea Engineer, another special attack going for the Archon Blade, hitting a 0 though. Another 27 bolt though as well. And a 23 Halley as well. Sea Engineer really turning up the heat now, getting a lot of momentum. He's been out of food for so long, but he just won't die.
Yes, he's just refusing to get hit. He's been frozen now. It's time for Sicknerd to take him out. Whether he can or not is another question. There
it is. Great performance there from Reese Rhino, Sea Engineer.
Yes, he's taken Sicknerd down a brew and some food as well. He should be very proud of himself for that. Now, can Sicknerd bring it back? He's against Victim. Does Victim have it?
Sicknerd and Victim both frozen one tile away from each other. Beautiful bolt there from Sicknerd. He felt confident coming into this. We were hearing the comms a second ago. Goes for the seed back at him. Going to force his opponent to have to pray Mage a lot because of the Void Waker. He goes for a whack instead here. Now he goes for the spec off prayer. No, prayer was on Mage. Another one dumps both specs, both on prayer. Great predictions there from V the Victim.
But that's the power of the Void Waker. It's guaranteed damage. So even though it's on prayer, he's still getting that DPS, which is making Victim eat, and it's just helping him get some DPS onto Victim.
100%. Victim now frozen in place, going to catch that freeze or attempt to on his opponent. Few seconds left on the freeze timer. Momentarily, he will have a chance to maybe offload some specials as well. Not a single special used for the Victim, but he just can't gain control of the fight when it comes to freezing his opponent. Sicknerd catches a fresh refreeze. That was a 0-step. Victim just caught in place. A 40 bolt though, beautiful from the Victim.
That's going to have brought him back right now. Both players. Sicknerd's looking a little bit less on the food, but can he continue this momentum? 34 barrage onto Victim.
If anyone can do it, I'm sure Sicknerd, the general, feels confident after the little pep talk they had moments ago. 23 ball off prayer there for Sicknerd. Gets caught though, V the Victim gets the DD, decides to use a bit of food, heal back up again, use those brews, and start overhead potting once more, ready for the next bout.
Yeah, V the Victim here, he has a Noxious Halberd, so he can play distance, but he's opting to Staff Bash instead. That is unfortunate, because that's losing DPS.
Yep, right now, V the Victim is going to be frozen in place. Sicknerd unfrozen, 20% special attack, doesn't have that Void Waker, but does have the advantage, being able to seed. Gives up a free hit, though, there as well. Steps underneath, gains it back again. Looking at the inventories right now, Sicknerd down to free food. Victim down to only 2. Dido Nuggets in a slight lead, but Victim with a 37 ball off prayer. That's big for the Reese Rhinos. Victim still has 100% special attack energy. Gets caught in place. Sicknerd with the beautiful freeze there. The ball off prayer. Oh, we can't quite get underneath him with that fang. Unfortunate for him. Victim right now, 75 hit points. Sicknerd out of supplies, 78 HP, but we've seen people, with a sliver of hit points stay alive for so long.
Yeah, I think Victim just saved himself there with that freeze. It was an extremely good freeze. It stopped Sicknerd taking that momentum, and now they're on even ground. Victim maybe slightly more HP due to those 2-dose brews.
I think Sicknerd's brought this back beautifully for his team, though, after Sea Engineer went on a crazy rampage at the beginning. Oh, there we go. We saw a Javelin spec from Victim finally, but it was a 0. Sicknerd, 40% special attack. He's going to get another Void Waker if he lasts a bit longer. Another 0 from Victim there. Unlucky for him. Sicknerd now in the lead. Victim has 2 doses of brew remaining, and that's all he has. And he's being DD'd upon by Sicknerd. Decides to drink the last few sips. The blood barrage from Sicknerd. Both players on pretty even HP right now. Sicknerd does use a Fang Spec to KO him instead.
Takes him out, 34.
Okay.
Sicknerd is performing as he was before. before. He's done what he needs to do to get the Dino Nuggets back out in front. Now, can the Mutts take him out quickly? We will see.
Yep, Sick Nerd right now wanting to as much time as possible. Gets hit by the Void Waker though. Mutts decides it's just better to use the Void Waker. This fight has been so neck and neck throughout.
Yes.
Here we go. Next up, 61M versus Mutts. 61M equipped with that Zero Staff. Probably about the same made chance of catching freezes as the Purging. There's not too much in this fight, I would say, although Mutts has a few extra switches with the Confliction Gauntlets as well.
Yes, definitely. Mutts did have to use a spec there to take out Reese, so 61 should really use a spec early. There you go.
There it is.
So he starts regenerating it, so he has that advantage of that spec in this fight.
Oh yeah, 61M right now. Both players unfrozen, trying to catch the freeze, trying to go for the Fang hits as well. That Fang, so accurate right now, switching between the overheads, going for the freeze, really committing to catching the freeze on Mutts. He wants to utilize that Fang and that Void Waker, that pressure. Obviously right now he catches the freeze on Mutts, steps underneath, goes for the Fang. Mutts gets hit off prayer by a 23. 61M starting to really steamroll. 33 as well. Pulls out the Void Waker, fakies it, and switches back into the Fang. But Mutts doesn't fall free. Prays melee accordingly as well.
Yes, he's keeping his opponent on the edge. He doesn't know what to pray, so he's having to 50-50 it, and it's just going to lead to more DPS. Mutts has kept himself very well composed, though. 25, and now Mutts is frozen.
Yeah, getting hit back at 21 straight away. This back and forth is crazy at the moment. 61M in a slight advantage, perhaps due to the fact that obviously Mutts had to use that special attack early. Another spec coming in off prayer for 61M. A very low hit, though. Quite unfortunate for him.
Yes, but he does have a lot more food right now than Mutts, so I'm sure he won't be too upset about that because he's currently winning this fight.
Oh, big 33 bolt from 61M into a 13 as well, extending that lead slightly. Mutts trying to catch that freeze. Oh my gosh, he gets caught though. 61M on an absolute tear right now. Another barrage, 22 as well. So much damage. Now Mutts getting hit with the blood barrage. 61M seeding away. They're both seeding across the screen right now. Mutts wants to utilize that halberd, which is why he's seeding, but he might give up a hit. He's not careful. 15 off prey, catches up to him. 21 from 61 mil as well off prayer. Right now, Mutts is down to no supplies. The next hit could take about 38 hit points. And there's a 60 Void Waker from Mutts. Beautifully played, getting out before he falls. If Mutts can stay alive a little bit longer though, he'll have another Void Waker spec coming up.
And that's going to be crucial to take down as much food from 61M as he possibly can, because 61M still has a brew and a half as well as some anglerfish.
Oh my god, Mutts staying alive, doing so much damage here as well though. Can he finish off? Yeah, oh, 61M takes him down before he gets the Void Waker. He was just getting Void Waker spec back up there. Looking at the inventory right now, 61M has a free angler advantage and a whole brew against Torvesta.
And he's almost got special attack back too. So Torvesta is going to have to fight his heart out for the Reese Rhinos here.
Oh yeah, he's got to lock in, absolutely. Goes for the bolt off prayer, just catch a freeze on 61 mil, but gets caught back before he can get close and utilize a special attack. 61 mil right now, using the last few brew sips he can during this major range battle. Torvesta though outplaying him with the overhead prayers, hitting a 30 there off prayer with that big ACB. He does have the treads advantage. He has that Halley, which you've got to be terrified of as well. And here comes the spec maybe. Oh, a Void Waker from Torvesta with the Vengeance, trying to get that KO.
Yeah, he's got the Trinket of Vengeance, Void Waker, and the Noxious Halberd. So Torvesta is very scary for 61 mil right now. But 61 mil, his goal right now is just to lower him as much as possible for Boaty to come in.
Yeah, losing that one bench Trinket and the special for Torvesta. Not really the best situation. Getting caught again. 61M as the Rookie of the Year, doing a fantastic job of showing why he should be picked in the place where he was. Currently has one angler food left, 56 hit points, but he's chipped away at quite a lot of Torvesta's supplies.
Yes, he's using Blood Barrage as well to maintain that HP without having to hit
hitting.
that last anglerfish. That Void Waker guaranteed damage 18 through prayer.
And Torvesta unable to catch a freeze on him. 61M staying alive as best he can. Still the one angler in the hit points, and they're both frozen away from each other once more, which is not really ideal for Torvesta. Big bolt there, though, from him onto 61M. 61M out of food now, 63 hit points, going for the Blood Barrage healing. Obviously, that's Zero Staff, getting the 50% more Blood Barrage healing effect from it. Torvesta, one more bolt potentially. If he hits really big, could finish him off. Both players unfrozen. 61M trying to close the distance. Hits a 16 bolt as well on Torvesta, into the Fang as well. Torvesta sees it coming. Can he catch that freeze? Both players splashing. The Halley KO potentially. No, a 35 Fang Spec for 61M.
That is huge for 61M and the Dino Nuggies. Torvesta just can't get rid of 61M right now, and 61M is just draining his supplies.
Oh yeah, 61 mil right now. He's stayed alive for so long. Can't be good for the Reese Rhinos. Torvesta just trying to get that last bolt or that last freeze on 61M. This whole time he's been chipping away at the last few supplies that he has. Right now, Reese Rhinos in a bit of a food deficit with 61M just not being able to fall here. Torvesta going for those Hallies, going for that freeze. Can he catch it? He finally finishes him off. Well played by 61M. What a performance.
Yeah, he's done extremely well there for his team. Now Boaty has entered. Can Torvesta do what he did before? I don't know. It's going to be a massively uphill battle for him.
Especially the chanting in the stage. Right now we're hearing you guys chanting Boaty's name. Here he goes. Right now Boaty being frozen though. Torvesta keeping his cool, getting underneath. Torvesta does, of course, have that special attack on the Void Wake. He's still got one of those in the pocket. He also has the Halley. We see a special attack from Boaty coming out, trying to go for the Vengeance stack. Unable to do so. Torvesta keeping distance. Very smart. The 21 into the 0, potentially trying to anti it as well. Both players have Vengeance up currently.
Yes, we see that Vengeance from Torvesta, maybe trying to get a KO out of Boaty just so he can try and save it for the Reese Rhinos. Big bolts are going to help him. Big Noxious Halberd as well, 22. This is constant damage, 47 onto Boaty.
And a 40 Halberd as well. Torvesta's doing absolute work right now. The momentum shift that he's got, bringing back that damage. Though he gets hit at 21 through the prayer, hits the Vengeance. So Boaty forced to just have to eat some food. Boaty down to 3 anglers. Torvesta definitely closed the gap quite a lot here, man.
Yes, he's done extremely well to bring it back for the Reese Rhinos. They still may have a chance at this if Torvesta can just keep this up. He is completely out of food, 85 HP. Who's going to take this home?
Right now, Boaty unfrozen, getting those Fang hits out on Torvesta. A big Void Waker off prayer. And Torvesta's down. Oh my, what a fight that was.
It is now for Reese to fight Boaty. Boaty needs to do as much DPS to Reese as possible so Dino has an easier time when he fights. The crowd is going crazy for Boaty. That must be terrifying for Reese.
42 bulk though on Boaty. Boaty does still have one Void Waker in the chamber to do as much damage as possible. Reese keeping his cool though, very meticulous the way he plays, so collected and so just, I don't know, so mechanical. Oh, look at that combo. Huge Vengeance.
That is a good trade-off there.
Very good trade-off.
They've just used one of Reese's Vengeance trinket uses, so that he doesn't have to, he only has one left against Dino now.
Yep, and Reese also having used a few special attacks as well. Can he finish off Boaty here? Use one of his brews. Oh, beautiful redemption there from Boaty, but he does go down. Did a lot of damage to Reese. Now, we just saw these guys both fight a second ago. The captains, Dino versus Reese, and of course they had full inventories. Right now, Dino does have a bit of an advantage. Reese won the last one. 0-1 to the Reese Rhinos right now. Dino Nuggets need to win this. 59 BLS from Reese.
A 30 into a 59. Reese has started this fight off very well to bring it back to being even.
Yeah, the captain right now, the last line of defense, 27 off prayer as well. There is a Vengeance. No more Vengeances for Reese, though. Has none left to utilize. Dino sends one as well. Now getting that DD advantage, stepping underneath. Still not using a single special attack. Needs to utilize those ASAP so they can start procking and get some more HP back. Uses one, a 33 there through prayer. Uses another, a 21 through prayer. Keeping that momentum going. A 34 off prayer. Dino's really starting to warm up now, Manx.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about when we say the VLS is very strong. That momentum shift right there from Dino. He's just started using that spec, and now he can start to regen as well, the same as Reese.
Yeah, keeps momentum going. Uses that last special attack he had for 25% special now. Gets the distance. Reese can't use his last one. Bolt proc from Reese, a 19 through the prayer. Dino keeping distance. Another bolt proc return. 16 damage. Goes for the combo with the Vengeance Trinket. That's his last Vengeance Trinket used as well. Looking at inventories right now, it is looking quite close. And maybe Dino has a slight lead here. 23 off prayer for Dino. Into a bolt off prayer as well as 0. Reese does have that special attack though, but Dino's barrages are hitting crazy numbers right now, Manx.
And you've just seen Dino there eating up nice and high. He doesn't want to risk it for when Reese does have those special attacks ready. He's got such a good advantage right now. He just needs to keep on doing that chip damage to take out Reese and claim this win for his team.
Oh, catching that barrage potentially really good for Reese. He gets underneath. He does have the special attack. He's got 2 currently, 50% special attack energy, but he's out food, 52 hit points. And Dino now does catch the freeze back on Reese, who decides to seed. There goes Reese. A big VLS off prayer, 34. Right now, Reese down to 41 hit points. Dino got 2 food left. Quite an advantage. He's going to have special attack up soon as well. Dino, the whack, trying to finish him off. Any of these next hits could actually kill him. Oh, another seg!
Through prayer.
Reese gets another redemption, though. What a beautiful move.
Can Dino take him out is the question right now. Reese has 26 HP. He's using Blood Barrage very well.
No way.
Bolt through prayer. But then he's doing the Blood Barrages with the redemption.
No way. If he gets one more redemption, who knows what can happen. Dino out of supplies, but he finishes off Reese.
It is 1-all. Well played to the Dino Nuggets. It is going to go to the very final match between these two teams.
That was so epic, so close. It's a tied series with the Dino Nuggets versus the Reese Rhinos. Best of 3, Deadman All Stars Season 3 finale, baby. We're going to match 3.
Yes, live in Chicago. Absolute madness. I bet the Dino Nuggets are on a high now, and that might help carry them through to the next fight.
Absolutely. I mean, they said going into this, they felt like they had the skill, they had the power, the gear as well. And right there, as you see Dino finishing up Reese, doing a fantastic job of it. That was incredible. And such a back and forth. You know, the last fight, it was so neck and neck with both players going in with full supplies. But that time around, Dino had a bit of an advantage going in after obviously Boaty chipped away a little bit of HP.
Yeah, I think all participants were playing extremely well there. I don't know if I have any standout players from that fight. Can you think of any? Or
how about we watch back the moments just a minute ago, then we can find out for ourselves.
Yes, that would probably be a very good idea. Hopefully it'll be ready now. Yeah, perfect.
All right, here we are. So started off, of course, with C Engineer and MLBG, and honestly, C Engineer was absolutely demolishing at the start of the fight, doing so well, but then MLBG really stuck it through, had a great comeback, and did a lot of damage at the end of the fight. After that, Sick Nerd made quick work of C Engineer to even the score a little bit, but not before he took a bit of damage too. Then it's Be the Victim versus Sick Nerd, and honestly, Sick Nerd definitely came up on top of this fight, didn't he?
Yes, Sick Nerd did it again. Back-to-back fights where he's done extremely well. I feel like his pick placement, you know, might be a bit higher next time because he's definitely performed very well.
Oh, he's shown that he can do it all, honestly, and not to mention the Victim as well, doing a great job despite not having a Void Waker, kept toe-to-toe with Sick Nerd as well, but ultimately Sick Nerd didn't win it and had a 49 HP advantage going to the next fight, which meant he had to make mutts of the Reese Rhinos, utilize that special attack there, which made it a little bit harder for him to fight against 61M.
Yes, and as you can see, Mutts just out of food here, but doing so well to damage 61 mil as much as possible. I feel like it's been a very common theme in these fights, and there you have it. Mutts was taken down by 61M.
Yeah, looks like it was like 61M did have a bit of an advantage there and just elongated that against his next fight. And here we go, Torvesta now coming into the mix as well. He took quite a lot of damage from 61M before he made light work of him, but having fought once, 61M performed a lot better in that fight. At this point, of course, we had Boaty also coming on after 61M went off, and that was really sick to see them going on again. That was a beautiful Void Waker off prayer from Boaty, and yeah, he took him down nice and easy.
Very, very impressive from Torvesta there. He did very well to damage Boaty that much.
Oh, 100%. He's been performing so well in this finale. That's why Reese picked him up where he did. And Boaty here, old Boaty returned, had to make Reese use a couple of special attacks and a bit of food, which made it all the easier for Dino to finish him up here in this second fight of the best of 3 finale.
It's absolutely beautiful. Let's jump into those stats and have a look, see if there's any notable ones right there.
Oh, looking through this again, Sick Nerd and 61M, I'd say those guys performed so well in that middle of the roster for their team. On the other side, C Engineer, we mentioned before, he had such a big advantage at the beginning and he really held it down. MLG did come back towards the end of that one, but once again, Torvesta and Reese doing a lot more damage than Dino, but obviously he went to the fight after Boaty and 61M had drained a lot of his team's supplies.
Yeah, that's very well played for Reese. But
yes,
the captains were not expecting to see that much damage, but yeah, he clearly fought his heart out there.
Yeah, 100%. Looking through as well, the healing. Looks like 61M really used the non-food healing very well. Using the Zuriel Staff, that extra 50% of Blood Barrage. Really, really, really dope. Yeah, amazing scenes from both teams there. It is very neck and neck. Obviously, the Reese Rhinos winning that first one, and then, of course, in the second half, Dino Nuggets taking one back. The next fight will be deciding it all, Max.
Yes, exactly. And we just want to say a quick little shout out to some very dedicated players that are here with us today.
Oh, that's right. We are in Chicago, baby. 4,000 people live in the stage in the Rosemont Theater. Give us a wave. Who are we cheering for? Thank you so much, all of the Gillinor RuneScapers that have come out today to hang out with us and watch the first RuneScape event in Chicago. It means the world to us, and it's been absolutely incredible. So thank you guys from the bottom of our hearts for supporting and still playing the lovely game we all grew up with and still get to enjoy today.
No, exactly. Thank you all so much for coming down and seeing this live, the first ever Deadman All Stars event.
Yeah, it's amazing. Also, everyone in the chats, of course, online too, on Twitch. Hopefully, the vibes in there are also fantastic. In the B stream as well, all the J mods as well that made this all happen. SoloMission himself, we've not thanked him enough for putting on the All Stars. And it's all leading up to this moment in this finale battle. The Dino Nuggets versus the Reese Rhinos. Best of three. It's 1-1 right now. If you're just tuning in, we're about to see who's going to take it all.
Yeah, there's no obvious winner between these two teams. It can go either way right now.
Oh, absolutely. And honestly, I want to see another moment when we have Dino versus Reese and just have the two captains brawl it out on even supplies, see who takes it for the victory. And that was just incredible to watch in that first fight as well as in the second one too.
Yeah, and the beauty of that is it just means every single competitor, they've been pulling their weight for each fight, and it ultimately is decided upon those captains.
Oh yeah, no, these captains did pick up their rosters for what they thought was the best positioning in every single row, and clearly they picked some fantastic picks. You saw even the bottom line people, C Engineer and such, doing absolute work. I'd love to hear actually as well what the Reese Rhinos are thinking right now going into this best of three finale fight.
Been playing, we just win.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
It just hasn't happened yet. This is the one.
I need to get some freezes because last fight was horrendous. 2 out of 9.
I had 37% RNG on Mage.
Yeah, 36 here. Yeah.
4 out of 19. It's just crazy.
Winning on tracker completed.
Yeah, actually,
we're always up in the science, but we're not up in game. You know what I mean? That's how it goes. That's RuneScape.
Yeah, we got to lock in.
Yeah, we got this, boys.
Let's get it.
I'm so proud of you all. Win or lose, I'm so proud.
Yes, sir. Good luck, everyone. Boys.
I don't know what a camera is.
I actually don't know. I think it's the little thing, I don't know. It's the thing to your over left.
Oh no, the thing to the left is this, yeah. Just everyone stare at it.
No, I'm scared. But I can just see you staring at it. I don't like the angle, man, Are you still just staring at it?
It is, yeah.
I'm scared. I'm camera shy.
The Rhinos have 0 fans.
0 fans.
0 fans.
0 fans. Come on, boys.
Stop staring at it, bro.
Stop staring at it, man. They're saying, oh my gosh, these guys are getting hyped right now for the finale, the Reese Rhinos. The camaraderie on their comms right there, no matter what happens, had a sick time. We can do it, boys, is what they were saying. And the Dino Nuggets were more interested in looking into the camera.
Well, maybe not Dino. I think he was trying to look elsewhere. But MRPG, did you see the claws there from him?
Oh, yes, the Clawra himself, MRPG, of course, putting on a fantastic performance. Honestly, shout out to all these guys. And once again, I want to hear from the crowd. Are we almost ready, guys? Are we excited for this finale? Let's hear from you guys too. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I think with that being said, we should jump into the mix. Let's check out this finale show, the Dino Nuggets versus the Reese Rhinos. Who's gonna take the victory in Deadman All Stars Season 3?
Now, they've fought 3 times already. They know how each other fight. What is going to be different, or is it going to be a very similar story?
Oh, honestly, it can go either way. That's the beauty of RuneScape looking like that right now. I see Engineer showing his prowess with the specs off the bat, but MRPG coming out so much stronger than last time before he was in such a deficit. But it looks like after that claw spec in real life, he's ready to pounce on his opponent. Goes for the Fang spec through the prayer, steps underneath C Engineer, gets a free hit there as well. C Engineer does catch the freeze. He's not out for the count yet.
And that's very good for C Engineer. He's got the Noxious Halberd. MMPG can't use Mithril Seeds because there's already some flowers underneath him, so he's just stuck there, and he has to accept that C Engineer can use all 3 styles against him.
Absolutely. Sea Engineer right now wiggling out and in, using that halberd, getting out of range of Curtis's Fang Spec right there. But Burnpg does go for the Fang Spec. Hits a 34 bolt off prayer as well. I'd say LVG is looking real strong right now, up quite a few food.
Yeah, it's been a very good start for him. Can he maintain it? Because it's not just about the start. 46 damage right there. That's exactly what I mean. You have to maintain it and see it through to the very end.
Oh, do not sleep on Sea Engineer. This man knows PvP in and out, being in the PvP world for many years on his many wilderness adventures as well. MWG does stop in his tracks though, does catch the freeze on him, has to pray melee here, has to heat up again, and he does go back to 115 HP. You don't want to get KO'd in this finale in front of all these people and your team, of course, as well.
No, the very last fights, you know, you do not want to get KO'd. You want to bring it home for your team. You want to make your team proud. Right now, it's looking pretty even in terms of...
No, there's not much in it. I'd say a brew dose difference for MMORPG. He's still slightly in the lead, but definitely Sea Engineer's clutched it back with that barrage as well into the Halley. Goes for the seed away so that he's not able to get frozen. And right now, he wants MMORPG to freeze him, actually. He's not going underneath his opponent despite being unfrozen there. Sea Engineer does almost have special attack back as well. And looks like MMORPG also has the Fang Spec too.
Will he use it? Will he wait for the AGS? He seems to be using the Fang a lot recently for his accuracy, but it's just not coming through for him. He's back to 5%, and Sea Engineer getting close to 40, nearly 50%.
Yeah, Sea Engineer's been utilizing those Morrigan Javelins for that bleed damage, for that big momentum swing. Does catch his opponent. MMORPG frozen right now and getting a slight advantage with the HP as well. MMORPG only down to 1 food remaining, but is doing a great job of hitting back and doing as much damage as he possibly can before he does fall. It's not over yet. Does predict the prey melee there from Sea Engineer as well. Beautifully played. Does catch the freeze too. MMORPG is unfrozen. Steps underneath. Goes for the bolt. He has 15% spec. Goes for the fangs as well.
And now he's got the momentum. He's able to stand under. Sea Engineer using a Morrigan Jab spec and hitting a 0, which is not going to favor his DPS much at all.
No, not ideal for Sea Engineer. All of his specs have been hitting zeros. Big 55 Halley though. MMORPG though not going out yet. Does go off his last food. Goes for a blood barrage. Goes for that Fang as well. Chasing after Sea Engineer right now. Sea Engineer has to finish this one off. Oh, beautiful Fang spec right there from MMORPG. It was a 35, finally connected for him after a bit of bad luck. Gets the redemption proc as well.
And a 20 bolt too. That is
and a 28 Fang too.
MMORPG is proving why he should not be a last pick. Very well played there from MMORPG.
Oh yeah, Sea Engineer has a slight lead, but it's only 30 hit points. Anything can change in these fights. That's 1 hit ultimately, and now Sick Nerd is up against Sea Engineer. Sea Engineer going to keep some distance here. Doesn't want to get Void Wake. He wants to do as much chip damage as possible. Goes for the Halley. Sick Nerd predicts it. Goes for a Fang back. Sea Engineer almost out of food here. Will it be a Void Waker? Doesn't look like it. I think he's thinking about it. Surely, yeah, he finishes him off.
Here we go. Very well played from Sick Nerd, getting rid of Sea Engineer, ensuring that Sea Engineer doesn't take more food than he needs him to.
Of course, being down that Void Waker spec isn't ideal, but at the same time, you know, being even on damage is. Now we have Victim versus Sick Nerd. These guys have been going toe-to-toe throughout this competition. They fought 3 times now. 46! Big Void Waker, but Victim does return the hit beautifully with the Halley off prayer as well. Looking very even right now. Sick Nerd no longer has special attack, whereas Victim does.
Yes, and Victim, he only has an Arcan Blade and Morrigan Javelin, so they tend to be quite inaccurate. So we'll have to see whether they do come through for him or not.
Yep, absolutely. Right now, both players unfrozen. Will Sick Nerd go for the freeze? Doesn't look like he wants to. Does get frozen in place. Victim has that DD advantage. Gets a free hit. Blood barrage in there as well. Sick Nerd just making sure he's doing damage back. Gets hit a 31 bolt off prayer, though. Has to keep his cool. Has to catch this freeze. He's more than capable of doing so. A number 32 bolt there from Victim, though. And now he's splashed, but he does get the prey range right. Beautiful play there from Sick Nerd. Victim unable to connect that special attack.
Yeah, that special attack hitting 0 is especially good for Mr. Sick Nerd after taking those 2 32 bolts, but that is a 20 spec from Victim.
Yep, huge for him. Right, looking at this fight right now, both players unfrozen. Who's going to catch his next freeze and decide the pacing of the battle? Sick Nerd gets a freeze on Victim. He knows he needs this. Chucks down the seed as well. Very smart play to stop Victim being able to move away from him. Now, looking at the food in the inventories right now, Sick Nerd down a little bit, but it's all to play for right now, and he's locked in and ready. 30% spec out of the 50. He'll have a Void Waker spec coming up before this fight is over.
Yes, we've seen Sick Nerd do a lot of damage in these fights before, so can he do it again is the question we'll be searching for.
if anyone can, I'm sure the General is the man up for the task. Right now, Sicknerd is frozen in place, though, and does get a nice 35 Fang off prayer there. Victim's not connecting with an Noxious Halberd. Both players unfrozen, never mind. Victim gets frozen on that freeze. Sicknerd with a DD advantage, once again, down to 2 food and a brew. Steps underneath perfectly, gets a free hit, gets another free hit in there against Victim. Victim gonna wanna just bolt back, gets a nice 35 off prayer, played by Victim as well, goes to freeze, and does stop Sicknerd in his tracks.
Yes, that halting momentum is going to be difficult for Sicknerd, but as I say, that hits him a 32. He's got 1 anglerfish and 1 brew dose left. Victim has 4 anglerfish still.
It's still very close right now, and Sicknerd about to have special attack. He's got special attack energy. He's got that Void Waker. He's going to want to send it before he goes down. A 20 barrage team in place. There it is, off prayer 40. That is big for Sicknerd, definitely.
Yeah, that's definitely going to help him come back a little bit. Hopefully he can get another freeze on Victim to help Dino Nuggets secure more DPS, and there you go. He's doing so much
rampaging.
damage.
He's starting to turn this fight around. Victim out of 30 hit points, 1 food remaining, gets caught in place. What a comeback for Sicknerd. Victim out of food, 41 hit points. Sicknerd, 41 hit points as well. It is neck and neck in this finale series. I cannot believe it. Every single fight is so even. Both players exchanging hits. Who's going to go down first? Sicknerd goes down first. Victim is on a sliver of hit points though.
5 HP right there.
I mean, he's going to die in the next hit, surely. 61M goes for the Fang hit. 1 more hit, and boom. It is so even right now.
Have it. 61 mil taking him out nice and quick, not letting him do any redemptions. That is perfect.
The most even finale is so far. Mutt's opening with that Void Waker. On the prayer, though, 61M does keep his cool, takes a bit of damage, but Mutt's, getting that spec off early means he's going to regain it throughout the fight. Mutt's with the DD advantage here. Beautiful 33 barrage off prayer onto 61M. 61M, though, he's been such an amazing rookie this time around, returning damage beautifully and doing his best to get his stats back up. Gets himself a barrage, doesn't hit anything, unfortunately, but does predict the Halley very well against Mutz here.
Yes, he's doing a massive spec, 56 into his 17. That's 80 damage within a few seconds. That's 100 damage in just a few seconds. He loves to fakie between the Void Waker and the Fang. It just makes you have no idea what to pray against it.
Yeah, when you see that Void Waker, you don't want to get a Void Waker spec off prayer. It can be 60s, it can be 50s, either way. It's guaranteed damage. You need to mitigate as best as possible right there. Mutz actually, though, not giving up, doing a great job of barraging off prayer, stepping underneath, got his opponent frozen right now. He also has the Halley. He has a special attack as well, but it's very, very even. Looks like right now 61M does catch the freeze though, goes for a Void Waker off prayer, only a 28 for him on Mutz, but followed up by a 34 Fang and another hit as well, getting some free hits in here. This momentum swing for 61M is pretty huge right now, Manx.
Yes, it looks like he's, gathered what he wants to do, and he's now fighting maybe slightly differently, and he's doing a lot of damage onto Mutz. A Void Waker from Mutz on 61 mil and 19 Nox Halley through the prayer.
Right there, that Void Waker was off prayer. Beautiful hit from Mutz there too. 61M though has a slight food advantage, but it's still so neck and neck right now. Mutz at the moment gets the distance, fakies into the Halley, gets a nice little hit there. Wait, 61M on the focus at the moment with that freeze advantage, goes for the Blood Barrage and the Fang as well. Mutz predicting it beautifully though. Mutz about to be unfrozen. Will he go for the freeze? Big ball proc from 61 mil, 25 into the Fang. Mutz is out of food, out of supplies, 44 hit points. Will he go down, or will he chip down a bit more of his opponent's HP?
It looks like he's still chipping him down. He's using those seeds to try and get that Nox Halley in, but 61 mil just running far too far away for him to use it. Mutz is already getting ready for the redemption to try and heal a bit more and just stay in this fight for as long as he can.
Oh yeah, Mutz is good at that, but unfortunately for him, 61M does close it out with that Fang hit. Beautifully played by Mutz, but simply not enough at the end. Torvesta now starting the fight against 61M, gets that freeze, goes for the step underneath. Will he go for his early special? He's not able to do so. 61M with the 16 barrage. A 52 ball proc from Torvesta though on 61 mil. 61M now out of supplies, and it's very, very close. Obviously, the Dino Nuggets do lead, having 1 member up at the moment compared to the Reese Rhinos. 61M unfrozen here. He doesn't have special attack yet, but he's going to predict that Torvesta's not going to know that and go for a lot of Fang hits instead. Torvesta now getting the freeze, getting some distance, and he does have 100% special attack energy. Not deciding to utilize it though, just going for some barrages, gets frozen away now. Actually, in all this time, 61M now does have a special attack with the Void Waker.
He's regened, and the 52, that is over 2 anglers worth of food. which is going to help Boaty tremendously once 61 mil does fall. That is a 40 as well.
Gosh, 61M refusing to go down without a fight right now. That was a massive Void Waker into the Fang hit as well. Torvesta can't seem to shake him off. Will he go for the kill? He does. 61M performs so well, standing up. Give him an absolute round of applause. That's right, the crowd goes wild for 61M right now. Boaty going in though. Boaty getting frozen from Torvesta. Dynamite having a little bit of a lead. Torvesta with the hit off there. 61. Big Void Waker for Torvesta. This is why it was picked up in that final row, performing incredibly well right now throughout this competition. Boaty, frozen in place, does have full special attack energy. He has got that Void Waker and that Vengeance Trinket Mank.
Yeah, there's a lot of weight on Torvesta's shoulders right now. He needs to do everything he can to help out his teammate Reese, but can he pull it off? So far, he's been doing a lot of damage, but he's out of brews. He's only down to hard food. Can he do anything with the Trinket of Vengeance and the special attack?
He does have that special. Keeps that distance beautifully for him. Goes for the bolts as well. Off prayer on Boaty. Boaty now unfrozen. And he will try to secure that DD. He does the Void Waker, goes for it, but Torvesta sees it coming. Oh, the double Void Waker from Boaty, almost taking Torvesta's head off. That was a chance there, even through the prayer, can hit 40 pluses.
Yes, Torvesta is completely out of food. He needs to do as much damage to Boaty as he can to make it possible for Reese to take out Boaty and Dino.
A 32 as well to follow though. Torvesta is not out of this one yet. He catches the freeze off prayer at 12, goes for a bolt off prayer as well, hits a 0 into the Halley and gets that DD advantage. 29 hit points remaining, going for some blood barrages too, but gets caught in place by Boaty. Goes for the Halley, but it's a 0. Torvesta needs to get that hard prayer going right now. Can he get a redemption flick? He's trying for it. He does get it. Beautifully prayed into the barrage from Boaty. Torvesta's not out yet. Goes for the Halley as well. Boaty's trying to secure the kill with some Fang hits. Torvesta going for that freeze, getting the blood barrages in, staying alive. Impeccable performance right now from Torvesta. Boaty can try and finish up with the Void Waker potentially. One more hit and Torvesta will go down potentially, but he's keeping alive, doing a fantastic job of making it as close as he possibly can do for us at home. Oh my gosh, now Boaty is frozen again from a 20 barrage from Torvesta. Torvesta standing underneath, gets hit a bolt proc, and now Torvesta hits the redemption again. He's still alive on 24 hit points. What a comeback for Torvesta right now.
He is proving why he's a first pick. He's playing it so well. He's taken so much food from Boaty from what originally Boaty had. You know, 12 damage. Can he get another redemption? Is it possible? Boaty hitting 0s on him.
Yeah, Boaty, though, the Dynamites do still have a lead. This barrage could finish off, and there he goes. Boaty takes down Torvesta. He still has 100 HP. He's still got an Anglerfish and 2 Brewdeuces. This is looking so good for the Dino Nuggets right now. But obviously, Reese, the captain, with that VLS, might make quick work of Boaty too.
Yeah, just as you say that, Reese starts hitting some very big numbers, which will clean up Boaty pretty quick, because Boaty is completely out of food. I believe he's also out of offensive pot, so he's not going to be doing too much damage to Reese.
Yeah, Reese using 2 special attacks there. Boaty does predict the second one with Protect Melee up as well, though. Boaty stepping underneath, going for the Fang, gets caught in place by Reese. Reese taking his time, once again, one of those players that's very, calculated in every single move that he does, to give him the best chance of winning as possible. Nice fault off prayer there for him. The blood barrage might finish off Boaty. No, Boaty gets the redemption flick on no hit points remaining. He's back up to around 26 HP right now. He could maybe do another one here if he gets lucky.
33 as he goes out.
That's big.
Setting Dino up for a potential win here. Dino versus Reese.
Here we go, the 2 captains going at it. Whoever wins this fight for their team wins the All Stars Championship Season 3. Reese down a little bit of food and down a special attack as well. Dino playing it slow, goes for the freeze, the vengeance early on. A little bit spooky there for both players. Dino now being frozen in place. Reese frozen as well. Dino unfrozen first, VLS, but Reese does predict it. Keeps up the prey melee as well. Another one. Reese does predict it again. Dino uses 2 special attacks in that fight.
Yeah, Dino opting to use the special attacks nice and early this time. Last time he kind of waited around. Ooh. That vengeance could potentially have been something if we saw some slightly higher hits there.
Yeah, Reese maybe could have died through the prayer even from Dino's whack there with the VLS. There's a vengeance as well going off for Dino. A 28 ball as well, starting to ramp up the pressure. a VLS spec, but Reese does predict it beautifully, keeps the prey melee up, trying to catch a freeze now on Dino as well. Dino sending his last special attack. Reese still has 2 remaining, but Reese only has 2 food remaining as well. Dino up quite a lot of damage currently. Dino now frozen in place. Reese unfrozen, has 2 special attacks in the chamber, goes for the combo, uses 1 special attack, not the biggest of hits, but has Vengeance up. Dino has to be very careful about this. He's keeping his HP really nice and high, doesn't want to get KO'd.
Reese, though, is completely out of food. This is potentially Dino's to take home if he can catch this freeze on Reese. But Dino gets caught, but he catches Reese as well, and they're seeding next to each other.
Yep, right now, Reese cannot seed away anymore. Goes for Blood Rod, just trying to stay alive as best he can. Reese down to 61 hit points, no food remaining. Dino 84 HP and 2 food. Looking at the spec as well, looks like Reese has special attack. Dino will have a special attack as well. That VLS can hit 60s, could be a huge momentum swing. Both players about to be unfrozen. It looks very, very neck and neck. The crowd is chanting everyone's names. Oh, that could be it.
Could that be the kill? That's the kill. The Dino Nuggets take the win.
They've done it. Dino, the captain, takes it home with a massive bulk KO on Reese, the winner of Deadman All Stars Season 3, the Dino Nuggets.
What a performance. The crowd goes absolutely wild. Congratulations to the Dino Nuggets on an exceptional performance there.
Oh, 100%. Also, thank you so much, the Reese Rhinos, for making it such a close matchup, going through to the best of 3 finale. That was absolutely incredible, Manx.
Yes, I bet they're all going to be so proud of themselves, getting to the finale, you know, playing on this massive stage with so many people watching. They've got to be proud of themselves with how well they've performed.
Oh, 100%. They felt like they could win it. They were saying all about it. It was amazing work. Let's get back on stage with the host to talk to the Dino Nuggets and the Reese Rhinos.
Let's go! Congratulations to the Dino Nuggets! What an amazing end to the tournament, down to the absolute wire. Incredible scenes, huge congratulations. Dino Nuggets, come down here. Get down here, come join us. Dino, stop being nice.
Get up there and grab him.
Come down, bring the team, all of you, come.
Let's give it a handshake, boys. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Let's go.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
So much, thank you.
Right, let me sneak in past you.
It's the Dino Nuggets! How does it feel, Dino?
Amazing. We had such a fun week, and in our hide, we already won the week. And then this was just the cherry on top. It's so good.
Hell yeah, congratulations. What an amazing fight you guys put on. How are you feeling, Bowie?
What's the question? How am I doing? I'm doing very well. We were saying before we came here, we knew we were more than capable of winning, but Deadman All Stars, you can play it in 2 different ways. One of them, you win the 120 hours with a good vibe team. We did that. And then the fact that we've managed to take it down as well on the stage in front of the incredible crowd is absolutely incredible. And it's hard to beat this Deadman All Stars Samoas. Thank you all so much.
61 mil, your first Deadman All Stars, and you're a victor in front of everyone here in Chicago. How does that feel?
I still can't believe I'm standing in here in front of all these people. I may be a rookie, but I got on the best team my first year.
Congratulations. How is it going for you, Sick Nerd?
Mate, when we lost that first fight, I thought we were going to be first out, and we fucking won. So I'm extremely happy, bro. So happy.
I'm glad to hear it. Congratulations.
First time not on a burger team, and I win. Let's go.
How's it going, MMORPG? What was that like for you?
My God, what a team and what a week. I mean, it was just flawless all the way through. We had, great vibes all the way. We made the most of the week, went to the missions, went to the breaches, and we won the finale. Let's go! Come on!
A huge congratulations to you all.
Right. Thank you so much to the Dino Nuggets. We've actually got 2 other awards to give out this evening. So
maybe you should get them to get that thing first.
Yeah. Do you want to collect your trophy first? Please collect your trophy from Modash. Right. right.
Congratulations, guys. We'll let you have a little bit of time to rest, relax. You can, head off over to the right, go get yourselves a drink, celebrating your victory, and we'll speak to you again soon.
But just on that note, don't go.
Wait,
too
actually,
far.
hold on.
I've got some very important news. Actually, we've got another award. We've got 2 other awards to give out tonight. Right? One of them is the MVP award. That's the player who's made the least amount of mistakes, the most correct decisions, and it's also very important to know we have a Twitch's People's Choice Award, which means everybody watching at Twitch, check that pinned comment and make your voice heard. Now is your time. Quickly, go and vote. Now, Moraiza, what is the MVP award?
Well, you've seen the stats being posted throughout the entirety of the tournament. We've been tracking these players. We've been figuring out how many of them have been making mistakes, who's been using the right prize, who's dealt the most damage, and we will be using that to determine who the MVP is.
Now, this is why I've stopped them, because the exciting news is that the MVP of this tournament is on stage.
Okay.
And the results are in. The data doesn't lie. The most valuable player of this tournament is none other than Sick Nerd. Sick Nerd. How does it feel, buddy?
How the fuck did I get MVP? I'll take it. Thank you very much, everyone.
Wonderful. Now, let's look at the stats, actually. That's probably a very good idea, Sick Nerd. I think we've got some stats to check out. There you go. Witness your glory.
Wow.
Wow. Now, I think he's got a reasonable chance of being a first choice pick next season. He's certainly up there now. As soon as we get the results for the People's Choice Award.
Well, whilst we wait for the results for the People's Choice Award, and whilst you're all here in really high spirits, I'd like to just use this moment to give a massive thank you to some of the people that have been involved in making the event happen.
Yes, that's an excellent idea. There's so many people to thank. We have to thank, of course, all of our competitors, SoloMission for making this whole thing possible. We should thank the people behind the stage running this event, the tech team, of course, our sponsors, Twitch, Starforge, and Chipotle.
And I'd also like to say a massive thank you to everyone here in Chicago who joined us live. You've been incredible. Yeah, you have. And also to everyone at home who has tuned in and watched. Without you guys, Old School would not be what it is, so thank you so much for being a part of it. I also want to say a massive thank you to our referees who have worked tirelessly to check the rules, all the teams. Give it up for Classics and Wiggled. I also want to give a massive shout out to Mod Sween, Jimmy, and Mod Husky who have been running the B stream, as well as the guests that have joined them. Come on, come on, come on. You can watch it back later on. As well as Mods Goblin and Mod Sani, who have been operating the camera for all of the final fights they've been watching today. Hopefully you've enjoyed the view. I'm going to get in trouble for missing off so many people, but I'll just try as much as I can. To everyone back at Jagex who has helped make this happen, our infrastructure team, this is the first time that we've done a LAN event, and I think it's worked out really well. No lag today. It did register!
Come on, guys.
Let's get it. And of course, to a massive thank you as well to our events team for making it possible for you to be here today. Huge shout out to the events team. A huge amount of work went into making today possible. Are we ready?
Yeah, I've got one more thing I'd like to say just real quick is, has anybody here been to RuneFest? Well, we've got another one of those coming, you might have heard. Last year we sold out immediately, 2,000 tickets, so we doubled it. It's already almost sold out again. Let's hear from this man who's been to a few. Why should people go to RuneFest?
to meet RuneScape players and feel the ultimate RuneScape atmosphere.
Well put, well put.
Hell yeah, great words, well said, Ash. Well, how about we also bring onto the stage our two fantastic casters of the event who have been non-stop covering the fights, PureSpam and Man. Come and join us on stage. Come on, make some noise! What absolute fits. I'm gonna come over here for a second. I want to find out how they feel. Mank, what has it been like casting this All Stars?
Amazing. I didn't realize how many people there actually were here. This is crazy. How did they do it?
Well, yeah, I mean, coming out onto it every single time and hearing them roar, they have been loving you guys. You've done an incredible job. Thank you so much for all the passion that you've put into it. PureSpam. There's a few memes of you on Reddit. I've seen some cinemas. You've been incredible. Your energy and your passion has been flowing throughout. Let me know, how does it feel now it's all come to an end?
Oh, looking out at Chicago right now. I'm so blessed to be here. We had a great time. Thank you so much for all the support. We absolutely love you guys.
Hell yeah, thank you so much, PureSpam. Great job, guys. We're still just waiting on the Player Choice Award votes to come through. We're patiently waiting to see what the Twitch chat have decided.
It is. Well, the People's Choice Award is in. It's 61M!
Yes! Yo, congratulations, 61M. How does it feel to be the People's Choice Award winner?
I'm overwhelmed, bro. This is too much. Thank you all for voting for me, and I was on a great team, so let's go!
Let's get it! Well, folks, as sad as it may be to say, that does mark the end of our show and the end of Deadman All Stars Season 3. We can't wait to see you at Season 4. Until then, though, good night, enjoy the rest of your evening, and thank you so much, Chicago!
Thank you, Chicago!
Guys, thank you so much. You are incredible.